like Anish just said, Gukesh seems pretty good at absorbing that pressure and dealing with it in situations where he needs to produce a result. What else can Ding do aside from moves on the chessboard? Is there anything he can do aside from maybe remove Gukesh's hoodie and hide it somewhere?
I think he needs good moves, only good moves, and getting Gukesh somehow out of his comfort zone, that's crucial. I also had the same feelings like Anish, that I just think about Gukesh, and there we have Dingran handshake, that whenever he is up on the scoreboard or he has a good tournament situation, he continues to perform extremely well. He's an optimist, and that should help him.
All right. Well, we'll see if that optimism will carry him through today. Will Ding Liren overextend, or will he capitalize on some of the chances he might not have had earlier in the match? Let's head live to the venue for the introduction and ceremonial first moves.
At the Resorts World Sentosa, here in lovely Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently 6 points to 5 in favor of the challenger. We have 3 games, including today's remaining. We have a special guest here to make the ceremonial first move. He is the chargé d'affaires ad interim of the Chinese embassy in Singapore. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China in 2001 and has worked in the Department of Consular Affairs, the Department of Personnel, and the General Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commissioner's Office in the Macau SAR and the Chinese embassies in Kenya and Ghana. He was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore in July of 2023. Please welcome Mr. Zhu Jing. And with that, let the game begin.
Handshake and a brief pause on the board before Ding reaches for the C pawn. 1c4 is on the board. Ding Liren looking to strike back after a loss. Will he be able to bounce back immediately? We're going to find out as the players blitz out their opening moves. Grandmaster Anish Giri, Grandmaster Peter Lecco. I leave this wonderful game in your hands. Let's see where it goes.
Wow. Yeah, no, I just was, first of all, congratulations to Peter on correctly guessing the move c4. The reason why I wasn't sure it was going to be the weapon, because Ding said he had weapons ready already before. So the fact that he got extra information only happened during the match, so I thought that that was irrelevant for his choice. But I think he might have thought that indeed having some extra information is helpful. Could go deeply into c4, e5, and it's really surprising to me in a good way for Gukesh that Gukesh has another weapon ready for this, because you would think that for 1c4 he would just have one opening ready and he wouldn't switch midway, but I think he probably has 2 repertoires, one which is like solid and one which is extra solid. So probably this is his extra solid repertoire, where he is avoiding the English, he's avoiding the Nimzo, and he's just going for the most solid drawing systems. I imagine if knight comes to c3, he wants to play some sort of a Tarash type opening where you try to really vacuum clean the entire board, trade everything, and make a draw as quickly as possible. And Ding is already thinking, because he definitely didn't see this one coming.
Yes, it was the big question. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to say, but yeah, my feeling was, and just very quickly to show what happened the previous game when c4 happened, Gukesh went for this c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4 line, which is kind of provocative. At that point in the match, it was obvious that Gukesh is also trying to provoke Ding to go for complications, and then we have seen right after a couple of moves, knight d5, bishop e7, a fairly freestyle chess type of position, not the typical classical chess kind of system. And I somehow sense that this could be a territory where Ding would love to return, especially if he has to go all in. It's kind of very natural, but the move c4, e6, this is kind of a very unpleasant surprise, if it's really a surprise, because it's rock solid. If Ding's intention was to get into some nice adventures in a complicated position, well, that's not going to be easy to get here.
Yeah, and already completely out of a game plan for Ding on move 2 already. He doesn't know what to do. He hasn't decided up front, which is a very uncomfortable situation for a world championship match. And yeah, it goes to show that his preparation, of course, for the match was not very deep or thorough in terms of openings. I think he was mostly focusing on getting himself ready for the battle, and he did manage that. He came in round 1 ready to fight, and he won the first round game. So that approach that definitely helped him in the match so far. But in a position like that, yes, when in a must win, after 1 c4, e6, you already are a little bit out of weapons and have to choose at the board. That is not really helpful. But Ding goes for g3, the anti-Catalan system, not going for the most principled 2 knight c3 approach, but trying to stay more flexible and go for this Kasparov-Karpov type situation where you are going for a long fight, hoping that the opponent will eventually crumble under the pressure.
Yes, it's kind of interesting to see this, yeah, that we have seen the Catalan opening when Gukesh had the white pieces, and they are both this bishop b4 check type of players against the Catalan. Yeah, later when we will see how the game progresses, we can go into more details. And this is very interesting because in any case, when Black is the one who is planning to go for the bishop b4 check systems, then against the Catalan setup with g3, he has to make a conceptual decision. He has to do something else. Yeah, if he just sticks to classical lines like knight f6, bishop e7, that's a whole different system. It's not really desired because you have to learn millions of lines. Yeah, so if you are big bishop b4 check type, then you don't want to have two very big systems ready, but knight f6, knight f3. And another option would be to take d takes c4. It's a solid choice. And there is d4 option. And we have d4 on the board.
Yeah, it is interesting because it is, it's a very sound system. It's a good system, but it is not the most drawish weapon you could have. Yeah, so I do think that it is not that Gukesh has like a must draw repertoire. It is just that he has two different weapons ready for 1 c4. Because this is not a very drawish system. It's kind of as complicated as it gets. It's the reverse Benoni, similar to what we've seen yesterday,
yes.
In fact, but a different version of that. And Ding should be quite familiar with these things, but now there are two systems that Black has. There is the system with c5. There's also the new system with the knight coming to c6, that Carlsen played. And this is also what Gukesh plays.
Yes, I think it's also a system that Vincent is playing. I do recall him in 2022. He had a game against Fide in the Berlin Fide Grand Prix. He came up with a rather new idea, and ever since it became quite topical.
Yeah, there are two ways of playing this, right, Peter? There is this sharp line with how Carlsen played it in the match with this a5 and knight g4 business, and there's also this way that Vincent came up with, which is a bit more solid. We'll probably see this unfolding as Ding will make his moves. The d3 knight bd2 setup is the main one in these positions, but it's possible to try and deviate early on as well. There was some interesting move e3 here that Esipenko played. Actually, he beat Vincent in a probably what must have been a very painful game in the Grand Swiss. So there are some ideas that White has. Gukesh certainly is ready, and interestingly, Magnus Carlsen he's a world champion, was a world champion before Ding, and with Ding in between, there is some sort of like a transfer of power situation happening here, that so Carlsen had the title, then Ding has it, and now Gukesh wants to take it back from Ding using Carlsen's weapon, because Team Carlsen was really the team that introduced the system at the top level. I think nobody took it seriously before the match, and all the later developments and Vincent and all of that that happened after that match. So there is some sort of interesting situation ongoing here that Gukesh is using Carlsen's weapon against Ding here. And we'll see what happens. Ding, understanding that Gukesh is completely prepared, he is maybe already thinking to try improvise here and maybe try just take Gukesh out of book, do something unusual.
Yeah, I think that it was very important for Gukesh and for Team Gukesh to rely on the knight c6 move order, because if Black would have chosen the other option, the more natural c5, then we would be getting into a system which actually Dingram plays with the black pieces. Yeah, he has tons of experience in this reverse Benoni type of structures, which is a very fighting kind of territory. I'm loving Gukesh's choice, and basically it was obvious that if he opts for d4, he has to go for the knight c6 setup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, I think it's a matter of taste. I understand the knight c6 is somewhat safer than a c5, but okay, I guess it's more of a matter of choice. E3, the move that Espenko used against Vincent, as I mentioned, I do expect Gukesh to be really ready for it. I mean, that game was a very, very big game. Everybody saw it, everybody played in that tournament. Also, Gukesh, he's prepared the system for this match. It's a very risky system for Black. As we saw in chat, Arthur mentioned d takes c4 is the more solid option instead of d4. Certainly, that is the case. D takes c4 is a much more solid way of playing. But Gukesh, he is sticking to his style, playing principal chess. And after e3, I would really... Yeah, this DC business, of course, is much more drawish if Black really knows his theory. But, bishop e7. Interesting. The sharp... Very interesting. The sharp line is e5, ed, e4.
E5,
yeah, Peter?
yeah. Yes,
which
something like this.
Yeah, it's also fine for Black, actually. Yeah,
and then White
d5,
opted for d5, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
I was doing the commentary on the Grand Swiss, and it was very tough to be commenting when I saw Vincent being surprised. I do believe that he knew the idea. He forgot his line, but yeah, it was a fantastic game by Esipenko.
Yeah, I would really think that Gukesh would go here because it is fine. But again, I think that Gukesh has prepared the system before the match. And I don't think he's prepared it for a must draw necessarily. He just prepared it for sake of it. And perhaps now for this particular game, he would have looked at slightly different choices. He would try to make a draw in a more forcing way. But he is using that prep from before, which has more accent on surprising your opponent and less so on making the game as drawish as possible. Bishop e7 is not supposed to be the move. And you see the weak engine, the eval bar is slightly on the white side. This is also saying the computer on low depth is not approving it fully. But I do expect that Gukesh is very well prepared here. And I'm sure that this bishop e7 move is also leading to equality for Black if they have done their job properly. So I'm curious to see how Ding will respond. The type of the game, the type of play is, of course, favoring Gukesh here because there's nothing wrong with Black's position. It's very, very sound. There are no weaknesses. And there isn't something concrete to work with for Ding just yet.
Yes, I think it's all about the d4 square, yeah, because Black has advanced to d4. White is challenging that with e3. We might be seeing a trade on d4, for example, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4. If Black could sit on this d4 square forever, it would be fantastic. But it's kind of clear that White should be able to get some quick d3, knight c3, bishop e3, kicking that queen away and potentially then seizing the initiative with d3, d4. And the big question will be that how is Black in time to neutralize White's pressure? Normally a timely c7, c5 is critical in this kind of scenario. So let's just make a couple of moves. So castles, knight c3, something like c5, bishop e3, queen back to d8, and then White going for d4. Look at the eval bar. Already screaming that White is fantastic.
I think the bishop on c8 is an issue here. Peter, I was thinking maybe more in the trend of you could try to get the e pawn to e5 and the c pawn to c6, trying to neutralize the g2 bishop. So maybe c5 is too risky a choice with the bishop on c8. So let's say you castle once how you castle, then you go knight c3, and here, yeah, first of all, rook d8, also e5, maybe some other move, maybe c6. C6 is very passive. No, maybe more like rook d8 or e5. Yeah, more like.
Yeah, but basically, what you are trying to say that you would love to get e5 c6 construction. Yes, of course.
Yeah, because then the bishop on g2 is a lot less. It's still dangerous, a lot less dangerous, and the bishop from c8 can nicely come out to f5 and g4 or whatnot. So here, it's more a question of a white having to play dynamic. Yeah, because I think the pawn structure is almost better for black, right? White has this backward d3 pawn. But of course, white is going to try and fix it with going d4 soon. And it gets very concrete. And the fact that Gukesh is prepared here is quite unpleasant for Ding. Besides this ED idea, which is probably the best way to play, there is sometimes some b4 ideas. I don't know, does it work here? Let's briefly see. Sometimes this b4 is, but probably even just de, yeah, even, or...
Yeah, in any case, let's just show the main idea usually that if black takes that pawn, first of all, black has just lost the tempo for bishop e7, so taking it again, it's very scary. It's connected with all these knight takes d4, queen a4 ideas, and then the queen is giving this check, the bishop on b4 is loose. I don't know exactly move per move which is the best way to do it. But
probably just take twice on d4, yeah? Yeah, because ed, knight d4, knight d4, knight d4, queen a4 is bishop d7 and knight c2. So maybe knight d4, knight d4, ed, yeah? Maybe is the move. And then you can exchange with queen a4 check and queen b4 and you trap the queen, yeah.
Yeah, let's show this because it's beautiful and illustrates very nicely the problems. Usually white traps the queen with bishop b2, but here there is another idea, bishop a3 and going for direct queen e7 checkmate. So obviously black will never ever let that happen. So all eyes on Ding.
Yeah, and it's funny, after b4, okay, the best move is de, and that would be sort of a similar variant of this Blumenfeld that we saw yesterday. Yeah, that would be kind of a funny situation. That you also sacrifice the pawn for initiative and center. But I buy before, I don't buy before. It was just sort of to say that these ideas exist. I think especially if you black went bishop c5 instead of bishop e7, then before would have definitely been the way to go, yeah? This is exactly the point I was supposed to make instead, yeah.
Because then b4 is a tempo move, it hits the bishop, black has no other choice than to capture that pawn which is poisonous. However, yes, after bishop e7, just to finalize our thoughts, after b4 now, black can first capture on e3, white has to recapture it with the pawn, and most probably black simply takes with the knight on b4. And it's a big difference compared to yesterday's game where black would have captured with c5 and c takes b4, doubling his pawns, losing tempis, and his knight not being developed. It's a whole new scenario. This is good for black. We are expecting, I think, e takes d4, and I would really say something that if nobody would be prepared here, then we would immediately be saying that this should favor white, because white seems to be fast in order to establish the control of the d4 square later on, after all the trades that we discussed. And white's play is so much more natural, so black has to be precise. However, knowing that Gukesh voluntarily went for this position, and he knows exactly that this is a dangerous position, so unless he knows exactly how to neutralize the situation, he would never ever go here. And this is the problem that Ding is faced with. He obviously, in a blitz game, would capture knight takes d4 immediately and be happy, but this is a classical game and he's taking his time.
Yeah, no, exactly. The fact that Gukesh is prepared changes everything here, really, because we also know that there are fine ways here to play. Like you could just play e5, right? So the reason you play bishop e7 is because it also is at least practically very fine. So you almost, as Ding, you almost want to give up a little bit, like because you feel like, okay, this is clearly, logically speaking, fine, and the guy has prepared it, and of course, it's going to be very deep because, as you mentioned, it is very dangerous for black. So until the bishop comes out of c8, until black equalizes fully, the file doesn't end. And yeah, no, it's given the fact that Gukesh is prepared, it is actually a very unpleasant situation for Ding. And he wants to try and go for something more positional, like d3, less concrete. But it's hard here to deviate at this point. You have to go in that ED direction, which is the most critical and looks good. But clearly, Gukesh and the computers, especially the computers, have already neutralized all that, and it is difficult for Ding now facing the prep. Gukesh has a choice here, by the way, to go for castle or e5, but I think castle is more in the spirit of how he has played. Yeah.
Yes, because if he wanted to play e5, then he could have done it before. And he goes for d takes e3. He immediately goes to this structure. He doesn't want to give White the chance maybe to play e4.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think e4. Yeah, maybe. I think e4 is actually could be very, very risky for White. Yeah, with the c5 square available for the knight.
Yes, exactly.
E4 and then e5, knight d7, knight c5. Yeah, I don't think he was afraid of e4 so much. Although I think more the case would be that he's using that Ding's move order is inaccurate. Because I think that castle will probably transpose him to where he wants to be, but DE is punishing Ding for not having gone ED. And now after bishop e3, you go e5, and you maybe equalize on the spot.
Somewhere also this knight g4 idea will be available, hitting the bishop on e3. For example, okay, knight c3.
Yeah, I don't know, castle just maybe first. How is just castle, and if d4 take everything and c6, is that not just equality?
Yeah, let's take a look. Well, the computer approves, that this doesn't scare black at all. And then putting that pawn on c6, the blockade b7, c6 pawns against this bishop on g2. Fantastic construction. The bishop will beautifully get out. Basically, you can choose wherever you want to develop it. This is not White's intention. Is there any argument to be made for f takes e3, trying to spice things up, trying to have some more control, more fighting options in the center?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Peter. Especially given the fact that you're in a must-win, and how bad can that be? I mean, you have one more pawn in the center. You open the f file potentially. Of course, you weaken. Whenever the f2 pawn leaves the f2 square, you always weaken the king a little bit, and the squares around it. But I guess, given the situation, given the must-win, I mean, fe could be the practical choice to do, but that could also backfire real badly. Yeah, I mean, it can definitely. I mean, I could imagine like after bishop e3, White is never worse, for sure. But after fe, White could easily get a little worse at some point, I imagine. But Ding is thinking, at least what he knows is if he takes the bishop and black goes e5, at least black wasted a move on e6 and then e5. So from the chess logic point of view, White should still be fighting for advantage here, I think. There are much more... Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the position has the tendency to simplify, and it's much more easier for black to just make natural moves and potentially solve the problems, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted also to say that when I was really a kid and I just started analyzing the knight f3, d5, c4, d4 position, maybe you can demonstrate it because maybe it's relevant for this particular game, the line that Gukesh played yesterday. So it was really one of my early analysis. So I was not yet, didn't have a good understanding yet, or even worse than now. And I was looking at these lines, and b4 was only one of the moves for me at the time. And I was looking also at moves like e3 and g3. And let's say I looked at g3 as well, because, many games in database, and okay, I was naive, it was okay, g3 normal. And I saw the computer says knight c6, bishop g2, e5, d3, knight f6, and I was analyzing these things, castle, bishop e7, and I think e3, it was a move as well, so then you can take on e3, bishop e3, and I was looking at this position at some point. It's not a very relevant position, but I was looking at it, and I think it is sort of the same thing, but just tempo down for black now, right? Because if you take with the bishop, castle, black has already played e65. So if you compare these two lines, logically speaking, although this is not critical, it is still a line. So in the game, Ding has an extra tempo on that. So it cannot be that bad for White, what he got now.
and he captured with the bishop. He just captured with the bishop, and we are having exactly the same position. So white is a tempo up, but we are assuming that Gukesh had really carefully analyzed this in depth, because one tempo is a one tempo situation, and also before people haven't really been playing like this with black.
Yeah, but also, these days, this whole thing of comparing lines and saying you're at tempo up here, tempo down there. I mean, okay, I have Stockfish, it's 0.23, and on depth 49, it is 0.07. So what do you want? This is
exactly. Where is the advantage? Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, then doesn't matter. Compare, okay, congratulations, you have a tempo on the line that's not relevant. But yes, what is the advantage? How do you play? And I wanted to bring John back in here and ask John, the start of the game is somewhat interesting, somewhat unusual. What is your take on the situation?
Two things that maybe a player at my level, Anish, will take away from the start of the game as your average viewer. The fact that Ding went into not a deep think, but didn't instantly blitz out his moves super early on makes me think he's either considering the world's largest book response based on what Gukesh is doing, or Gukesh really is maybe doing something that Ding isn't completely expecting. That said, it's stuff that Ding will know, and I love the fact that we're going into the sort of Neo-Catalan system as well with the knight c6. I think that's another opportunity to maybe in the long run, like you say, depth 49, where's the advantage? But it's whether you're giving your opponent chances to make mistakes at depth 15, depth 20, and how you continue to ramp up the complexity going into the middle game. Whether that can happen remains to be seen. It's nice that we're seeing a little bit of a newer system being utilized here. But speaking of new systems, it would be remiss of us not to mention that we are still collaborating with ChessUp, who have just come out with the legendary ChessUp 2. It should change how you learn and play the game with touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board and AI assistance. It meets you at your skill level. So it's great for beginners, improving players. We're trying to support training and growth, or even just casual games between friends and family. So for a limited time, you can have $50 off of your ChessUp 2 if you head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2. Or you can use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. So interesting opening being played here. Not necessarily fireworks just yet, but at the same time, we have the options to steer our way into an increasingly complex middle game. We'll see where Dingley Wren chooses to steer this ship next after this short break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy chess up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship.
That the player leading has won 7 of the last 11. But here's the thing. The player trailing has won previously. And has won previously, most recently, in 2023. Dingley Wren was in this exact position against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And he won with the white pieces in game 12 and then won again. So, not only has it been done before, it's been done by Dingley Wren, it's been done recently by Dingley Wren, and now he has to find a way to do it against Gukesh. And the only other time this has happened, of course, where the player trailing has won, was in 2004, which is where I should stop talking about it, because someone who was significantly closer to the action in that year specifically is Grandmaster Peter Lecko, who can hopefully give us some wonderful experiences and really good insights into what it must be like for both of these players in this position right now. So I'm going to hand it back over to you folks to talk about the amazing history about the last time this happened before Ding did it.
Yeah, well, it was a very special moment. Yeah, my match against Vladimir Kramnik, that was also a 14 games match. And Kramnik was trailing at this point. So clearly with the white pieces, he was very ambitious. He was trying everything. In fact, it was a very tough game, game 12, but I managed to hold on with the black pieces. And well, actually I lost the last game. Yeah, and this is what I also want to bring up, that it is not like this is an absolute must-win game for Ding Liren. It's for him very important to start applying the pressure, yeah, to also signal to his opponent it's not going to be an easy finish. Just because you are leading, the match is not over yet. The tension is growing with each and every move, and there still will be chances. And in fact, I drew that game, game number 12, and then the big question was how to approach the final two games, yeah? But okay, we will be talking about that maybe in the after the next game, after this game. But there had been also some other matches, yeah, just that it did not get into our statistics because there were 12 games matches. But Kramnik has beaten Topalov 3 games prior to the finishing line, being -1 in the match, trailing the match, and also Magnus Carlsen against Sergei Karyakin has bounced back exactly in the same scenario. So yes, this game is very special. All eyes on Ding. What I'm not liking is that he kind of got surprised in the opening. This is exactly the dream scenario for Gukesh, because you can rely on your preparation, which means that you are saving nerves, and these nerves you will still need in the match.
Yeah, and I think that it's quite relevant who has won from trailing, but maybe more relevant question is who has won from this position. That is my question. It is, as I already spoke earlier, the problem with chess is that there is the board in between with a certain position. So that is quite relevant. There is something happening on the board, and you have a backward d3 pawn, and the only way of solving it is to push it to d4. That will trade everything. So in this pawn structure, it's very hard for white to play around this position because the d3 pawn is so incredibly vulnerable. And it's okay if you want to equalize, but if you want to play for a win, it's really, really difficult. And I'm not sure how Ding, especially being unprepared, even with computer, I was moving around a bit in the break, seeing what Gukesh has prepared. Even with the computer, it's not so simple to fight for advantage. But without the computer, against the computer, it's even harder because the only sensible plan that comes to mind is pushing the pawn to d4, which is just trading everything. And otherwise, you're worried that the d3 pawn will be attacked maybe with the bishop coming to f5. You don't want to lose that pawn. So difficult spot for Ding, and of course he has done it before, but currently he is having a position in front of him. And as you mentioned, maybe not to overdo it in this game, and perhaps keep the chances in the last 2 games. I think Kramnik against you, didn't he play the Benoni in the penultimate game?
Yes, exactly. And this is a very interesting situation because I was not sure. Looking back, I feel like my biggest mistake in that match was that for game 13, I did not return to 1e4. But it was impossible to tell that he will gamble, by going for the Benoni. And clearly, I was not a 1d4 player. I was actually just starting it out during the match. So I was missing the experience and the knowledge. If I would have known that he's ready to kind of play a slightly dubious opening in order to try to win, then going back to my 1e4. Let's not forget that I was also already completely exhausted. It was a very tiring match. And compared to today, the situation was also different because the technology was not that powerful yet. It was much more difficult to learn openings. I was actually also almost on the ropes in every single game with black. It was very tough. So that also took a lot of energy. And all these things put together, you feel the exhaustion. Your opponent is always coming up with some surprise, putting you under pressure. And that's exactly the reason why I mentioned the reserve of mental energy. If you are burning, because by Kramnik going for the Benoni and putting me under the pressure, actually I managed to hold that game number 13. but I was at some point lost. So I saved the big game, but during that game, I was actually burning so many reserves, which I did not realize at that point. But looking back, then it was the logical outcome that finally at the last game, I was already completely empty.
Yeah, no, I understand. But of course, that match was, every match is different, but that match was probably very different in various ways. I mean, I do know that Kramnik also was struggling around that period with his form sometimes. But still, I would think that he wasn't facing the issues that Ding is facing, right? I mean, Ding, he's visibly, he's visibly, how do you say that? He's under pressure, but he doesn't exhibit a lot of positive energy as he plays. He doesn't seem to be very optimistic, and I guess Kramnik at the time was still more hopeful of making that comeback. This at least was my perception.
Yeah, he had also
I can't quite compare the two situations. I think they're very different in nature, but maybe you know more about it. You definitely know more about it.
Well, the situation was that he had the weapons to do that. Yeah, he had the opening repertoires. He was ready everywhere with a surprise, and I was never able to feel secure with black. Yeah, which is now in modern chess, of course, 21st century with all these fantastic computer programs is completely different. Now the engine helps to neutralize the game. Actually, there was a very interesting moment that I only got to know after the match, that actually Kramnik was hospitalized during the match, but I even till today don't know exactly for which reason. Whenever I saw him over the board, he was coming. That actually Kramnik was hospitalized during the match, but I that actually Kramnik was hospitalized during the match, but I even
help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email? Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
It's the final day of classical chess at the Fide World Championship. If today ends in a draw, we head to tiebreakers to decide the champion. Yesterday, Game 13 delivered edge of your seat drama. Gukesh threw everything at Ding in a relentless push for victory, but the reigning champion held firm under immense pressure. And now with the score tied at 6.5 apiece, Ding has the advantage of the white pieces for this final classical game. Here in Singapore, where history meets culture, this epic duel reaches its crescendo. Will someone seize glory today, or are we destined to go into an extra day? We find out now. Welcome everybody, wherever in the world you are. I am John Sargent, and joining me on this broadcast, the folks that are going to be breaking down the chess for you today. But wait, hang on. It's Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Welcome back, Peter. How are you?
Hello, John. Welcome everyone for the big final day.
And going into this last day, of course, it would not be complete either in analysis or in terms of puns if we didn't have Daniel Naroditsky with us. Daniel, last day, big energy.
Thank you, John. Welcome, everybody. As always, a great honor and privilege to be here for a day on which chess history may be written, and I say may, because we might get a draw and tie breaks tomorrow. But what an occasion, and I won't sully the significance of this moment with empty words. You've got 20 minutes until some incredibly significant chess moves are made.
So for those of you who are just joining us, first of all, where have you been for the last 2 weeks? But also pretty good timing, because today is the last day of classical games. If you missed yesterday's stream, here's a recap of what you missed. It was pretty exciting.
Something tells me we're not going to get a tilted Gukesh. We will get Gukesh on his A game and a Ding on his A game. Fantastic.
I love it.
Fantastic introduction to the game.
E4, E6, D4, D5, you're gonna see a French defense. This is great news for all of us.
The opening from game one, how symbolic. The penultimate game, repeating the opening from game one, which was a victory for Ding. Will he opt for F4 this time? No. Wow.
This is a real surprise, yeah, that he kind of repeats the line that led to his loss in the first game.
And Peter, I am way out of my depths already. A2, A3.
And we see Bishop E7. There we go. Very interesting. Ding.
Ooh, Bishop E3, the instant response by Gukesh. And that was not on anyone else's menu because it is a novelty.
And Knight B6 on the board. A move that we haven't talked about. A move that I'm not liking.
It's the product of almost 40 minutes of thought. It's a move seemingly executed almost in frustration. Knife H5, and the knight knifes its way from G1, it goes to E2, up to F4, and on to H5. And now Ding is very, very much on the hot seat.
And Gukesh about to make a move. He did capture. He did take en passant. Gukesh goes Queen F3. He goes for it.
You know, we do see zeros on the eval bar. We've refuted Queen E4 and Queen G3. What in God's name could he be intending there?
But no, Ding goes for queen e8.
Unreal.
Why on earth so quickly?
Just look at the nerves. This is such a nice dual camera view as both players, they might be eating, but it's not a sign that they are calm. Bishop d6 on the board. Whoa, 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 whoa.
A lot, rook b7, bishop b6.
Rook e8.
And rook e8. I'm not liking this for black. No, this feels very shaky.
He's reached a minute per move, Peter. The time pressure is now acute. 15 minutes for 15 moves with no increment. In a bad position. Forcing Ding to look at queen f7. He's played queen f7. What?
And look at Gukesh, exactly. He also stared into... What? This is possible? No way.
And he's played knight e4? And it's apparently not the move? Has to find rook f8, otherwise he loses virtually on the spot.
But he finds it. On the board, rook f8. Ding is fighting back. He has to make a decision. But he is wise to spend a lot of time. Bishop f5 played. Black has survived.
The peace agreement will be signed shortly, I think.
Oh! King f2 on the board. No surprise.
This game goes on. Indeed, pawn takes pawn. Where have you been, if you're surprised at this young man's fighting spirit? Black can start playing for a win. I mean, in all seriousness. Black does not have to go like rook c8. Black can get the king involved. Maybe it's time for a draw for...
Yeah, we are reaching this endgame. Yeah, so rook b7. White is collecting the pawn.
I think eye contact has been exchanged. The peace agreement has been proposed. It's move 69 and a head nod of recognition. And in the penultimate game, a draw saved by Ding Liren.
I want to ask you first, how do you keep defending these worse positions? How do you do it?
They try to find the moves which can stay on the game. Yeah, I'm very happy to find rook f8. After that, it seems that my position is holdable. And but before he had many other ways to press to have the advantage.
Yeah, rook f8 was key, and then you made time control with a couple minutes to spare. What did Richard Rapport name his file today? Did he give it a good name?
Maybe the reason I didn't play so well is he didn't send me a file.
Okay, so Richard has something to improve on.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to talk with him about that. Did you have any coffee today?
Yes, as usual. One shot of espresso.
Okay, one shot of espresso. We needed 3 shots to watch your game, by the way. All right, I know you want to get some rest before the big game. What can we expect tomorrow from your golden game? What are we going to look for?
I don't think you will see a short draw.
Won't see a short draw. Okay, you're going to press as white.
I think so.
All right. Well, Ding Liren, thanks so much for your time, and good luck in your golden game tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, folks, about 15 minutes left to go until the final game of the match starts. You can see the results of every single game on your screen right now. And Peter, let's go to you first. You've had the experience of going down to the final game of a 14-game match. Even though the scores are even, this isn't just any old chess game. Ding has referred to it several times as the golden game. They know what's at stake here.
Yes, of course. This is a super important game. The final game, 14th classical game of the match. Always, whoever has the white pieces in the last game has some kind of a mental advantage, yeah, because he is the one who, if he finds the right balance and able to get the position where he's comfortable with, yeah, then it's kind of a golden opportunity to try to play on your opponent's nerves. So from Black's perspective, it's very important to rely on good preparation, because if you are, on the other hand, neutralizing your opponent's opening and you feel comfortable, then you can simply ease the tension. Yeah, then you can just be very comfortable, and then you don't even understand that this game is so important. But if you get into some trouble, then all the nerves and everything comes at you, and you start thinking that, oh my God, just one mistake. If I lose this game, then I lose everything that I have worked for all my life. You shouldn't be letting those thoughts come to you.
Oh, those happen to me every day, and all we're doing is being on air talking about it from afar. So goodness knows what these guys experience. Let me latch on to something you said there, Peter, and go to Danya with a question about prep. Danya, Peter just mentioned that, good preparation with the black pieces is super important here. Oh my goodness, Ding could have a fair number of things in the locker. We could also argue, we were talking before the show, about logically, you could push for something with 1c4, but if Team Gukesh are expecting 1c4, they're going to be better prepared. How on earth do you begin to make a choice for this final game?
Well, first of all, I want to announce that I made my own contribution. to Ding's preparation. There was a coffee shortage in Singapore yesterday, so I ordered some of the finest beans, espresso shipping, and they arrived before the round. On to the question. Now, you can psychologize yourself off a cliff, right? You can say, well, Gukesh is going to be expecting me to play one c4, so let's go one e4, but no, maybe he'll be expecting me to do that. So you can go down an infinite loop, or you can choose to prepare what's within your control, choose a first move, and be at peace with the concept that Gukesh might be well prepared, as he has been almost every game this match. But the opening phase has not really been decisive. So it's more important to conserve energy and more important to come to the game with a fighting mindset, John.
Okay, that's really good advice and really good for viewership to hear as well. Like, if we haven't really seen those decisive battles in the opening so far, it's not that likely that Game 14 is going to produce that breakthrough where suddenly, it makes all the difference. You're going to need your energy for the second half of this game, so it's going to be a bit of a long one. Now, before we get to the moves today, we caught up with Mike Klein earlier on. He was in the glass cube today, so not in a swimming pool or anything like that. Super serious for the final day's games. Let's see what he had to say.
Well, here we are back inside the playing hall, perhaps for the last time. And at this point, we're out of nerves. We're out of metaphors. There were so many dignitaries yesterday. The VIP room ran out of food. If I'm being honest, we might even be out of clean clothes. We'll have to work on that later. How many ways can we describe how an 18-year-old is handling the stress off the board, and how the world champion is handling all of the stress he's been put on the board defending these positions? What can we expect today? Well, we don't have to look that far into the past. Remember last year, Ding also was tied going into the last round. He had the white pieces, and he pushed for 90 moves, didn't even castle his king. He played the fishing hook sacrifice, but in the end, he almost overpressed, and Nepomniachtchi nearly had a winning position. So he's got to watch out for that today. He needs to make sure he at least makes the tie breaks. And also don't forget, yesterday, when I asked Ding what to expect, he said, don't expect a quick draw just because he's playing white, and he's pretty much always honest. I don't think he was playing any sort of mind game. So I think we're in for a long day. It's been quite a battle. Game 14 coming up. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Final day, world champion Ding Liren with the white pieces will be pushing for a victory, of course, so that we don't have to go to tie breaks. Gukesh, though, extremely hungry for it. We've seen his fighting spirit. Initial predictions, Peter. I hate to do it. Predictions for today's game, or maybe the kind of battle we're going to see en route to the result. What do you think?
I think that Ding Liren will try to play a controlled game. Yeah, a slow game where he can build up slowly the pressure. Yeah, not to rush, not to take those enormous risks like he did last year in his World Championship match that almost completely backfired. I believe that if we're going to be seeing opening battle, then it's connected with 1c4. But the big question is Team Ding looking for an opening battle or not? I don't know what to suggest.
All right, so we've heard from Peter, Danya. We reckon maybe 1c4, positional outmaneuvering of our opponents going into the middle game. How are you feeling about today's battle?
I totally echo Peter's sentiment. Obviously, if there was a way to force a draw or force a certain type of position, well, we wouldn't be playing a world championship match. Chess would have been solved long ago. If Ding could mark one particular game that he would like to follow in terms of its arc, I would point to the Italian game with knight c3, where he got that very tiny edge in the end game. He was able to prosecute that edge, but ultimately, dogged resistance from Gukesh resulted in a relatively quick draw. Nonetheless, against 1e4, when Gukesh was, human, when he was a mere mortal rated 2600, his main move was not 1e5. He was a Sicilian player at the start of his career, and even the Caro-Kann occurs more frequently in his practice than 1e5. So, Peter, you made this point before the broadcast began. 1e4 is actually quite a risky choice because Gukesh might have a surprise waiting up his sleeve, John. Man, do I not envy anybody on Ding Liren's team here.
On the one hand, I really want to see that surprise come out. On the other, I'm not sure I want big crazy surprise prep for the final game. It's going to be an amazing slugfest. It's difficult to know what to think. The good news is, it's not just us here on your screen. That matter as far as our opinion counts, because of Vote Chess is still on, of course, for the final round, and we are inching closer to a whole bunch of you winning prizes. If you head to chess.com/events and you click on the banner for the World Championship, you can go to today's game. And once you click into that, you should see the live stream in the top right, but underneath that is a button called Social. Click into there, and there will be a tab called Vote, where you can vote for a white win, a draw, or a black win in today's game. Now, the beauty of that is you don't just let us know your opinion, and we put those opinions on stream, of course. You can win big as well. Take a look at this. 20 people are going to win. It's not just one person. And the top prize here is $400 in Chessable course vouchers. So quite a chunk. So at the moment, I think there's a 4-way tie for first, if I recall correctly, heading into the final day. This is really, really exciting, and a whole bunch of you are on course to get some pretty delicious prizes. We had a 5-way tie earlier. It's become a 4-way tie. Are we going to whittle that down to 3 or 2, or even a single winner after today's game? We will find out when the chess begins. So make sure you participate in Vote Chess. I think you can vote until the players make their 10th move, by the way, so you don't have to do it right this second. But have a think about it. Log on to your chess.com account and go to /events. Make sure your vote counts. As things currently stand, we can see that the vote's fairly evenly split. 35% for a Ding win, 38% for a draw, 26% for a Gukesh win. To be fair, he's got the black pieces today, so slightly lower there. I imagine more votes are going to be coming in the next couple of minutes, and we will see that change. That is the live view of what you're seeing outside of the glass cube in the playing hall. Inside, however, significantly brighter. So for those of you who are joining the stream for the first time, there's a big piece of glass that's a one-way mirror where the players are playing, and the spectators are right outside that. So they can say in, but the players cannot see out. It's a giant interrogation, but it's an interrogation over a chessboard. And I think, very blurry in the background, was that Gukesh walking in? No, it wasn't. Oh, yes, it was. There we go. Excellent. I shouldn't doubt myself that often. Water bottle under the table. He's getting ready. Dingley Wren will be following him in shortly. And this is, exciting times. Waiting for Dingley Wren to take his seat. Peter, let's read a little bit into body language here. Gukesh looks pretty relaxed, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he's always kind of relaxed, or at least that's the impression we are getting. I love the way how he gets into his lunchroom and puts his jacket on this seat, and then also jadoobs it.
Oh, yeah.
I just love it. And we have also Dingley Wren at the board. Handshake. Maurice Ashley is also ready.
So let's go ahead and hop live to the playing hall in Singapore for Maurice Ashley to announce the start of the round and the pre-round ceremonial moves. The players are just moving their pieces about now, getting themselves comfortable. The hoodie, as you point out, Peter, has been appropriately jadoobed in the restroom. And now we await the first moves on the chessboard. Exciting stuff. Let's go to Singapore.
Welcome to the Fide World Championship 2024, presented by Google. Held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is tied at 6.5 points apiece. Today is game 14, the final game of the classical portion. If the match is tied after today, we will play a tiebreak tomorrow. Singapore has been a fantastic host nation for this championship, and our first mover represents his country well. He is a distinguished academic at the National University of Singapore, where he is the inaugural Vice Dean of Global Health at the Saw Swee Hock School of Public Health. He is renowned for his research on antibiotic research and infectious diseases, and was instrumental in COVID-19 research and public health communications during the recent pandemic. Beyond academia, he's also passionate about chess, Widely known as the Legend, he was formerly an accomplished chess amateur, achieving the title of International Master in 1994. Please welcome the president of the Singapore Chess Federation, Professor Su Li Yang. And with that, let the game begin.
All right, the game has started. The clock is ticking. Ding Liren does not play 1c4. Options on the table as knight f3 is on the board. Okay, Peter, Danya, expected, unexpected, fun stuff, memories of previous games in this World Championship, variations that these players are likely to have in their heads. Danya, take it away. I want to hear what you guys think.
Well, Peter, I defer to you as the opening expert. One knight f3 has been seen before, and after d5, e3 was played, I believe. This time, g3. Has this also been played in this match? Yes, it has.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a psychological game. It's the last game, a brutal one. Ding Liren going for the rated defense with knight f3, g3. Ding Liren has opted for the ultra solid g7, g6 move, yeah, which led to this symmetrical Grünfeld, where one of the biggest novelties of the match had been played with rook e1 by Gukesh. So it's very intriguing to see how he will react. Will he also opt for g6 because it's a very solid, reliable opening line? But one thing we can say that certainly Team Gukesh couldn't have expected the rete because it was their weapon. It's kind of a big shock and a big surprise that Ding is going for it.
Indeed, and the game that you mentioned, of course, Gukesh had the white pieces, and the shocking rook e1 led directly to a commanding position out of the opening. A little reverse psychology. Looking at Ding's games, g3 has been part of his repertoire for many years. He first played it in 2003 in the under 12 World Youth, but it is far from his most common weapon, and you will drive yourself crazy if you try to account for every single line that features more than 20 or 25 games. There's way too many of them to explore. Most recently, Peter, Ding played the move g3 to defeat Daniel Fridman in a rapid game. He's definitely played it against the top players, but far from the most expected weapon. Definitely Team Gukesh. What have they come up with here?
And we see c5 played. Okay, so this is kind of a reversed Grünfeld, reversed whatever, yeah, it depends, yeah, bishop g2. So if black plays knight c6, then white plays d4. That's then a reversed kind of Grünfeld. We might be seeing it.
Knight c6 on the board. Indeed, d4 on the board. A reverse Grünfeld in its purest form.
Yes, knights, very interesting to see how Gukesh will react. Okay, he plays e6 because honestly, the reputation normally of a reverse Grünfeld is that it should be promising for white. Yeah, so if with the black pieces you are ready to fight against it, it means that you have some specific preparation why you believe that you are actually able to neutralize white's initiative, yeah, because it's typical that white goes for some c2, c4 pawn sacrifice, just like in the Grünfeld, based on very quick development, yeah, castle c4, and now it's the big question, because if white castles, then I believe black has the option of going c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop c5. Is that an option? I think it's one of the main options here for black.
And you pointed out something very important. Ding has had this exact position once, blitz game against Hare Krishna a couple of years ago, but a lot of people unfamiliar with this opening might not bat an eye, but indeed, knight to f6 is the far more common developing move. That's been played 4 times against Ding. If white castles and then black plays e6, we will potentially transpose, but why did Gukesh play e6 first? That's the big question. If he plays knight f6, we're back in main territory, but no, such things don't happen by accident, Peter. Great call.
Yes, exactly. Because if knight f6, then white can play c4, and we transpose into a big Catalan line, which clearly black does not want. So I'm kind of expecting the move bishop c5. No, bishop e7. No, knight g7. Wow, that's a huge surprise. I have never seen this, but a super smart kind of move. The Evil Bar doesn't like it, but believe me, if Gukesh goes for it, it means that his team has analyzed it. And it's not just a surprise, but probably a reliable weapon.
And now the eval bar doesn't like cute puppies and sitting by the fireplace with a book and exciting opening novelties. So we must take it with a grain of salt. And yet again, Gukesh comes armed to the teeth. I have never seen this position before. I'm barely familiar with the move c takes d4, even though I used to play this line with white. Peter, has this ever been on your radar? What are your first impressions? I'll look this up in the database, of course.
Well, the thing that comes to my mind is from the Grünfeld. Yeah, so if we could maybe just back down to the starting position, then let me just show very quickly from the Grünfeld what I'm meaning. So if white plays d4 and we get the typical Grünfeld, knight f6 c4, the original Grünfeld, knight c d5, cd knight d5, or no, not cd, sorry, e3 first, bishop g7, and then here the move c takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen d5, knight e2 exists. Yeah, I think this was actually played by Lajos Portis, my countryman, the legendary Hungarian player, and it has a soul, it has a spirit. Yeah, targeting that queen on d5 with knight c3 and play a long positional game. So by going knight g7, we can now go back to the current position, the live board. We see that actually black is setting up similar ideas. Yeah, black is planning to capture on d4 and then hit that queen with knight c6.
Let me ask you this. Black has carried this out in a slightly different move order with colors reversed. What is the significance of knight g7? By that logic, given that white has the extra tempo that he spent on castling, if black had started with knight takes d4 and then played knight e7 here, is c4 a scarier prospect? Can we understand why he starts with knight e7 in this version?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the reason what I'm thinking of. Yeah, because if white gets c4 in and then knight c6, the queen retreats, I don't know exactly where. It's a big question. Yeah, there are so many different squares which make sense. But it looks scary. But let's just compare. So black played the move knight g7. So if white plays the move c4, then we are expecting that black is probably simply taking d takes c4 in the game.
And c4, of course, any Grunfeld player, this move should be perhaps the most common played by black in the Grunfeld c5 to shatter white's center, often at the cost of a pawn. And you're saying d takes c4 might be an option here.
Yeah, I'm kind of speculating. Yeah, but d takes c4 is also a very scary move. Yeah, you only play it if you know that it works. Yeah, but if, for example, he takes after c4, he relies on knight takes d4, queen d4, knight c6, then it didn't really make any big difference whether he starts with knight g7 or knight takes d4.
Although I would venture to say that maybe white has additional resources on top of c4, which we'll get to. Is knight b5 here a paper tiger, or is it scary?
I think it's very scary because after knight d5, you can take and play bishop f4. And immediately there are big issues with knight c7 check.
And important for newer players to realize this might seem very tempting, but white cashes in too quickly. You are not aiming for just a pawn here. This simply restores the material balance and black is okay. But Peter, as you point out, takes, and bishop f4 with essentially the unstoppable threat of knight to c7. And I will show also, of course, I cannot help it. I'm sorry. This is not just a fork threat. No. This is a checkmate threat. And the World Championship would have an abrupt conclusion. But this would be an alternate reality because we are dealing with professionals here. So if indeed, after c4, black aims to take on d4, then the question is, well, why didn't black take immediately and play knight e7? Why the fancy move order? And my theory, Peter, is that maybe there's another move here, such as e2, e4, that might have scared Gukesh off of this move order. What do you think?
Yeah, at least certainly it gives white much more options. Yeah, e4, c4, maybe on some rook d1, yeah, just getting the rook ready to open up them with e4, c4, depending how black is placing his pieces. So the move knight g7 makes a lot of sense. Now, Ding is taking his time, and I have noticed that whenever Gukesh has surprised him, then we hear some coughs and so on from Ding. So it's not a health issue. It's much more like a reaction of his body to any kind of surprise when he knows that he runs into an opponent's preparation. Now, the good news for him is that there is nothing to be afraid of Gukesh's preparation here, because Gukesh is trying to neutralize white's pressure. Yeah, black is not trying to take over the initiative, but still, it's a little bit unpleasant that you were the one who selected the reti. You wanted to surprise the opponent, and then after all, you get counter surprised, and you're already in a fresh territory.
Yeah, it's the sort of situation where the hunter kind of falls into his own trap. And I did a little bit of investigating, Peter, and as always, I think you hit the nail right on the head. For perhaps the last time, I want to return very quickly to this line, knight takes d4, knight e7, which has been played a couple of times. And Oleg Romanishin, who is absolutely legendary in these types of reverse Grunfeld sideline positions, demonstrated precisely why this is an inaccurate move order. And indeed, it has to do with the move rook d1. His opponent, Nikolai Ninov, Bulgarian grandmaster, Forni de Sopra 2012. I played in that tournament the following year in Italy. And now Romanishin was the only one who correctly dropped his queen to e3, and black lost this game and was completely lost in just a couple of moves. Knight b4 was tried. No thank you, says Romanishin. You are not taking my c2 pawn. Black lags behind in development. Queen c7, c3 chasing away the knight. Already bishop takes d5 is a huge problem. Black tries this move. And Romanishin played queen f4 and won, but the winning move was the intermezzo knight to b5, setting up absolutely tremendous threats against black's king. If queen b6, white moves the queen up to e5, hitting g7, hitting b4, and if the black queen moves elsewhere, then white's queen moves up to f4. And once the knight moves back, b4 paves the way for knight d6 check. It's +3, according to the computer already. So rook d1 was indeed the reason. Knight d7 eliminates this possibility. And I think the most natural move for white definitely is still c4.
Yes, c4, it's very natural, but this case already now we are much more clever than a couple of minutes ago. So this means that after c4, black is intending to take knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6. So basically we can take a quick look at this, and we will also see the difference, yeah, that this rook d1 queen is the idea that Romanishin played is not that effective anymore, yeah, because things have changed.
Indeed. So Ding is thinking there are a couple of games in the database, nothing that caught my eyes, a couple of titled players, but by and large, this is totally unexplored territory.
Yeah, for absolutely. What did you say that for knight takes d4, queen d4, there had been this Romanishin game, but for this exact move order, nothing.
Yeah, there are a couple of games. Let me see. There are just a handful, something like 9 games in the database. Highest rated player to play this with black, Cuban Grandmaster Walter Arancibia Rodriguez. Spanish Team Championship 1998 against David Garcia Ilundain. Grandmaster passed away too young in his career.
Yes.
That game featured knight to b3, and Arancibia actually fianchettoed his other bishop with g6. Not the most common way of developing in a reverse Grunfeld.
Yeah, my very first instinct was when black played the move knight g7 that, okay, he wants to take on d4 and get the knight to c6. So what if I just remove that knight from d4 to b3? But it's a bit slow. Yeah, white is losing time. And I don't know if exactly g6. Bishop g7 is the best. Could easily be, because then if you are able to complete development, then this g6, bishop g7, knight g7 structure is very healthy for black. Yeah, it really gives a very nice impression. So I don't believe that moving the knight is critical. But what else? What else to do? Okay, c4. C4 is the tempting option.
Looking at the database, c4 has only been played. Okay, it's been played 3 times, and all 3 times black responded knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6. So I really do think that is the critical line. Maybe we can put this on the board. And okay, so in terms of the games, how they continued, Queen C3 one game and Queen D1, the highest rated game, 2/2400s. Black responded with D4, but this is a big question, Peter, because D takes C4 always has to be considered in this position. But I think to most people, D4 is still the natural move here.
Yes, I would like to highlight that, of course, from White's perspective, it would be desirable to play the move Queen D3, yeah, to bring the Queen back to D3. However, it runs into 95 double attack. I think this is one of the big issues that White is faced with, yeah, because I don't know, maybe you can even sacrifice this pawn, yeah, but imagine if Black plays a move like D4, then clearly Queen on D3 is much stronger. And after 95, maybe can we play for compensation somehow? Queen C3. If you take Knight C4, then E4, trying to open up the position.
Oh, wow. And this turns into the King's Gambit, but on the other side of the board, undermining the knight. And I would be terrified of my king being stranded in the center, unable to develop the bishop. Or maybe that's the lesser evil, but you would have to reckon with the loss of G7.
Yes, I can even do the intermezzo with E takes D5 first, yeah, just to make sure that even your structure is destroyed. Well, this looks scary. And if you don't take on C4, you play the move D5, D4, you're trying to get this extra tempo, then I'm not sure if it's really a tempo, yeah? Then I sidestep with my queen to B3, for example, and I'm setting up a very quick bishop F4, rook D1. It also feels very vulnerable for Black. Black is lacking development.
And in many ways, this actually hurts Black, because after rook D1 and E3, Black would like to play the move E5, and now the knight's in the way, so Black might end up moving the knight back anyway, not to mention how vulnerable it is to these various tempo moves. So Queen D3 is in play. That's what you're saying, Peter. Very important for White not to automatically stop calculating after knight E5. Super instructive.
Yes, I think that this is a critical move. Of course, psychologically for Dingli, it's obvious that after like 1-2 minutes, once the shock effect has disappeared, it's the main continuation that he looks at, yeah, because this is the most ambitious way. On the other hand, you know exactly that your opponent kind of prepared this system. He's expecting the best moves. So even if you think that this is the best, you might not go for it because assuming that your opponent is ready for it.
But I have 2 points here. And first, just to complete the analysis, if Queen D1 is played, the more sort of conservative move, and Black does respond with D4, the game that I referenced, the only game to reach this position from the 4NCL, British Team Championship, it continued E5, E takes D4, and they reached this very interesting position. Perfect timing, because C4 has been played. Let's pause the analysis and watch the 7th move of the World Championship being played. And here we go. Peter and knight will come to C6, and we will get exactly the position we just had on the board.
Yeah, knight's the critical moment. And how much time will Dingli take for his next move? That's a big question.
I didn't want to say anything for a couple seconds in case I would predict 30 minutes and then 5 seconds later it turned out that he'd already decided on a move. But that would be madness. Madness Carlson to make a move here in just a couple seconds if he's never seen this before.
Yeah, on the other hand, yes, it's a surprise from Gukesh, but it's also a very risky one. I don't believe that Black can play like this if he is not super prepared, yeah, because over the board, just one inaccuracy from Black's perspective, and you can just end up in a lot of trouble, yeah. So you have to have a very specific move preparation here, justifying the fact that you are behind in development. You still need one move to develop the bishop and another move to castle, and White will use those two tempes to create real pressure on Black center. So it's a very risky strategy. Yeah, it's a surprise, but still it's very risky.
Well, what's fascinating is that if White plays the move Queen D1 and Black responds with D4, this exact position with colors reversed has been reached in several very high-profile games, except with one difference. To continue our reverse color analogy, it would be Black to move in this case, because of course it is usually White to move. Let me just very quickly show.
Yes.
To return to a rather common Grunfeld line that you highlighted, Peter. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, knight e2. c5 is one of black's most common responses. Knight c3, queen d8. Look familiar, anybody? And after d5, black's main move is to castle kingside. And now in this position, in our current position, it's as though it would be black to move again. It's crazy how changing the colors can really change your perspective on the position. What black wouldn't give as a Grunfeld player to have 2 extra moves here, but how much of an advantage does that really give?
Yeah, this is modern chess. Yeah, it's crazy. I also feel like Gukesh's team had the desire to surprise Dingliren as quickly as possible, almost every single game. Yeah, this has also worked to perfection in some of the games. It had backfired, for example, in game 12, because even in game 12, Gukesh got his preparation at the beginning, but he didn't know all the details. He was not that familiar with the position. And then Dingliren, with his amazing class and experience in those type of positions, managed to outclass him. So there is some similarity in the two scenarios, yeah, that I'm seeing here. That's why I'm not sure yet what to think of. Yeah, I feel like it's nice to have a surprise, but on the other hand, if Dingliren plays the natural good moves here in this position, then black still has to be very precise to solve all the opening problems.
Yeah, and that position I referenced with colors reversed, it was reached in the game Kazimjan of Giri, Tashkent 2014. Maxima Shilagrav had it on the board, but that extra tempo obviously gives white the prospect of a check on the E file. So queen d1, d4, that position after e3, e5, with the black bishop already developed to e7, it's a completely different landscape, because in that case, black would, guarantee being able to castle. But here's the big moment, because queen d3 is very much in the cards. And Peter, the fact that Ding is taking as long as he's already taken, it tells us that he is not considering queen d1 as an automatic move. He understands that with black's king stuck in the center, you need to think tactically in a position like this. And maybe his previous responses to Gukesh's surprises, which have been largely successful, it's giving him some confidence. He's not really buying all of Gukesh's preparation, and maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, certainly. Ding was also revealing, that his team has mentioned that please think at critical moments, and this is a very critical moment. It also has this tendency that the next 2, 3, 5 moves might decide the fate of the game. The reason why I'm saying it that if, for example, white gets absolutely nothing out of the opening, then okay, yes, you can play, but it will be very difficult because the position can simplify itself. So if white is able to pose black some questions, even if he invests 40, 50 minutes for the next couple of moves, but make sure that, yes, okay, I'm the one calling the shots. Then again, because of the simplicity of the position, that one pair of minor pieces had been traded, the center is getting opened up. There could be, the clock situation might not be so important, just finding the right direction. The big question that I'm having right now is that, for example, what does this queen d3 move changes when black pushes d4? That is the queen really better on d3? The first impression would be that maybe yes, but okay, Ding plays the most traditional way with queen d1.
And indeed, queen d3 will remain behind the scenes, and I think Gukesh's pawn is about to land on d4. D takes c4 is definitely a move, but no, d4 is on the board, and we will once again get, I think, these Benoni moves, e3 followed by e5, and an open e-file might ensue. Now, I wanted to ask a more general question, but I want to also focus on the moves. Do you think Gukesh's or Ding's team is talking through the situation where Ding has the option of, let's say, liquidating or the option of going for a riskier continuation? Was that kind of meta preparation a part of the strategy? And might it be influencing some of Ding's decisions?
Yes, I think that by going queen d1 and e3, Ding relies on, all right, this is a very important game. Let's not to overthink it. Let's play moves that are definitely good. Because you anyway will not be able to play stronger or better than Gukesh's preparation. So it's a very logical, sensible kind of way. E3 challenging black center, and being a tempo up in this position should give him a normal position. And he just sticks to it. What his team definitely has advised him, and Ding himself has tremendous experience, that there is no reason, absolutely no reason to go crazy. Yeah, because he also has this experience that last time he has won the tiebreak, and he has won the rapid tiebreak against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who might have been considered a favorite in the tiebreak. Yeah, so against Ding, it certainly gives you this feeling that, all right, if I have done it against Jan last year, then I shouldn't be afraid doing it next time, or playing tiebreak against my younger opponent. So just not to do anything stupid. If you get a chance, of course, push. I believe this was kind of the direction his team was suggesting.
Sounds like a reasonable strategy. Let the game come to you. Don't play outside of your playing style. Play what you're comfortable with, and be confident in case this match goes to a rapid tiebreaker. Man, already an exciting opening, John. We're virtually in unexplored territory, just 10 moves into the game, which by 2024 standards is basically like a novelty being played on move 1.
It does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? We were thinking out loud, with so much prep, is it really possible to get into a position where we actually surprise our opponents again out of the opening? We have done just that. So hats off, I have to say, to Team Gukesh. Absolute game changers in this match so far. Speaking of game changers, Chess.com, of course, are thrilled to support our fellow game changer, Chess Up 2. You might have heard of them on the stream. They are the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with Chess Up 2 that has now been released. It's a physical electronic board that syncs to your Chess.com account. You can take a look at your rated games on it, and you save and analyze. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sensitive pieces, it supports beginner players, if you're an intermediate player looking to improve your training, or if you just want to play some casual games with family and friends. It's got you covered in all of those scenarios. So make sure to grab one today with $50 off. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Folks, Ding surprised once again out of the opening, but we're in familiar territory. It's happened before. We find out what's going to happen after this, after a couple of short minutes. We'll catch you after the break.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess App will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
World Chess Championship. For nearly 140 years of rich history, we've had amazing stories, legends, and epic battles between intellectual giants. Since 1886, we've had a World Chess Champion, the title passing from victor to vanquisher. But one thing a lot of people don't know is that early on, the World Chess Champion controlled the entire process. They got to choose who and when they would play. That all changed after World War II, when the then reigning world champion Alexander Aljohin suddenly died while holding the title. Fide would then step in to fill the void and take control of the process. In 1948, Mikhail Botvinnik became the first ever Fide world champion. The title of World Chess Champion became a political symbol, controlled and flexed by the Soviet Union. But that all changed in 1972, when Bobby Fischer became the first American world champion, dramatically defeating Boris Spassky. The drama in the chess world just gets better, as 3 years later, Bobby Fischer would completely vanish and his title would transfer without contest back to the Soviet Union to the young Anatoly Karpov. Fast forward to 1993, the Soviet Union is no more, yet we somehow have two world chess champions. The reigning title holder at the time, Garry Kasparov, completely splits from Fide, launching his own organization called the PCA, or Professional Chess Association. And many people don't know that it wouldn't be until 2006 that the two championship titles would finally become one once again, as Vladimir Kramnik unified the claim to the crown. A year later, and Vishy Anand would defeat Vladimir Kramnik, becoming India's first world chess champion. In 2013, Magnus Carlsen would take the title from Viswanathan Anand, becoming Norway's first world champion. Magnus would hold on to the title for 10 years, until he chose to abdicate his throne and walk away. Now, the world is once again watching every move. The 17th world champion Ding Liren looks to defend his title against the 18-year-old Damaraju Gukesh, who looks to follow in Vishy Anand's footsteps and bring the title back to India. Who is next in line for the most coveted title in chess? We're going to find out.
We are back with moves on the board here at the Fide World Championship. E3 Bishop C5 has been played. Peter, this is it's been an intriguing opening so far. I would say that considering Gukesh has taken Team Ding a little bit by surprise in the opening, it's almost unusual. There we go. Excellent camera work, team. It's almost unusual to see that Ding is not half an hour down on the clock. He's posing some questions for Gukesh as well. Are both players now comfortably out of prep and we're just slogging it out over the board?
Yeah, it's very interesting because we have seen that after the Queen D1, Black has opted for the move D4. We're speculating that, yes, clearly White will play the move E3. We have also seen Dingran opting for it. And then the big question was like, if Gukesh has prepared this system, then why is he taking his time? Well, first of all, he probably did not expect the rated today to happen. Yeah, so who knows, probably he's relying on his memory prior to the match. Yeah, and so many things happened before. I mean, during already this match that how can you remember all the details? But certainly he knows his setup. And during the break, I was thinking like, if I would be Black, I would somehow be tempted to develop the bishop to c5 and reinforce the pawn on d4, not allowing this e5 and potentially ed, rook e1, check all these dynamics. The pawn on d4 can be vulnerable. So my feeling was, yes, bishop c5 is a very natural justification trying to protect that pawn. So I was thinking like how White could proceed after bishop c5, because there are a lot of dynamic possibilities. Yeah, for example, you have to take into account that is Black threatening d takes e4 strategically speaking or not. Yeah, it's a very tough question to answer if you are not prepared, because there are pros and cons to the situation. The reason what I'm meaning that the question is that does White have the right to include the move a3? Because if you would, I'm planning to go b2, b4. If you have to play the move a5, which weakens the b5 square, something that we have seen in game 12 as well as a strategy from Ding, then, for example, let me just highlight. After a5, I was thinking about e takes d4. Clearly, Black is probably planning to take, okay, I don't know exactly how, but for example, if he takes with the bishop on d4, then there is this idea, the knight hops to c3, and the knight is threatening to jump to b5. And be careful if you ask, what is this? Why can't you just take on c3? Giving up the dark square bishop can be very dangerous. This endgame with all these pieces, with this terribly powerful long diagonal, pressing down the b7 pawn, White will combine it with rook b1, putting the pressure from every angle. It can be even borderline lost for Black. Yeah, so it's a very big strategical nuance that how do you react to knight c3? Because if you just castle and White plays knight b5, it seems like White gets a risk-free kind of advantage, which would be very much in Ding's favor if it works out. Of course, a lot of dynamics, because Black can, for example, push here e65, and then the bishop is ready to develop with the tempo, giving up the dark square bishop. A lot of questions, but the other question that I was asking right from the beginning, that is d takes e3 a threat? Do we have to worry about this? Yeah, because clearly you have to take on d8 with a check so that you disbalance Black's construction. Black most probably takes with a king, thinking that that king will potentially go to e7, protecting the f7 pawn, which is about to open up. For example, if White takes bishop takes e3, which looks a bit strange. Exactly, you see the evil bar. Just by we are developing the bishop, it looks very natural. But in fact, this trade is good for Black, because the bishop on c5 is the vulnerable piece. With this bishop, you will be able to develop to d7, rook a c8, rook h d8, perfect harmony, nothing to worry about. But if White takes with the pawn on e3, then all of a sudden, you are faced with this b2, b4 tempo hitting the bishop. And whenever you put the king on e7, then after b4, even your bishop will have trouble finding a good square. So there are immediately a lot of problems for Black. You have very dynamic position with a lot of nuances. Ding is taking his time. He has to carefully calculate all these kind of things. I'm loving what we are seeing. It's a fresh position with a lot of questions.
This is, I don't even know where to begin to try and unpick and go into further detail there, Peter. I feel like so much of what you said was so instructive, but it also goes against so much of what beginner players, for example, get taught when they're improving out of the opening. When we were first taking a look at doubling the pawns on the c file, for example, the beginner brain immediately goes, hang on a second, we're still in the opening, we're busy getting castled. If we can double the pawns and fix that long-term structure, it sounds like it has the potential to be really good for no, it's really good for white, and you showed us exactly why, where the bishop on c8 is restricted, the rook on a8 doesn't have a natural square that it's going to go to, and white gets all the initiative with black still needing tempi to go ahead and castle. So it's your explanation there sort of gave us an insight into a lot of the things that we learn as we start to pick up the game of chess, as we become like 1200, 1400, 1600 players. I wouldn't say a lot of that gets thrown out the window, but it gets counterbalanced by these really nuanced strategic considerations that these players are going through in their head like calculators right now, saying, well, yes, that's a problem, but actually I can pose a bigger problem. So it's wonderful to see all of these different moving parts at work in this game. And I think really is a fantastic way to illustrate just how unbelievably complicated this is, even though someone might look at this and go, oh, we're on move 10, what's there to think about? I feel like you've dived into that thought process really well for both players and given us an insight into, if you've got 15 minutes, you can easily spend that amount of time, half an hour in this position, and you still wouldn't uncover half of it.
Exactly, and this is also the reason why I'm still kind of confused that do I like Gukesh's approach? Because it was a surprise. It's in this sense, it sounds fantastic, yeah, that you, in a decisive game, you make sure that your opponent is unable to rely on his preparation. On the other hand, there are so many delicate questions, yeah, and I feel like black is the one who needs to be very precise. The good news for Gukesh fans is that if he already opted for it, he knows that this is risky strategy from black side, because just as I highlighted a couple of dangerous moments here that can happen, he is well aware of that, and he knows the antidote, yeah, because only if you know the antidote, you can really go for it. And some computed, dynamic, balanced strategic ideas, the one that I highlighted, I think it's a very important illustration, yeah, in this situation, for example, that we already know that taking on b5 is not so good. Knight b5, suddenly if the bishop would have to retreat, white would be super happy. White would be probably jumping up in his chair. Yes, I won the opening battle. Fantastic. But suddenly e6, e5, and a quick development with bishop e6, targeting the weakness on c4, brings completely new dynamic to the position. Yeah, so black might be perfectly okay. Many questions, many just very delicate questions, like you are calculating like Dingleland, and you feel like I have a hope, this looks tempting, then you realize that, but wait a second, black has a reaction there, and then, yeah, probably this is what he prepared. I might not like it. Yeah, black gets counterplay. It's not so easy. Then you automatically think about, okay, let me find another direction, and just as you said, very easy to spend 20-30 minutes here.
Ding spending some time looking at Gukesh. I think that was a good 4 or 5 second stare there. Peter, I've talked about the doubled pawns a little bit, and I've asked you the 1400, 1600 question. I want to ask you the 1800 question as well. I was taught, and I think a lot of chess players will have been taught, whenever you consider exchanging pieces over a chessboard, you want to think about what the balance of the position is going to look like in terms of structure going into the middle game and the end game, right? You should always at least consider that, unless there's a 2-move tactic on the board or whatever, right? So from my point of view, on the live position on the board with bishop f5, I'm thinking from the white point of view. If I play e takes d4, bishop takes d4, knight c3, at what point is Dingley Wren thinking about pawn structure in the endgame? Like, it's maybe, obviously there's a lot of life left in the middle game, but is Ding already thinking, okay, with my pawn on c4 and black without a c4 pawn, this is my plan once pieces get swapped off later on. How are we restricting the extra pawn that black has on the e file? Is this an appropriate point in the game to start thinking about that sort of thing?
Yes, certainly. The reason why I mentioned the inclusion of these a3, a5 moves, that we see the benefit, that if we are reaching this position, then white has access to the b5 square. This is a very vital square in this type of position because it's a lot about fighting for the d4 square. So if white provokes that pawn to a5, in long terms it might be in white's favor. However, very important, very nice that you highlighted that. What happens after ed4? First of all, after ed4, if black captures with the knight, which is kind of a very natural way, why not to activate that knight? It might run into tactics with b2, b4, hitting that bishop right away on c5.
Okay,
and
sure.
Here we see the benefit of not included a3, a5 moves, because with a3, a5 moves included, b4 would not be possible. So there is an argument that if you include a3, a5s, black also has the knight takes d4 option. And just to finish the thought process, bishop takes b4 would run into queen a4 check, winning material. The knight retreats to c6. Then bishop captures it with check. After b takes c6, queen takes b4. White wins the bishop and the game and the world championship title. So you cannot afford to take with the knight. So you have to take with the bishop. And then all these nuances with knight c3 again, with the inclusion, without the inclusion. Still, the good news for white is that white relies on this so-called Catalan bishop. The Catalan bishop on g2 puts pressure on the long diagonal. Still, the bishop needs to be developed. It's not so easy, And whenever you push e6, e5, it also comes at the cost of giving up the d5 square. And so a lot of strategical imbalances, lot to think of. I feel like white is risk-free. White can try risk-free to hope for something in the game. This is very good news for Ding fans. But I also feel like if already Gukesh voluntarily went for this position, he should be very familiar with a lot of the ideas.
Okay, I've got one last question from a club player point of view for you, Peter. In the position we were just looking at, actually, after takes, bishop takes, and white plays knight c3, are there any advantages whatsoever to Gukesh with the black pieces thinking, okay, maybe I can create a long-term structural weakness with bishop takes knight, and you're giving away your dark squared bishop, which I don't agree with, by the way, but I want to play devil's advocate, and say, I don't mind taking the knight on c3, then swapping the queens off, and then playing a move like bishop d7, for example, and trying to play against white structural weakness on the c-file. Is there any merit to that at all? Can it be immediately discounted?
Well, now that the pawns are still in a2 and a7, I think that this is now a much more legitimate question, because like this black pawn structure is much more compact. On the other hand, you see after bishop takes c3, for example, queen takes d8, king takes d8, b takes c3, we see another problem that all of a sudden the a3 square is available for white's bishop. So in some case, the bishop can go to a3. This means that black can never really place comfortably his king to e7 because it will be hit with a check. Yes, there is the argument that, okay, yes, you can go to c7. And now we see that thanks to this compact pawn structure, if black somehow stabilizes, it could be maybe playable, but I still feel that it's very risky. Certainly not something that you want to do in a decisive game because it's just too risky.
Okay, yep, that makes a lot of sense. Peter, thank you so much for entertaining the 1200, the 1400, the 1600, and the 1800 questions. I'm going to magically gain 800 rating points now as we reintroduce Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky to the broadcast. He played the mic sacrifice, and it turns out he's come back with plenty of compensation. Daniel, over to you.
Not quite accurate because Gukesh responded with the mic gambit declined. Mike declined. Anyways, John, I just want to say you do not have an easy job. And as always, you are the consummate professional. Thank you for covering for me. Peter, that was some legendary analysis. And hopefully my tech remembers that this is the last round of the World Championship match and decides to actually cooperate for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and e takes d4 on the board, just right at time. What is your feeling, Danya? I was already highlighting some of the finesses I was thinking about. It would be very nice to hear your thoughts.
Well, I will admit, as I was busy fixing my mic and all of the building the scaffolds and putting out the fire of the Notre Dame Cathedral. I missed some of that expert analysis. Was e takes d4 the main move on your radar? And now I think knight c3, bishop takes c3 was the line that you focused on?
Well, I'm very skeptical about bishop takes c3. Yes, knight c3 is my move from white side, definitely. We were just kind of with John talking about that it's interesting to describe this structure, yeah, that white is dynamic, why white is not afraid of doubling the pawns, because thanks to the pair of bishops, then the open b file, the pressure against the b7 pawn. Also, black might lose the right to castle, yeah, after the queen trade. There are many questions. One small nuance, however, I would love to highlight, if you can show, let me show this, that after knight c3, bishop takes c3, I was showing this line with queen takes d8. And here, of course, black has to capture with the knight on d8. This is very important. This would probably limit the damage. B takes c3 and bishop d7 immediately. Yeah? The typical Catalan way of getting that bishop to c6, neutralizing white's bishop on g2. And this looks kind of more or less playable. Still, rook b1 is some question. Yeah, rook b1 white still keeps initiative because bishop c6 can be met by bishop takes d6 check. And then if you take b takes c6, then you also weaken your pawn structure, plus the knight on d8 will be a horrible piece.
And thank you so much for re-summarizing and sorry to make you repeat yourself. That makes perfect sense. What's funny is after bishop c6, knight c6, the first thing I think about when I see rook takes b7 is if 3, I would think the sort of blitz instinct, the natural instinct is the castle to the king side. We're also kind of exploring this deep dark forest.
Yes, my main point that I was making at the start of the position, instead of ed4, if white includes a3, a5, in order to try to have the long-term benefit of the b5 square. But even there, we discovered that with John, that after knight b5, black might be able to push e6, e5, and all of a sudden black gets very dynamic with bishop e6, hitting the c4 pawn. Now, talking about that, then in fact this e5 idea is maybe much stronger for black when a3, a5s are included, because here with knight b5, e5, and the pawn structure a2, b2, it will be much more easier for white to defend this c4 pawn with b3 later on. After the trade on d4, yes? So for example, e5, knight takes d4, e4, and whenever black plays the move bishop e6, we will be comfortably protecting our pawn chain with b2, b3. While when the pawn is already on a3 and black's pawn is on a5, then black can always undermine it with this typical a5, a4 break on the queen side.
That's so interesting, and kind of a reverse echo of the convincing victory that Ding scored 2 games ago, where the inclusion of a3 and a5 was a crucial part of his positional pressure, but that was because he possessed the knight that ultimately landed on b5 and inflicted havoc. This is a good example of how flicking in these 2 moves, you might think, might have no possible downside, and yet it absolutely could have a downside in giving black that queenside space advantage. In the meantime, e takes d4, bishop takes d4. This is currently on the board. I'm looking at the time expenditure. Knight c3 was not played automatically. Could knight d2 also be on Ding's radar? Could this knight be kind of performing a reprisal of white's knight dances in the previous game?
Well, actually, it might lead to the very same position. Yeah, for example, after knight d2, black will play the move short castle. Knight b3, black plays d5. Yeah, if for example, black strategy is, because I don't know if you can really afford to retreat that bishop. Where do you retreat? Yeah, if you go back to f6, then you can never really push e6, e5, because then your bishop will be horrible in f6. You also give up the c5 square, as you beautifully highlight. I somehow feel that black's play is connected with this e5, bishop e6 dynamic possibility, because also after knight takes d4, e4, black will have queen d7, rook a8, bishop h3, lot of ideas in the center.
And isn't it funny how all roads lead to Singapore? I mean, the knight, it can go to b5, to b3, to e2, or even to f3. And if it captures on d4, we have 4 different ways of transposing into the same position. All of it funnels, everything goes to the same place in the end. And as we speak, knight c3 has been played. Gukesh blitzing out short castles. And now a fairly important moment. Will Ding opt for one of the knight jumps, either back to e2 or more likely forward to b5? I didn't have to wait long for that answer, Peter. I got it immediately. And the answer, a firm yes.
Exactly, because it's the natural way of play. The big question is that this e5 move, which I'm expecting that black is really relying on, does it solve all the problems? Or is white able to get something out of this? Is maybe another big theoretical question. I somehow have the feeling that it should be fine for black. It does signal to me that black is just in time. For example, the line e5, knight takes d4, e takes d4. And white's idea of going b3, bishop b2, targeting that d4 pawn as quickly as possible before black gets time to really defend it. Black can, I believe, afford to sacrifice it. Yeah, for example, bishop e6, bishop b2, and we're gonna play queen d. Can we? That's a question. Can we actually play queen d7, or this bishop takes e6, queen takes e6, queen d4 tempo hitting on g7 is an issue? I believe that we might be able to sacrifice it and rely on Marshall-ish compensation with this lovely light squared bishop on e6.
Well, you mentioned Marshall compensation. The line that I thought of is the Catalan with knight e5 and bishop takes c6. But I think in general, there's been an increase of lines where also in a different line in the Catalan, Hikaru is known for, where black sacks a pawn on the queen side. These top players, they often are okay with a position where you're a pawn down. You're not gaining it back anytime soon, but because of some other features of the position, such as opposite colored bishops, in this case, of course, I'll put this on the board, with the presence of queens, black constantly has threats against white's king, and they've analyzed this deeply with an engine. You can see the eval bar is not moving at all. Black has full compensation. I would say, Peter, Gukesh would probably accept a position like this, even with slightly worse pawn structure, like the kind that you get in that Catalan variation. I can't show it, but of course, this isn't guaranteed to be reached.
Yes, and here I believe it's very important to highlight that why it is that black's bishop on e6 is so much more stronger than white's on b2, because the pawn chain, the g7, f6 pawns are blocking the long diagonal from white's side, but the g3, f3 construction, yes, white can play the move f3, but the pawn can never go back to g2. And why it is so important, yet every single coach tells his student 1,000 times that watch out for every single pawn move, because the opponents are not moving back. And a lot at stake. Gukesh is taking his time. This somewhat surprises me, because he came up with this knight g7 concept. This is one of the most natural ways. That's why we are also saying that Dingley Ren, for this critical game, didn't want to refute black's concept. He didn't try to find something extravaganza. He plays the most reasonable, sensible moves, and Gukesh is taking his time. What do you think? What is really happening here? Is he prepared? Is he trying to recollect, or is he also in unfamiliar territories?
Well, these are the questions that were asked of Gukesh in his previous black game, right? Very confidently executing d takes e3, fairly anti-positional move, then blitzing out the few follow-ups, and he just wasn't able to neutralize that lingering tiny advantage. He made a couple of inaccuracies, and despite that big time advantage that he's had virtually every game, he wasn't able to solve his opening problem. So here the onus very much on Gukesh to demonstrate maximum precision to extinguish this lingering unpleasantness in his position before you get too deep into the middle game, and before Ding is able to get into the kind of position where he flourishes. And what a dream it would be, Peter, to have a 2-result game in the final round of a tied world championship. This would be a nightmare scenario, to have a 50-move defensive torture session in front of you. So I like that Gukesh is investing some time. I had 2 quick questions, and you can answer either or neither. The first was, after e5, knight takes d4, is knight takes d4 on black's radar? And the second, what exactly is white's response to a bishop retreat like bishop e5?
Oh, wow. So bishop e5 is, it was a question, that what happens after bishop e5? Again, because the pawns are not yet fixed with a3, a5, the knight on b5 is not an eternal piece, so black will be able to kick that knight out with a6. That's kind of the justification of the move bishop e5, right? That, okay, you tolerate that knight on b5 for a little time, but somehow something tells me that it should be slow. I don't know exactly how do I punish it, but it feels like with the bishop still on c8, queen e2 or queen a4. Queen e2
a6 anyway?
Exactly. Do you have chance to play a6? That was on my on my mind.
I think you do. And again, it's this problem where white might win a pawn in the end. I don't even think white wins a pawn because of bishop a6 at the end of the line, but it's a moot point. I actually think black is getting away with this, and I'll show this for newer viewers. B takes c6. And if anything, giving up this fianchettoed bishop must be done with extreme caution and with a clear justification. That's why I like queen a4, Peter, from that perspective, because after a6, black is not threatening a takes b5, but still bishop d7 is a pretty serious threat. Yeah. So maybe there's a different square for the queen. I'm not totally sure. Queen h5 is a move as well.
Yeah, but again, the same issue with a6. It's intuitively, I thought like you don't have the right to play the move bishop e5, but once you ask the question, I immediately understood that, you are relying on this a6 move. The big question, can I somehow even sacrifice the pawn, like bishop e3, but even then you play a6. That drives me crazy.
And bishop f4, does that compromise the structure too much? Trying to eliminate the strongest piece?
Yeah, I feel that it compromises too much. Yeah, then you just take on f4 and...
I take the queen first.
Yeah, but then I kick also the knight away with a6. You can only justify it if your knight lands on d6. Yeah, otherwise it cannot really be justified.
Yeah, it would be so nice if the pawn were on c5. Time for the Jadoub.
Maybe. Can you play the move c5? Setting up knight d6 idea.
It's not quite the Sicilian that we hoped for, that John hoped for, but, it's white that puts a pawn on c5. Okay, this is very much in the Benoni spirit to play a move like this. I know we don't have a Benoni, but we had some shades of the Benoni with black playing d4 and white undermining the pawn of e3. I like this move.
Yeah, it's interesting. The question is, however, can you play queen a5? Can you hit the knight? And then try to play a6, queen takes c5, go after the c5 pawn.
Can I play queen e2, a6, knight d6, queen takes c5?
Yeah.
Nice. For black, does white have a good queen move here? Because queen b3 walks into a6 and then knight d4. Potentially unpleasant.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Yeah, just a move like bishop e5, which I would have ruled out, earlier, like, no, bishop e5 shouldn't be really working. And all of a sudden, we are thinking, we are looking at it, and it's not so easy.
I was thinking maybe a4 to buy yourself a tempo.
Yes.
And then to push the queen away. But then the queen, suddenly, bishop d2 becomes a detrimental move. And black
says, but then now you can sacrifice the pawn with knight d6, and you are the one pushing, I believe. Takes, queen takes, and then bishop e3 or bishop c3, and black will still have some, bishop c3. But maybe you can take and play e5, and you will just give back the pawn and equalize.
The best thing about having an extra pawn, giving it back at the right moment. But I know some former world champions who would love to have a position like this with white. Positional squeeze, boa constrictor style.
Of course.
Give a Tigran Petrosian or a Mikhail Botvinnik the position, and they all would choose white unanimously. So bishop e5 clearly on black's radar. Let's go back to the live position for a second. Gukesh wisely investing his time because pawns don't go backwards. This next decision, maybe not the game-defining moment, but definitely a moment that will define, at the very least, the course of the game, the flavor of the position.
Exactly. I would like to highlight one more very interesting and strategically extremely important idea. So if black plays the move e5, knight takes d4, and black captures back again with the pawn on d4, I somehow feel that if black takes with the knight, then white should be simply pressing with the bishop on g2. White plays bishop e3, targets that knight. This is not a good scenario for black. This is suffering for free. So black has to take e d4. And after e takes d4, white, a part of going for the d4 pawn with this b3, bishop b2, which didn't bring any benefit, has the other idea of going bishop f4, push that pawn to c5, and land the bishop on d6. It's another strategical idea. But we, for example, see the computer hates it. Computer says no, it's wrong. Why exactly is this wrong? I wanted to highlight that you have bishop e6, c5, bishop d5 idea, for example, from black's perspective. And you are just in time to trade those light square bishops.
I'm trying to figure how could black be better here. Maybe d3. I'm looking at concrete moves like d3, even g5, but I don't see anything that I love. Maybe d3 with the intention of supporting the pawn on the next move. Can black get away with that?
And you just ignore c5, bishop d6, yeah? You just don't care.
Well, I do, but I was hoping the computer wouldn't, but unfortunately it looks like it does. Yeah, c5, I was thinking bishop f5, bishop d6,
bishop
rook e8.
d6, and rook e8, yeah. And you have a lot of dynamics, yeah, with this pawn on d3.
Show me this position. I would never in a million years think that black is the one contending for an advantage.
Exactly.
Simply bishop f5 is the move. With the idea of playing d3. So black keeps the options open.
So c5?
And now the pump fake, queen d7.
Wow. Okay, very instructive. Yeah, just ignoring the bishop on d6, we don't care. Not easy to understand.
I think the point is d3 is coming on the next move. And of course, as we've discussed many times, giving up the light square bishop usually out of the question, especially here because of bishop h3. Concretely, it just doesn't work. And after black plays d3, it's just a splinter. Like black will have knight d4, black will have rook e2. So it's a great example of working around an outpost, which I know Dvoretsky likes to talk about. Even if an outpost is allowed, sometimes the pieces can kind of circumvent it, and it can get very dangerous nonetheless.
Yeah, but this is exactly the reason why I somehow felt like Gukesh's preparation has to be based on e6, e5. And this is the dynamic move, and it's also very much in Gukesh's spirit to always fight for counterplay. Yeah, if you retreat the bishop to e5, it's kind of a scenario that yes, maybe you can survive, but white will always have the initiative, and it doesn't make the position attractive for black at all. It has to be connected with this e6, e5 idea.
And a parallel can be drawn to the previous game where Ding had this concept of solving his problems concretely, also with a pawn break, the move f6. He didn't play it, and he ended up in trouble basically for the rest of the game, which he ends up saving. John, so many storylines, so many stories are in the process of getting written, and the story of the final classical match game is getting written as we speak. A critical moment, the tension rising and rising, and Ding is not rising. He's chilling and he's sitting down deep in thought.
Very, very relaxed. Can you be sat deep in thought and just chill in the final round of a world championship battle? Oh, that's an awkward place for the picture-in-picture, isn't it? There we go. I love that it just magically flies away.
Chill, calm
Absolutely
dude.
Fantastic.
Just enjoying a nice whatever day it is. Friday, Thursday. It's Thursday.
What what even are days anymore at this point? We might be back on Friday. We have to wait and see.
I'm in a daze.
And we have it as chill cam as well. That's perfect. What I will say is that it's really nice that we are taking a look at so many different positions where there are imbalances. Both sides are seeking to create those imbalances, and they're seeking potential weakness if we run into a time scramble situation or anything like that. So both players are really giving it the beans here. And Peter, I like this. I believe Danya has said multiple times that chess players have recency bias. We have had fairly recent world championships where, oh, okay, let's agree a draw. Or looking forward to the rapids, the tie breaks. This is not how this game is being played out. The players are looking for opportunities to strike. And this is really promising going into the middle game here in game 14.
Well, especially now after bishop b6, I'm to be honest completely shocked by this move. I have seen the move, but I did not even wanted to mention it because I somehow felt that this is just bad. Now white might get a free advantage. And exactly that Danya talked about, that you shouldn't be giving your opponent a free advantage like this in this decisive game. Danya, do you see the justification of Gukesh's choice retreating the bishop to b6? What are the benefits?
I'm stunned, and I'm surprised, yes, that he didn't play pawn e5, but if I was told that he moved the bishop, I would think it's a guarantee that he'll put the bishop on e5 for the simple reason that the d6 square is now wide open. Now, I don't think Ding should rush with the move knight d6, but the most natural move, I would say queen e2 followed by rook d1, and Ding must have something of a tactical nature prepared against that, because if rook d1 and knight d6 are played, the bind in the center becomes serious. Maybe queen e2, he's intending to meet with e5, and he's trying to find he wants his cake and to eat it too, like to play e5 and then knight d4 without giving up the bishop pair? And is that an overambitious strategy if it is indeed what he's cooked up?
Wow, actually, Danya, what catches my attention? I don't know, maybe it's completely wrong, but one line where this d6 square is kind of important, because I believe that Gukesh's idea is to go a6, hit that knight from b5, and then get access to the d4 square, relying on this counterplay. But in this regard, bishop e3 move could be somewhere interesting. I just want to highlight one beautiful line. Of course, it's a cooperation and it's a bad line. Just to understand what I'm talking about. Bishop e3, a very double-edged kind of move. It's probably not a good move. I just want to highlight one thing. Bishop takes e3. Black captures on e3. Now white takes, for example, queen takes d8. Here black can take bishop takes f2. This is a problem. So maybe I should illustrate it from the f takes e3 move order. But then black has queen b6, which was a little bit annoyed me. However, okay, forget about queen b6. Let me illustrate the point. If black plays the move a6, hitting that knight, then white has queen takes d8, rook takes d8, and rook fd1. A super important move. And I win the fight for the d file, and you have back rank issues. And look at this, it's almost borderline lost, because the takes a b5, bishop takes c6 tactics works in white's favor.
Even CB.
Even CB, yeah. It's just a very intriguing position, yeah, that it looks like nothing is happening, it's a strategical fight, but there are so many details to this position, yeah, that catch my eyes, for example, yeah, and Dingliren is a super player in this type of structure. He will be calculating all these options.
So we can see here that there are plenty of imbalances on the board. Bishop b6 played Gukesh, trying to stir things up, as both players aim to cook their way to a middle game that they can win and convert. Also forcing Ding to think more as well. Remember, the time has actually been quite equal this game compared to what we've seen after 10 moves in some other games, for instance. And now maybe this is Gukesh's opportunity to properly jump ahead on the clock. So while Ding sinks into the tank and has a little bit of a think, we are going to go to a brief break. But before we do, remember that this isn't the only live chess event that we have going on in December. There's quite a lot, actually, but the next one is in just a couple of days' time in Oslo. It's the Champions Chess Tour Finals, live and in person, and we say live because you are invited into the room with 8 of chess's greatest titans. We've got Ali Reza, Magnus, and MVL here. Amongst them, they will be in Oslo, and together with the high-stakes chess action, your ticket can also include perks like simultaneous displays, hand and brain. You can have photo opportunities with the players and a whole bunch more. If that sounds interesting and you fancy a little bit of a chess holiday, hit !CCT Finals in the chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT Finals 24 and secure your tickets now. We resume with the 2024 Fide World Championship after the break. Bishop b6 on the board. Dingliren is in the tank. The question now is for how long? See you in a few.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are heading to Oslo, Norway, December 17th to the 21st, and you can be there. Watch all of your favorite players, including Magnus, Wesley, and MVL. Tickets are going fast. Get yours now.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With chess up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to the Fide World Championship. Plenty of action on the board. Bishop b6, not exactly top of our Christmas wish list as far as candidate moves are concerned, but that of course gives us plenty more to talk about. It looks like Gukesh continues to try and find obscure moves or maybe things that Ding isn't prepared for to force him to solve those problems over the board. But at what point does that risk not pay off and the position potentially implodes? Here to discuss that in much greater detail than I can possibly fathom are Peter Lecko and Daniel Naroditsky. Folks, take it away. Plenty of stuff to talk about after that move.
All right, thank you, John. Let's get right into the thick of things because we have a lot to explore. A move has just been made, and surprise meets with surprise. I'm going to stop trying to predict any of the twists and turns that we will surely encounter because b3, a lesser surprise than bishop b6, and in case you're just joining, folks, we were expecting the move e5, opening up a diagonal, unclogging the nostrils of the position. Instead, bishop to b6, strange looking move. Queen e2 looked very promising. Bishop e3, Peter, you highlighted before the break. Your thoughts on b3?
Well, b3 basically means that Dingliren understood that Gukesh wants to go for some queen e7, rook d8 kind of setup, and then kicking back the knight with a6, fighting for the d4 square. So in some way, I feel like with the move b3, Dingliren has believed Gukesh. Yeah, the reason why we're kind of skeptical, we also saw the evil bar, of course, jumping, but even without the evil bar, we both had the feeling like White gets very promising, interesting options. Now, my feeling is the reason why I'm not liking b3 so much, I think it's a decent move, but Dingliren should have spent maybe a little bit more time. This was a critical moment after bishop b6, because if here after bishop b6, he could have cemented a clear advantage, then the nature of the position that it's wide open, White has a very easy kind of play. Yeah, you are bringing all your pieces into the game. I don't really see the clock situation playing such a pivotal role at all. So in my mind, it would have been justified to spend a lot of time in order to try to punish bishop b6 to the maximum. But now I toss it back to you, Danya, that what is your feeling like after b3? Is Gukesh now able to get away with it, or is this bishop a3 threat actually quite annoying to meet?
It's definitely, I mean, White's position is still preferable, and you don't need an eval bar for that. So I understand Ding's logic. He also probably wants to be more conservative on the clock. What he doesn't want, what his fans don't want, is yet another hairy time pressure situation in the final game. But my instinct here was to play this move, queen e2, preparing rook d1. And you mentioned before the break, the position's a lot more tactical than it looks. And I was trying to puzzle out, okay, clearly Gukesh sees this move. What does he have in mind? And I came up with the idea of e5. And I was trying during the break to calculate in my head these Byzantine complications, rook d1, knight d4. Maybe this is what kind of dissuaded Ding from going into this position. He's trying to manage his risk. And I'm not positive that White can get away with queen takes e5. Certainly this is not clean after something like rook e8. Peter, I was trying to figure out rook takes d4, rook takes e5, and Black seems to carry home the extra exchange. Otherwise, there's all these discoveries against the rook. So maybe Ding would have done well just to sidestep the complications and play knight takes d4. But this is an easy position to misevaluate, I think.
Yeah, but the point is that after bishop takes d4, bishop e3, it can be almost like a total plus minus. Yeah, that you isolate that pawn on d4 and look at this bishop on g2, this lovely bishop here hitting on b7. Black is not finding it easy to develop. And sometimes these positions can just be lost for Black, as strange as it may sound. Yeah, because, okay, what happens? Just an illustration, queen b6, maybe not the best move, but a natural move to sidestep out of the pin. Protect also the b7 pawn. Now bishop takes d4, e4, and bishop d5 or queen d2, bishop d5. Yeah, we will have all these possibilities to surround this d4 pawn somehow. The position makes a very poor impression for Black.
And in Russian chess terminology, there's a bunch of slang words to describe like a plus over minus position, specifically a position that's not totally lost, but one like this, where there seems to be no hope for a bright future. And it's just random words. The one my first coach taught me was truba, which basically means pipe. You can also say горшок, which is like a pot, or you can even say жбан. And it's like ZH followed by the words ban. I don't even know what that means. I've only heard that in this context. So you want to avoid this type of position at all costs, but queen e2 will remain behind the scenes forever. And let's get our analytical silverware ready, because after b3, a6, can we safely assume that Ding is returning to c3 and knight d6, bishop d4 is to be avoided?
Yes, I think that it's very tempting from Black's perspective to play the move a6 to kick that knight away as quickly as possible to clarify the situation. Just one highlight, yeah, if Black, for example, starts with the move queen e7 instead of a6, that might run into Dingliren's dream idea. Then he goes bishop a3, bishop c5, we trade the bishops and land the queen on d6. And this is a lovely endgame, horrible endgame for Black, depending on from which angle you are looking at it. It's a total catastrophe for Black.
Yeah, and Black might get banned from the World Championship if this happens. Not a option. Okay, so a6, knight c3. And again, knight d6, bishop d4 would have just picked up the extra exchange. What is black's correct approach here? Is it to prioritize the development of the bishop? And we should also remember that you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. The moment black plays e5, it comes with a very heavy price tag. You're giving white this juicy square on d5. So, Peter, what is the lesser evil here for Gukesh if this position is reached? Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's a very big question because on one hand, you don't want to push e5, just as you highlighted, the d5 square will be very vulnerable. So queen e7, rook d8 kind of setup, and then trying to rely on the d4 square looks like a more natural way. But then still also the question remains, that how do you solve the problems with the bishop on c8? Somewhere I see some rook d8, bishop d7, bishop e8, hiding that bishop on e8 kind of maneuver. But does black really have time for it? That's a completely different question.
When I think of a bishop on e8, I think Poreka versus Bronstein. David Ionovich was well known for his unique ideas, way ahead of his time in that sense. And I think he was perhaps the first to propose an increment type time control way before these types of things were in conversation. So queen e7 is one option. I think a lot of people watching would be very tempted to put this bishop back on d4. Remember, it came from there not so long ago. Maybe it's time for the second act. Bishop b2, I suppose. Or maybe
and then e5, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, considering that Ding wants to put the bishop on e3, there are other ways of defending this knight, but bishop b2 is so natural. But yeah, e5, Peter, and the knight is not moving. Exactly. This looks totally reasonable for black. I mean, if you compare this position with this position, clearly black has done a lot more progress than white. I don't know.
Yeah, it's somehow intriguing. Yeah, I'm completely surprised how Ding has opted for b3 and quite quickly because, yeah, b3, a6 looks like black gets something. At least he gets the kind of scenario that he was relying on when he opted for bishop b6. Yeah, because the bishop b6 move looks strange, but strategically speaking, if nothing really happens, if black will be able to get back to the d4 square and then complete development, then he will be fine. Yes, so bishop b6 was an ambitious move. Just we thought like he will not be in time to get everything what he wished.
a6 is on the board, and I have to point this out just in honor of the chat, which is working hard to find interesting complications and ideas. I did not see this at all, but bishop f2 check was a noble attempt that certainly must have been considered by both players, with the idea of meeting king takes f2 with queen f6. Peter, I considered that stack in other positions, and I'm getting some Anand Gelfand vibes from this
queen
idea.
f3. You have queen f3, yeah? And queen takes a1, knight c3. No, I can't trap you like this. Okay.
That's such a cool idea, though. Knight c3. I just
knight e5. You have knight e5.
Oh, no. Queen e3, knight g4.
Yes.
And who needs a queen side anyway? All you need is a queen and knight. Okay. So is there a different way of trapping the queen here? Bishop f3, wow. Queen a1. Wait, what's the big cheese here?
Yeah, very funny.
Could it be king g1, queen a1, and queen? I mean, I can also check. We might not have time to properly look at this. But off the top of my head, I can't say. Off the top of my head, I can't say. It was bishop f4. Oh, wait, bishop f4. Oh, my gosh.
Bishop f4, just simple chess. Yeah, of course. Protecting.
e5? I completely missed bishop f4. But e5, it's still not obvious why this is so good. And queen d6.
Queen d6. Yeah, okay. But this is, again, a very bad endgame. Yeah.
Bishop c6. Okay, wow. This is not easy at all. And queen e5 with several extra pawns. Why was this a blind spot for me? I totally missed bishop f4.
Yeah, I missed bishop f4, and I have seen bishop takes f2, but I thought like, okay, bishop f2, rook f2, queen takes d1 is too cheap of a tactic. I will not mention it, but of course, yeah, king takes f2, queen f6. It's a completely different story.
It's hilarious because I was at a Scholastic tournament this past weekend, and I purchased these tournaments have great mobile bookstores, and I bought Vladimir Tukmakov's book. Several of his books, actually, Profession Grandmaster, and a book called, I think, The Impact of Modern Engines. And he analyzes the game Anand Gelfand from their World Championship match, the 17 mover, where Boris Gelfand opted for a very similar tactic, winning a rook in the corner and there Vishnant ended up trapping the queen. So I was so influenced by that
Yes.
idea that it did not even occur to me that the rook can be saved. How unkind I am to my rooks. I hope they don't judge me. Please, my rooks need to work for me.
Yeah, but I think it's a good illustration also that how much we are kind of shocked by this bishop b6, b3 sequence of moves, because and that's why our brain is not exactly understanding what's happening. I'm still puzzled. Yeah, this bishop b6 option not going e5, and after bishop b6, white opting for this b3 move quite quickly, and after a6 he's thinking, I'm just not understanding. Yeah, the math is not adding up. Like, what is Ding doing? If you play b3, you should expect a6 and you should have your answer ready. Otherwise, why did you play b3 at all?
Oh, I wasn't expecting Gukesh to chase away this incredibly annoying piece. And b3, what's painful about this is you cannot play knight e6. Let me show this very important sequence. And maybe, by the way, there's some tactics here. It did occur to me that the exchange can be sacrificed with bishop to a3. Now, very quickly, I'll just show knight takes c8 is not good because this is a full rook that drops in the corner. What about bishop a3, Peter? Or some other type of exchange sack? No. How could Ding possibly be orienting towards something like this when he had a risk-free advantage 2 moves ago? Why sacrifice an exchange?
Exactly, and it also steps into some queen a5 business. Yeah, hitting that bishop on a3, it could also be an argument against. So, yeah, no, knight d6 is absolutely out of question. But exactly then, if knight d6 is not possible due to bishop d4, and knight c6 is kind of the only move, then the whole b3 operation is not that attractive for white. I'm just not understanding. Are the players showing, or Dinglian is showing sign of nerves? Yeah, that he was unable to force himself to think. Yeah, because sometimes spending time, just as you highlighted, that maybe he's afraid to get into a time trouble in the decisive game. Absolutely understandable, but it also shows that he's very nervous then.
And he must be considering, of course, the preliminary exchange of queens, which undoubtedly is also a concession, a sign that something has gone quite wrong in his thought process. And while Ding is pondering what to do in this critical position, figuring out what his idea was with the previous move, we go live to Mike Klein, who is standing by with the irreplaceable, indefatigable MC, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Take it away, Mike.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the Master of Ceremonies again, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and we're in a very crowded VIP room, but I want to get your thoughts on the game. Ding told me last night not to expect a short draw. What are you expecting so far?
Well, the story of the game so far is this opening move, knight ge7, that Gukesh played. It certainly came as a surprise to Ding, but he has responded very well. This move with c4 and continuing with queen d1, etc., is definitely a nice way to play. And so I think that Ding is going for it in this game now. He's settled in, and Gukesh has played some moves so far that look a little bit shaky, let's say that. So I think Ding has very good chances.
You were in the room, of course, starting the round off. Did you notice any change in demeanor or posture of either player compared to the previous rounds?
They gave away nothing. These guys are professionals, right? So they come in, they look stoic, they look composed, they look ready to go, very focused. So I don't see anything whatsoever, no hint of nervousness on their part in such a big game, one of the biggest games of their entire chess careers.
Absolutely, and we are in the VIP room, so I want to get you out of here with a little bit of a fun question. We've been doing a lot of food talk in this tournament. What's the best thing you've eaten so far in the VIP room?
First, personally, I love prawns, and so every time I come here, I'm just stocking up. They probably like, Maurice, stop eating so many of the prawns. I'm responsible for probably 50% of it being eaten. But everything here is great. The organization has been fantastic. The food, the atmosphere, the buzz, certainly the conditions. It's just been amazing. Singapore has done a wonderful job as a host of this event.
I agree. Best run world championship I've been a part of. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
The man is 58 years old, but he's got the energy of a teenager. And Maurice Ashley, what a positive presence in the world of chess. He is known as a commentator, but here serves as the master of ceremonies, the head of the press conferences here at the World Championship in Singapore. Maurice loves prawns. Well, the players love their pawns. And I'm loving the transformation of the position for Gukesh, we have knight c3 and e5 on the board, Peter. This is not terrible news, but not great news for Ding, and a sigh of relief must have been breathed by Gukesh fans across the world.
Exactly. I think that Black has certainly improved his position. The big question is, however, that is it equal? Is it enough to completely claim equality? Because we see that Dingren has now also speeding up with knight c3, bishop d4, bishop b2 developing, and now the final little touch, queen d2 as well, played very quickly. He just wants to show that, yes, okay, you got the d4 square, but what did you do with your last move, e6, e5? You have weakened that d5 square that we have already talked about. Now white is getting ready to jump with the knight to d5, start trading the dark square bishops, and potentially target the e5 pawn. Yeah, so very nice to highlight with a couple of moves. Yeah, bishop f5, knight d5. And once we eliminate the dark square bishops, then white will get rook fe1, rook a d1 in the center. The pawn on e5 is vulnerable, and potentially also some f2, f4 move is possible as well, just to making sure that black will completely lose the control of the d4 square, and then this cemented knight on d5 gives white certain initiative.
I think that's a really important line because it shows us how easy it is to fall into the sort of eval bar trap. We see a move, we assume that something went terribly wrong, but upon closer inspection, it may turn out that, in fact, Gukesh's path to equality was a very narrow one. And as bishop e6 lands on the board, this is a case in point. This is why Sese was screaming for the... Oops, apologies for that. No, stop. No. What is going on? Why is it? Pause. Sit. Good dog. Good doggy. This is why Sese was screaming for queen to a5, purely for prophylactic reasons, preventing the knight from coming out to d5. And of course, all the armchair generals, all of the couch Napoleons in the world, of course, queen a5. What else is there to do? I mean, why would Gukesh ever develop his bishop? And it's not clear to me what... rook a1, there is now bishop
g4. Yes.
And this would have equalized. After bishop e6, knight d5, is black again facing Ashban?
Yes, I have the feeling that the answer is kind of yes. White gets a very nice bind. And this is exactly the reason why we keep on mentioning, that this is classical game. And so far, Dingliren and also Gukesh has always spent a lot of time. Now suddenly we have seen this is also a natural tendency when you feel like your opponent is kind of blitzing out the typical moves. Yeah, he's setting up his pieces. Then you want to signal, I also know where to place the pieces. Yeah, it's very natural. But this queen a5 was such a golden opportunity and such a surprising shot. I haven't seen it coming. I have to absolutely honestly acknowledge that queen a5 was not on my radar. We also haven't seen this position for too long. That's also one fact. But this is the reason why the players have to sense it and spend time. Now white jumps with the knight to d5, and white has stabilized his advantage. We'll be looking forward to a very nice middle game.
Indeed, we will be. And one detail I want to highlight straight away, the false equivalency of outposts, right? You may think, well, you got an outpost on d5, I got an outpost on d4, it's equal. No, it's not. Because the pawn on e5 is much easier to undermine an attack than its vis-a-vis on c4. In addition, black possesses the ability to take on d5, but then the knight is very capably replaced by a bishop, which might be even stronger. Now, Peter, I'm not sure if white should start with the rook e1 here. I'm illustrating the bigger point, or immediately play the move f4. But I think this is a very unpleasant move for black to face, because in the event of f6, you soften up the target. Now e5 is an isolated pawn. And even after, I think, the primitive rook takes f8, knight c7 becomes an option. Okay, I'm going down the rabbit hole here. Yeah, knight c7 appears to work, because knight takes c6 and queen takes e5 will finally succeed in completely undoing the Gordian knot. So,
but Danya, just a second. I wanted to tell you that I understand why you almost got a heart attack. Yeah, because some queen c5 and some smothered mate possibilities were on the radar. Yeah,
but the knight, I guess, had no effective discovery. But if knight d4 does not concretely solve black's problems, this is precisely the kind of two-result position that I was kind of dreading on Gukesh's behalf. I also don't want to exaggerate here. So how bad is this, for lack of a better term? And what should Gukesh do to minimize Ding's pressure and maximize his defensive chances?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because it's one of those things when white gets or someone gets a stable advantage, yeah, with a structural advantage. Yeah, that's when you cannot really change the course of the game. That's the worst scenario on a top level chess game, yeah, because you know exactly, and we have witnessed this, that these players, whenever they get a chance to press for free, then they just master the situation like a computer, yeah, with computer precision, because they understand exactly what to do, how to improve the position. They calculate all the lines. So at this moment, I'm very skeptical of Gukesh really holding this. Well, in my mind, Ding is not heavy favorite to win it. On the other hand, we know that it's the last game, a lot of nerves are in play. So there are chances for Gukesh to somehow hold this, but it will be a nightmare.
And first and well, literally and figuratively, if he takes on d5, it'll be a bishop mare. But I mean, he has to figure out first and foremost how to resolve the situation in the center. And even before that, he has to decide whether to take on b2 and to find some way to reinforce the pawn on e5, because I find it hard to believe that Black can play this position without landing a knight on d4. I think it is crucial to guarantee the knight's safe passage to that square. I just want to quickly highlight like a story that taught me a good lesson as a commentator. This moment where Gukesh apparently should have played queen a5. I remember commentating the Olympiad. There was a game between Wei Yi of China and I believe Norbek Yakuboyev of Uzbekistan. And Wei Yi was outplaying him. I might have confused the Uzbek player, but I think Yakuboyev at one point had a chance to win Wei Yi's queen. And I saw the Evil bar shoot up to equality. It was the most obvious move in the world. It was a discover check that simply picked off Wei Yi's queen. And after thinking for 15 minutes, Yakuboyev didn't play it. And I just freaked out. How could he not play it? He missed the most obvious move in the world. What a blunder by the Uzbek player. Afterward, I gave the puzzle to my student as a warm-up. And suddenly I realized that even after he wins the queen, it appears that white is winning by promoting a pawn down in exchange. And it's only a draw because of some crazy 15-move sequence that only the computer can see. And that was what Yakuboyev was thinking about. Of course, he saw that he could win Wei Yi's queen. What he was actually calculating was the subsequent variations, which were much, much harder to properly assess. So I learned not to rush to conclusions. This move b3, maybe there was some short circuit and Ding forgot about a6, but more likely it was the product of much deeper thinking, and maybe he underestimated a move like queen a5. So I learned to withhold my judgment until I approached the position a little bit more deeply, and sometimes to give these top players the benefit of the doubt, Peter.
Yes, I think that also for Black, probably it's very important to keep that bishop on d4. So I'm not liking the move bishop takes b2. I feel like maybe queen d6 is a move to try to get a better version of these positions, because I would really love to get b7, b5 in at some point. And by reinforcing the e5 pawn with the queen on d6, I'm kind of also inviting you to take on d4. Then I'm getting my knight jump immediately, bishop d4, knight d4, and then follow it up with b5, creating a weakness on the c4 pawn. And I'm hoping that the weakness on e5 and the weakness on c4 will somehow balance it out.
And if I start with f4 here, then
even here,
f6, is that your intended response?
No, f6. If I have to play f6, I always feel that I will have to suffer. So
never play f6.
My kind of feeling was that maybe I can use the moment with something, but f takes e5, rook e1 is already a big step. My knight on d4 is too vulnerable, so I don't have time for this b5 move, which would kind of solve my problems probably.
And if you shifted the white queen over to b2, because Black can get the same position starting with bishop takes b2, queen takes b2. And actually, what exactly is wrong with f6?
Okay, that this e5 pawn will be very vulnerable, after this fe, and white is the one who can always decide when to include fe. That's another issue that bothers me, that maybe you can also keep the tension. Don't take on e5. You play rook ae1 first, for example. Also question, that what do I do?
but maybe then black can play. I'm actually a little bit concerned here about a move like queen b4, trying to open up this bishop in the endgame. But if you play rook a1, maybe I can, at that point, get away with b7, b5 already, just tactically.
Aha, so you think like you will be in time, yeah?
Just shove this move through. And it's not forced, but somehow like I'm okay here with black because I don't see exactly how white's going to put more pressure on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, but please don't take on e5, Danya. Yeah, play rook a1, for example, without fe5. Just if I go rook a1, I want to play it immediately.
Yeah, yeah. You want to keep this option open for a rainy day. You don't want to withdraw your 401k before retirement. But what does black do here? Black. Okay, let's say I go b5 anyway.
Yes. So I'm wondering if I have any tactics in the position.
It smells. I mean, f5 is a cute move, but black will be acutely aware of the danger of taking that pawn and will just simply drop the bishop back.
Yeah, not so easy. Yeah, okay, can I play... Well, it would be lovely if I could play queen e3, but I have to calculate knight c2, yeah, and it's a very funny kind of line. Then f takes e5, the line goes on. It's a very intriguing line. Maybe I can do it. But always after queen takes e5, you have queen c5. No, I can do it. Okay, let's go for it. Let me play queen e3.
Oh my gosh, what a line. I mean, I stopped when I heard not you have to calculate f takes e5, but you have to calculate. But let's try knight c2, f takes e5. And let me just show for maybe the newer viewers who might see there's a rook hanging. You cannot stop your calculation just because temporarily you're down material. Everything hangs. And just look at this. Black can resign. Black loses all of his pieces. So obviously, knight takes e3 out of the question. And you were looking, Peter, at f takes e5?
F takes e5. Yeah, f takes e5. And then the question was that how do I justify my queen e3 move?
Here, I think, queen takes e5. Yeah,
I think I can take queen e5.
Queen c5, king h1, and there's a discovery with knight f6.
The only question was, do I take rook f8 first or not? But yes, I think I can just take it immediately.
Gukesh is all too aware of the importance of that question. Do I exchange rooks first? He didn't do that yesterday, and that cost him half a point potentially. So f takes e5 works, and white retains the advantage. Maybe black can start with b takes c4. This is not a complicated position at all. I think we need to get something more complex, Peter, because I'm falling asleep looking at these obvious forced lines. And look at this.
And b5 on the board. Yes.
Straight away.
Yes, this is the critical. Yeah, this is basically the critical idea. Yeah, you have to undermine white's pawn structure. Black has to fight against this structure. And this is the way. This is the only way to justify. Yeah, quick b5. Yeah, forget about what I said with queen d6. I wanted first queen d6 to go b5, but if you can play b5 immediately, then it's so much stronger. And look at this. Ding is not moving from his resting area. He is looking at the screen. He has seen the move b5. Very nice to have access to all this video feed. Is he rushing back to the board?
Neither player wants to sit at the board. Board is radioactive. They want to keep their distance. Ding has not changed his posture at all. b5 did not seem to have much of an impact on him, but it has quite the impact on the d5 knight. I think this is a great move by Gukesh, and we have the luxury of seeing that tactically it seems to work out, and it shows that Gukesh understands the urgency of the situation. I mentioned the tendency of procrastination. When you're only a little bit worse, it can be easy to say, there's no direct threats. Let's play some moves out of general considerations. No, Gukesh senses that Ding is only a couple of moves away from developing potentially fatal pressure on his kind of central construction. And so he jumps into action, trying to undermine the knight on d5 as best he can.
Yeah, absolutely justified. You remember just a couple of minutes ago, I was saying I believe that Ding Liren is a clear favorite and black is in for a very tough defense. It's a nightmare scenario. Yes, if white gets the grip perfectly, and Gukesh understands that, he fights back b7, b5 on the board, trying to create a weakness in white's camp as well. Imagine b takes c4 included, and we'll be already talking about the weak pawn on c4 as well. Not only black's e5 pawn will be vulnerable, there is already this tendency of somehow seeing that black will be able to get away with the game. Yeah, it feels like then there are good hopes of solving the problems.
And with a wide open center like this, there's always going to be ideas like a discover check, right? You can imagine, and I'll put this on the board, if white trades, I assume this is the critical variation, then in some reality, the knight moves away from d5, boom, there's a check on f3. So you get that feeling that, white will attack e5 and black will attack c4. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, and there's a high tendency for liquidation in these highly tactical positions with an open center. So my question, Peter, let's say I play f4.
Now you can think b takes c4. B takes c4 intermezzo is possible, yeah? This is very important.
So I have to take back. And what now?
Yeah, well, now I'm telling you that please look at your pawn on c4. It's also isolated already, yeah? So not only I'm having problems. So this case, psychologically, I feel that, yeah, some tactics might work already in my favor to liquidate.
Rook c8 right away.
Yeah, let's try. Fe rook c4.
And you defend the knight simultaneously. And here's black wins.
Yes.
Because precisely of this discover check. White just loses on the spot. That's how quickly the fortunes can change in a position highly charged with tactical resources. Wow. Fe5. So let's say I go rook c1.
You have to play rook c1, exactly. And now it's still black's task to find a good reaction to this.
Knight c6 maybe allows some f5.
Yeah, voluntarily giving up the knight on d4. Just very nice to highlight one time that, yeah, queen d6 runs into double blow. F takes e5, queen e5, some rook e1, and the knight on d4 is loose, and also knight e7 forks. So there are some tactical issues for black.
Yeah, knight e7. So important to spot these forks before they appear. But you're right, Peter. Great find. Rook e1 just dislodges the queen from the knight, wins a full minor piece. Amazingly, and here queen c5, I suppose, would be the way to cut out most of the damage. But why is white not much better after king h1?
Yeah, it's pawn is a pawn, right?
As I heard George Washington say in his inaugural address, a pawn is a pawn. Andre Philidor agreed with that. Yeah, I don't see Gukesh going for this position.
But wait a second. Can you maybe retreat with the knight to c6, target the e5 pawn, and then go for some knight a5 targeting the c4 pawn? Is that a concrete computer idea?
Wow. Now knight f6 already is, an idea to reckon with, but no, it doesn't work for sure. Not enough pieces. And if I go rook fe1, just to highlight
then
Peter,
knight a5,
using every inch of the board. Wow. Yeah, that looks...
At least as an idea. Yeah, it's there.
The computer move here is rook f e8, but this is so vague. Such a vague move to play. You're down upon, no problem. And then, okay, h3, h6, king h2.
h6, yes.
Time to pause the clock and our job is done. But no, I don't see this happening, because to just go for this pawn down position is classic computer chess. Because the queen on c5, contrary to what Nimzovich taught us, is an amazing blockader. It's almost as good as a blockading knight, paradoxically, Peter, because it's hard to, impossible to attack.
In this concrete position, yeah, but I get your point, yeah. So the big question is how the players are calculating all these lines, yeah, how deeply, but we get this feeling, and I think this is the reason why we should be happy that we are kind of illustrating all these possibilities, that we get the sense that how tense is the situation. Yeah, it's not just looking at the evil bar and saying that it's almost equal or white is a little bit better, but there's so much intrigue, so much happening, so many ideas that, yes, if white gets his position, his dream position, that black will be in a lot of problem, but Gukesh is fighting back with b5, trying to be in time to target that weak pawn on c4. I'm loving what we are seeing.
C takes b5 is on the table as well. CB, and then maybe the knight can drop back from d5, which is a temporary possibility. If black plays rook c8, that's taken off of the menu. So, I mean, no question that Ding isn't risking. He's got ways that he can liquidate if he so chooses, but to not even try to push for an edge when just a couple of moves ago, if we consider Gukesh's position to be critical, I mean, obviously one can remember the final game of the Caruana-Carlsen match where Magnus had a big initiative with the black pieces and then suddenly accepted a draw, to the great surprise of all the commentators.
No, he offered the draw. That was the shock. No, that he offered the draw, yes. And Fabi happily agreed. Of course, Fabi has no right to offer a draw in a bad position. Yeah, so it's also a psychological battle. But that was a position which was extremely sharp. Yeah, and Magnus had the strategy that he doesn't want to rely on one attack that might be very strong. He might be winning the game, but if it backfires, then there's also the chance that he might lose. Yeah, it was a different kind of psychological situation.
Harder position to evaluate, and one could argue a bigger edge in the rapid portion. Carlsen was just so confident in his rapid ability after defeating Sergei Karyakin. Here, as you said, the calculus and the dynamics of the situation are much different. A funny story, I actually did some live commentary for that game. I was in university to some classmates and members of the Stanford Chess Club, and I woke up late, of course. And as I was rushing to get to the student union, I got pulled over for running a stop sign. But I told the police officer that please let me go because I need to catch the opening of Carlsen versus Caruana. And I got let off with a warning. So happened to be a chess fan. And
wow,
I actually knew that a world championship was happening. So my story checked out.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. Yeah, imagine if someone would have been ignorant. Yeah, that would be life-changing experience.
Chess seeps through and unites us all. But here, look at the pacing of Gukesh. As you said, the camera angles, in case someone needed any more intrigue off of the 64 squares, well, you got it.
Exactly. This is so illustrative, yeah, that the players are in the resting room. If, for example, we would not have access to the video, we would not have any idea what's happening there. But like this, Gukesh feels the moment. Yeah, he knows that he's under pressure. He also feels, however, that he might be in time, and he seems to be in time with his counterplay b7, b5. But you can never be sure about. That's why you are moving back and forth in your room. It's also the way how I kind of reacted. I always like this, to go into some resting room and then walk back and forth, have your privacy. Yeah, you feel like, yes, I have the privacy, but at the same time, not just sit there like Dingley is sitting, but to be a little bit active.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pacer. I pace everywhere when I'm talking on the phone, anytime you're ruminating. And c takes b5, indeed. I mentioned this in passing, but what a committal decision. And the knight on d5, it looks questioningly up at Dingley Ren and says, you better have something really concrete in mind, because I was enjoying my life on d5. ab5, knight e3, knight f4, knight f6. Where is he going with that knight?
Wow, to be honest, when you mentioned the move c takes b5, I felt like, yes, of course, Danya is a great commentator. He has to announce a move like c takes b5 as well, because you have to highlight that this move exists. But I thought, like, no way it can ever happen in this game.
Me neither.
And yes, and then it's on the board. Wow, I'm shocked.
I think, I mean, again, I want to give Ding the benefit of the doubt, but he might be just trying to liquidate the game at all costs. Yes. And let's put some moves on the board. Let's try to understand. I assume he's going to move his knight. You know, the instinct move was knight e3, but this is terrible. Why would he give away all of his assets? Perhaps he wants something more tactical, Peter. I'm looking at knight f4 and knight b4. Do you have any insights here?
Well, my insight is that my brain just shuts down when I see a move like c takes b5. Like, okay, why on earth would you give up the control of the d5 square? Yes, it has to have some tactical justification. Let's take a look at your lines.
But here just bishop
knight
takes
f4.
b2, queen takes b2, rook c8. I mean, this looks so... Even if black loses b5, it actually looks quite dangerous for white with the presence of a move like bishop h3. And he's played knight f4. It's on the board.
Yes, it's on the board. Yeah, great call, but I'm not liking it. Yeah, simply the direction.
Sorry.
Well, could easily be, but look at this. Suddenly, Black has solved all his strategical problems. So yes, those are tactical, but the point is that there is a saying in chess: when you have a normal position, then normally the tactics should always be on your side. Yeah, and when I look at this position, Black has completed his development. I don't have any feeling that Black should somehow get into trouble in these complications. It cannot be.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh with the move b5, I mean, if he had to accompany this move with an explanation, I'm initiating a long campaign to eventually, maybe one day, get rid of the knight on d5. And Ding, he says, let me be your best friend in that endeavor. He takes on b5, eliminating the support for the knight, and now is ready to exchange not just the knight, but also a bishop that was potentially going to exert serious pressure on Black's knight had it landed on d4.
But also,
Really
wait
surprised.
a second, Danya, the line that you showed with e takes f4, bishop c6, bishop b2, queen b2, I'm even slightly worried for white. Is it possible that suddenly you highlighted rook b8 and okay, you just make a move that actually the position can be a little bit tricky. The white king will be more vulnerable. The bishop on e6 is a lovely piece. You better make sure with white that you trade off everything and make a draw, because potentially it can be slightly worse.
Something like rook d1 comes to mind. Your point is very well taken, and you know the frustration for Ding has been seemingly playing defensively in situations where he's virtually not risking. I mean, the queen and two rooks, middle game / end game, the opposite colored bishop position, where he ends up giving away two pawns to force a draw. That's been one of his issues, and it seems that he's on that path again. Where would you put the queen in this scenario? Would you put it on b6?
Well, I first would like to highlight the scenario. Look at the stage. Gukesh leaning forward. I think that for the very first time in this game, he feels confident. He knows that actually, wait a second, I was defending. I had to be precise, and all of a sudden my opponent shows a sign of weakness. Do I have a chance maybe to take over? I think knowing how ambitious Gukesh is, he is now, first of all, very relieved. He knows that, okay, I'm fine. And secondly, he's also looking at, can I somehow do something?
And maybe I've jumped too far. Maybe there's alternatives before this stage. But if this position is reached, you mentioned that Black could even flirt with the concept of applying a little pressure, stepping on the gas pedal. That makes me think of a move like queen g5, exerting pressure on the g3 pawn. I would definitely take Black here. I mean, in a blitz game, for sure, because of the dynamic chances. I just don't like the direction of this game. And like you said, Ding would have to be, you know, keep his position tight, maybe drop the bishop back to g2. I think there is almost zero chance that he won't make the draw here. But the fact that we're even having this conversation is crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. For example, just to highlight some FG, AG change, Black fixes with b5, b4, the pawn structure on the queen side. Nothing moves there. And there is a psychological game. Imagine Black is in time to play rook fd8, h5. And all of a sudden, we are already talking about a very serious kind of initiative from white, from Black's perspective. So I'm kind of surprised. We see this line, e takes f4, bishop takes c6 is the current position. We are expecting the trade on b2. And Gukesh, and knowing Gukesh, he will be fighting. This won't be such an easy draw unless Ding can prove it.
And, you know, there's a common wisdom in sports. When you're the underdog as a sports team, coaches often say, get the game to the fourth quarter. Because the shorter the game is, the higher the possibility that something crazy happens, right? Anybody can hit a shot, a clutch shot with 2 minutes left. So I think Ding, universally, almost universally, considered the underdog before the match. I would argue not given, you know, sometimes in some corners the respect due to a world champion who's demonstrated excellence throughout his career. But, you know, I think he's okay with getting this match into the tiebreak phase. I think that was the discussion before the game. Manage your risk, right? Don't do anything crazy. Gukesh would like to end it here and now. Gukesh wants to end it in the regular time portion. But Peter, Ding has an opportunity served to him on a golden platter to exert massive pressure, and instead he seems to be hoping to draw the game from a defensive posture. Hard to explain.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I don't like. So even if you go for a tiebreak, if that is a strategy, but if you show a sign of weakness in the last classical game when you had the chance to push and then you are not making the most out of your chances, yes, maybe the game would have ended anyway, but there was absolutely no reason why he wasn't able to pose some problems, some questions, force Gukesh to solve the problems and head towards the tiebreak in this psychological scenario. Yeah, now, for example, if Gukesh makes a comfortable draw here, or even will be able to push, squeeze a bit, he will feel euphoria that, wow, I actually survived this game. And not only I survived this game, but he showed a sign of weakness. He's not ready to fight. This case, I should be able to use this possibility maybe in the tiebreaks. Yeah, I'm not liking the way how Ding reacted, not at all.
And it would dilute some of the pain from the fact that Gukesh missed essentially a clear-cut win in the previous game. If he saves this game, he'll feel that relief, and that will replace, chess players always have that recency bias. It might replace some of the pain otherwise that he would feel from not ending the game, from not ending the match in the classical portion. Now a big moment. Rook b8 is possible. Typical computer move also available, and that is rook a5. To my eyes, maybe I'm getting too old school, Peter. Maybe I'm too boomer, but rook a5, I would never play in a million years. Thank you, Gukesh, for making me feel safe.
Yeah, clear. Yeah, rook b8 is a nice move. And I also feel like why this is so important psychologically, yeah, that the previous game where Gukesh was black, he got outclassed by Ding. And we were talking about, wow, finally we have witnessed Ding in his peak and how beautiful chess he can play. He can play a flawless game like a supercomputer. And that's a scary thought, yeah, that, wow, and it will be in your mind. And then suddenly we have seen the next black game, this last game, run number 14. And again, Gukesh was under pressure. Yeah, so connecting these two games, one gets the feeling that there is a reason to worry for Gukesh. Yeah, that, okay, with black, I'm always not finding a comfortable position. My opponent is very strong. And suddenly, at this moment, Ding solves all his problems. And then he feels like, okay, wait a second, my opponent is vulnerable after all. Yeah, these kind of things in a match scenario should never be underestimated.
Very true. And of course, rook a d1 was the move we initially considered, but it does give the queen a lot of latitude and the possibility to maneuver itself to a commanding post on g5. I see some people proposing queen e5. Maybe white's queen can be first to the party. Now that, I'm aware of this move, it does begin to make sense. I wonder why that could be. What would you play here, Peter? What do you think is the clearest way for white to prevent this from spinning out of control?
I think that the chat is absolutely right, that queen e5 is kind of a move that controls the game. Yeah, so it kind of forces black also to release the tension, f take g3, h take g3, and potentially setting up some rook d1, bishop d5 ideas. Yeah, the bishop should be traded because that bishop on e6 is a monster, and eventually potentially might be seeing some liquidation into a drawn endgame, even if white loses the pawn. Just like Dingley yesterday held that 3 versus 2, it was not an issue at all. A very similar scenario we can be seeing eventually here.
And so maybe black doesn't have the time to play b4. I would be inclined to move the queen out of the danger zone with queen b6. And at this point, I would give it like a 95% likelihood of liquidating one way or the other. Peter, would you co-sign that point? I want to be honest with people. That doesn't mean you should watch the rest of the game. But would Ding try to force the bishops off the board? Or is there a case to be made for bishop g2 being safer?
Well, I think bishop d5 is impossible due to queen c5 pin. Yeah, this is a problem.
Rook fd1, rook d8.
And rook d8.
Rook c1.
You can survive. Okay, but it was a very scary moment. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, in a decisive game. Yeah, but yeah, if it's possible, then of course you can do it.
Yeah, this will shorten the lifespan of the players and the commentators by about 10 years. But yeah, the draw will be attained, and it's all because of this resource. Yeah, rook a c1, and rook takes d5, rook takes c5. The rook x-ray defends the queen. So black can draw probably with queen b6 or queen d6, but bishop g2, But what you said earlier, my worry here would be that in the long run, if the queen is dislodged, maybe black can use the pawn majority, but that's a very unlikely event of a water landing.
Yeah, in general, of course, for white, it's very important to trade that monster bishop on e6. Yeah, now also we see that the fixage of this pawn structure on the queen side, yeah, with b5. It's always important, yeah, people always say, okay, Dingren opted for rook fd1, that in order to evaluate the position, imagine if you remove all the pieces from the board. Yeah, and potentially if black gets that pawn to b4, the pawn endgame can be lost for white. Mm-hmm. This is one of the scary thoughts. And also if we remove all the heavy pieces from the board, then the bishop endgame is also potentially losing, yeah, because black gets the passer on the king side, the pawn on a2 will be an eternal weakness. At least it will be extremely dangerous. It could be potentially lost. So there are scenarios how white can lose the game, but there are no scenarios that ever can go wrong for black. Yeah, that's the reason why we feel like white has to rush with trading the bishops, because then once you trade the bishops, then the drawish tendency, you bring all your pieces to the center, force some more trades, and it should some way or another liquidate into a drawish rook endgame.
And bishop d7, I think if you want to guarantee that bishop on e6 doesn't get away, that would be your choice. It is, of course, for white important to factor in the possibility of f3, but in a wide open board, I think that pawn would be too vulnerable. There would be no way to defend it for long enough to get your queen to h3. So I'm predicting bishop d7 or bishop d5, and it is beginning to look like a peace accord might be on the other side of this liquidation. Of course, there is a draw rule in place. You may not offer nor accept a draw until 40 moves are made. But Peter, I think you pointed this out in an earlier broadcast, where there's a will, there's a way. There is just a certain routine that the players engage in to find the appropriate repetition when both of them have fully settled on a draw.
Or they will find a direct liquidation, yeah, and then they can also blitz out their moves. Yeah, that's not a problem. I'm completely sure it's like 100% that this game will end in a draw. That's not the case. That's that's not the question. The question that I'm having, that why on earth did Dingren showed sign of vulnerability? This is my concern, yeah, because in a match scenario, match situation, psychology plays such a big role. And coming to the last game, Gukesh clearly was thinking like, okay, I have to neutralize my opponent's white move, his kind of preparation, his opening. He was much more tense, than he got under pressure, and he gets away with it thanks to Dingren releasing the tension way too prematurely. I really feel like now after this, Gukesh will get tremendous amount of confidence that, okay, my opponent is afraid. Yeah, this is the message that we are getting from Dingren's choice by going c takes b5. Look at also his chair movement. Yeah, he's moving around in the chair, trying to make a draw, desperately trying to make a draw. And just a couple of moves ago, we're talking about he's having a risk-free advantage.
John, I'm sort of going to repeat my analogy from yesterday. I feel like I just stepped off a roller coaster and the world is spinning before me. Just a second ago, we were singing the praises of Ding's ability time and time again to show capability of meeting Gukesh's opening preparation. He gets surprised, he reacts well, boom, small advantage. And all of a sudden, where's that advantage? Where's the knight on d5? Where's the long-term positional pressure? And where is the will to squeeze that advantage out to its conclusion? This game seems headed certainly for a peaceful conclusion, but are we in for another twist?
I actually suspect not at this point, but I feel really strange about it as well, Dan. Yeah, the last time we went to a break, we were singing Ding's praises, trying to keep things double-edged, keeping imbalances into position, looking for opportunities to fight for those small advantages, to look for a potential win on the cards. And then now it feels like it's a completely different story. So I don't know what the caster curse is doing here today, but we should talk about the psychology of that and what potentially this means for tie breaks, because it is now very, very real, and it will become a very important part of our future conversation for the rest of today. Deadlock at 6.5 each. Dingley Ren liquidating to a probably drawn endgame against Gukesh here. Not too much life left in the position, just a couple more things to try, and the players already looking at each other like, are we going to tie breaks? The game's not over yet though, and it still has to be played out over the board. We'll find out when we come back.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email? Yeah, I can help with that.
James Cantor III here, and we're back with Ding Loren's greatest game on chess.com. Let's dive right in. Of course, we have Chef's House with the white pieces, who is Ding Loren. And with the black pieces, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda going by Polish Fighter 3000. Modern theory so far. Second brilliant move of the game. What is that move? The move here is, you ready for this? Bishop G5. And we live. Oh man, that's sick. Big fella, don't block with your whole face. Let's see what happens after king takes g5. What is the move after bishop takes g5? What do we do here? This one actually is like a mate in 8. But it starts with queen g7. Queen g7 is first, right? You hit him with check. You have king h5 and king h4, right? So king h4, king h5, you have queen g3, especially king h5 here, right? King h5, in many cases, you go queen takes f7 check, and then you come back around to h7. Then you go to g6, like it's a windmill in a way. Queen f7, king g5, queen g6, all right? Queen g6, king h4, queen h6, king g4, this is f3 check, king takes, queen f4 check, king e2, your king, I mean, look, that's too funny. But of course, that didn't happen in the game. After bishop takes g5, what happened is, he was like, you know what, bro, I believe you. You going to the world champ, you playing for the world championship, I believe you, says Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he steps out the way and says, have a nice day, right? Okay, we got some more combos here after king e6. Okay, queen h3, boom, take the bishop, check, right? That was 2 brilliant moves so far. King to d6, get out of the way. Now here, this is actually tough. As the player playing white here, you have to figure this out. You want to keep the initiative and keep attacking. How do you do that? Okay, the move here actually is rook takes b7, right? It takes the pawn, it also hits the knight, which is hitting mate here. Watch this vicious attack. Third brilliant move's coming up. After rook e6, okay, white has to play a very strong move here. It's hard to find. Let's see if you can find it, right? It's very instructional today, and I want you to really use your calculation and tactics as much as you can and think. Pause the video, really, and try to figure this out. It's white to move. Where do you go next? This was a difficult one to find, but not difficult for somebody like Ding Loren, who plays queen f5, right? Queen f5, a very nice move. I mean, queen here, right? Bishop f4 check is coming as well, right? You're just getting closer to the action. You're also defending the bishop in case of a rook g8, right? Stuff like that's kind of annoying, right? But queen f5, getting the queen in the game a little bit more, a little bit closer. You also have queen f4 in some cases, right?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back. All sorts of drama in game number 14 of the Fide World Championship. Perhaps slightly unexpected, we don't know. The Reti being wheeled out once again as a potential weapon in game 14. There have been plenty of flashes of the players trying to push for interesting positions. We were talking about moves like Bishop B6 earlier on, but it does look like that in recent moves, the position is now liquidating towards a draw. So this is interesting on several fronts. First of all, why were we fighting to look for those small improvements in the position earlier on, and what changed our minds to say it's okay to liquidate here? Some questions that maybe later on in the press conference Dingley Ren will be able to help us answer. But what this does mean is that if
Match is tied 7-7 after 14 games, we're in for the final countdown. Tie breaks. This is the part where nerves play a crucial role. Who will keep their cool under intense pressure? The playoff consists of 4 rapid games, 15 minutes plus an increment of 10 seconds per move. If the score remains tied, there will be 2 more rapid games with reduced times, 10 minutes plus an increment of 5 seconds per move. If still tied after 2 blitz games, the players will enter the final stage, sudden death. A single blitz game will be played until a winner is determined. Regardless of how the match is decided, it's bound to be a treat for chess fans worldwide.
So there is a lot to break down here, but in short, we've got a 15 plus 10 rapid match, and it's a 4-game match. If that's still tied, we then take the time control down to 10 plus 5, and that becomes a 2-game match. If that's still tied, we go to blitz, and we get a time control of 3 plus 2 instead, and if that is still tied, we then go to sudden death with a 3 plus 2 time control. Now, Peter, I think there are 2 questions we want to ask ourselves here, and I want to try and separate them both. Question number 1 is us trying to work out why the game has suddenly decided to liquidate and why we're happy to go for the draw. And then question 2 would be what we think will happen and how we believe the players will be approaching a tiebreak. So if we take these one at a time, could you summarize the psychology of the last hour over the chessboard as to why it felt like we were fighting for small positional imbalances, and now suddenly it looks like the ambition's being sucked out of the position?
Well, I think that Gukesh's b7, b5 move had a psychological effect on Ding, because it looked like he has a risk-free advantage. He gets a nice position. He's the one who is pushing. And all of a sudden, Black creates counterplay with b5, and there is a potential danger that he might be having a weakness on c4. And his nerves didn't really let him continue the game. And he saw an exit that, all right, instead of going for this unbalanced position, where maybe something can go wrong, clearly seeing ghosts. And that's why I feel like he showed a sign of vulnerability, that you shouldn't be showing in a match. And he opted for c takes b5, releasing the tension just in order to liquidate. And now talking about the tiebreak, and I think these 2 things connect with each other, that in this case, Gukesh will feel that he's the hunter in the match. Yeah, and this psychological feeling that, okay, my opponent is always, whenever there is some tension, some intrigue in the position, he is trying to look for an exit, which won't be always there. This will encourage Gukesh to keep on looking for chances and put Ding under tremendous pressure in the tiebreak games.
Oh, I'm going to do something horrible, Danya, and leave you with a thought that probably requires quite a lengthy explanation. Peter has just said, and with very good points, that Gukesh might be the hunter in the tiebreak. On the other hand, we've seen Ding repeatedly find really accurate moves under time pressure in the classical portion of this World Championship match, and a lot of people have been saying before the match, maybe we throw that out the window, that Ding could be favored at faster time controls. Is this Ding saying, yes, you caught me by surprise today, but I'm the one hunting tomorrow? This is going to be a fun argument to have. I'll leave that one with you.
Well, that's great stuff. Food for thought. And indeed, John, Ding repeatedly, as Peter points out, causes the game to peter out unexpectedly. And first of all, let me be very clear, as Ding falls below 30 minutes, he is way overthinking things. I was expecting him to play Bishop D7. Now he's decided to keep the bishops on the board. This is precisely the scenario that we outlined where there is no clear path to liquidation. It's making him frustrated, and Ding sort of tilting at windmills, right? He's like Don Quixote fighting enemies that aren't there. He had a perfectly good position. Earlier on, he should have taken longer and perhaps played the move Queen E2, but even after the move B5, Gukesh didn't have a direct threat. So an overreaction by Ding, and you feel like he's sort of sliding into his old ways. You felt with the victory 2 games ago that this is the new Ding. Peter, as you said, this is Ding 3.0. But in this game, you feel that lack of confidence once again. And the game is still going. There is no question in my mind that Gukesh is not himself looking to cooperate with Ding's desire to liquidate. He's looking at his clock and he's saying, at least let's reach move 40, and then I'll think about it.
Exactly. As long as the bishop is on e6, and we see that this beautiful bishop on e6 is looking at both directions, towards the queen side, towards the king side. There is this weakness on a2. Let's just highlight one more time that this b4 pawn from black is actually blocking both pawns. Yes, white has the option of going a2, a3, trying to give up a pawn just to get rid of it, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's going for a4.
That was unreal timing, Peter. How do you do it?
Yes, but actually, is he losing a pawn by force, or will he lose it in a long run? Because b takes a3, rook takes a3, bishop takes b3, might run into rook b1 pin. That would be a big blunder.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, we both felt like now this bishop beautifully eyeing the b3 pawn, and Gukesh has clearly opted for the b takes a3 en passant. This b3 weakness is not running away. Black is already beautifully ready with queen on b6 and rook on b8, targeting that pawn. And we might, if we get into some endgame with 3 versus 2, rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, it's also a draw, but it's a playable draw. So white would definitely love to give up the pawn on b3 only if he is able to trade the bishops as well.
I was actually going to ask you a very similar question. If white can guarantee the trade of the queens and the rooks, what about bishop and 2 versus bishop and 3? Let me manufacture this. Let's say, what is a nice way to get that? I guess, again, purely for illustration's sake, folks, I'm not saying this will happen. This is a blunder. But just so that we can explore something that I think might happen, I'm going to artificially get this on the board. What is the assessment of this endgame? Not to mention the craziness of the fact that Ding is, groveling for a draw. Peter, does black have any practical chances if this is reached?
I think that the bishop endgame is a dead draw. This is nothing to worry about. There is just no way for black to win this game. But if there is bishop and rook versus bishop and rook and 3 versus 2, then yes, it is a draw, but practically can be tricky. Then black can really push, and white might have to show precision. Just to remind everyone, the first game that I won against Kramnik in the World Championship match 2004 and equalized the score, I won 4 versus 3 with rook bishop against rook bishop. So I know exactly that it's much more trickier than people think.
And look at this. I mean, g6 instantly played by Gukesh, very natural move. Black is absolutely not risking. He's saying, thank you very much for giving me this lovely position. And the issue is, how do you give this pawn away in the best way? Black is not threatening bishop takes b3, but black is potentially threatening to keep expanding on the king side with h5. And Peter, as we know, doing nothing is sometimes the hardest thing in the world in a position like this. The moment you move your queen away or you move your rook away, boom, black can immediately capture the pawn on b5. And we're not even at move 30. Suddenly Ding at 26 minutes. It's unreal how the momentum has shifted seemingly out of nowhere.
Exactly. We have been seeing Gukesh pacing in his room, being happy that he was in time to get that b5 counterplay in, so he doesn't need to worry that he will go down without a fight, and it seemed like probably it keeps the balance, with active, energetic play. But then this turn of events, that Ding voluntarily goes into a position where he needs to defend and he needs to show accuracy and giving his opponent the initiative. This is quite surprising. On the other hand, Ding has also yesterday saved the game in a very similar manner, yeah, that he was able to liquidate into this pawn down rook endgame. So maybe this is on his mind, that okay, if yesterday it was a way to go, then I will handle this scenario as well. But psychologically, it's a different scenario. There yesterday, he was objectively lost at some point. The position was very bad. And today he had the upper hand. Yeah, now he offers the trade of queens with queen d4. Is the professional way of going along the lines that, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to give you that pawn. Just let's get into an endgame.
But I mean, I'm worrying a little bit here because there is no way to guarantee the trade of both pairs of rooks. There is a way, I think, to guarantee the trade of bishops, but maybe not. And it just feels like, Ding, you know, you want to ask, why are you doing this to yourself? You know, it's not that the other path involved taking large amounts of risk. In the position after Gukesh played b5, even a nothing move would have maintained a pleasant position for white. So it's like, you know, you're practicing your ability to save pawn down positions, and we've got no doubt in that particular ability, but you know, there was no need to practice it. I just want to show one thing, Peter, very important. After takes, Gukesh might be, first of all, deciding what piece he's taking on b3 with. If he takes with the bishop, I do think that white can play the move bishop d5, and this move hinges on a very important tactic. Rook fd8, rook takes b3, rook takes b3, bishop takes, nope, just kidding, bishop takes f7 check, faked you out, rook takes d8, draw agreed.
Yes, but we will not be seeing this line, yeah, because no. Gukesh will definitely try to keep his bishop. Yeah, he already knows that if he trades the bishops, then they get the same kind of endgame like yesterday. Okay, there is a difference because there are two pair of rooks. Yeah, it always gives some more chance for the attacking side because you have more to play with. But of course, objectively, a draw. I feel like during a game you are somehow tempted to keep the bishops. Yeah, so the idea, however, that Ding is relying on. So if you just show the same line that you highlighted, and black captures with the rook on b3, then also white takes and plays bishop d5.
Oh, and look at that, by the way, Peter. So I'm so sorry to cut you off. Look at what Gukesh just played.
Yes, queen b5. I'm loving it because let's keep the tension. Ding has already highlighted yesterday his ability of neutralizing this kind of endgames easily. Let's keep the queens, because how is white actually changing the character of the game? The rook on a3 is tied to the defense of the b3 pawn as long as you don't trade the bishops, and now bishop d5 is impossible to the pin along the d file after rook fd8. That would be a horrible blunder, and it's a psychological game. Eventually you're going to include the rook from f8 into the game as well. It's not going to be so easy for Ding, especially if he wants to call it a day. He will have to suffer.
World champion level decision making right there, the move queen b5. How many of us would immediately, especially given what happened before, grab the queen, grab the pawn on b3, guarantee that you will never lose? Seems like such a logical, rational decision. But the chances that Ding will mess up a relatively simple draw there, very, very low. He'll be able to get closer to move 40. So realistically, Gukesh's best chance by far, at the very least, make Ding get to time control with the queens on the board. It feels like anytime Gukesh wants, he can orchestrate the queen trade and surround the b3 pawn. That option isn't going anywhere. It's an option that promises very little in the way of winning chances. I love queen b5, and I think he senses psychologically Ding, I think, was praying for the queen trade. He doesn't want the queens on the board. I am starting to get, well, not starting. I've already been worried for Ding for a while here.
He pushes b4. Yeah, he pushes b4.
Please.
Exactly. Yeah, he goes along the line that he wants. Yeah, he wants to liquidate at all cost. It's already absolutely understandable. It's practically correct because that pawn on b4 will be lost anyway. He wants to make sure that, again, if you take everything, then he will get the possibility of placing his bishop on d5. He is not afraid of rook endgames, no matter if it's with the pair of rooks or a single pair. In any case, he will be holding a comfortable draw. And now the big question: will Gukesh find another twist to keep the pressure on? Is there a way like But how? Yeah, no. Now he takes. Okay, now he takes it.
But bishop d5, I think this is a better version for black, and maybe because the bishops can be kept on the board. Can they? Bishop d5. Can you play bishop g4 or bishop f5?
Yes, but then this monster bishop on d5 remains, yeah, and then the pawn on f7 will be vulnerable. So white is combining these ideas. Then white will immediately go for some rook a7 idea, yeah, hitting the f7 pawn, and that should be okay for white.
Although, if I were to play devil's advocate, first of all, let me just very quickly show for newer viewers who might be wondering, does rook d8 win the game? No, the rook comes to the rescue after rook d3. And by the way, rook a8, I was going to bring this up.
A8.
He goes for the other trade, and this makes sense as well. But you called this, Peter, a long time ago. Rook and bishop versus rook and bishop. And Ding has no way to guarantee any other trades by force other than this trade of rooks that's coming up.
Wait a second. And the game that comes to mind that Dinglian has lost at the Olympiad against Lek van Gliem actually featured very much similar kind of tendencies, yeah, that he was trying to liquidate force, and it was kind of a drawish position, but it was close, and finally he lost it. Be careful.
That's such a great call. It was rook and bishop versus rook and bishop. And what else is similar about that game? It came from a position where Ding had a risk-free advantage. He suddenly started bailing out. He saw ghosts, and in the end, the Vietnamese #1 ground him down in a pawn-up rook endgame. Not a pleasant memory to have when you have to save this position on demand to keep the World Championship match going.
Yeah, the good news for Ding is, and the reason probably why he is not that worried, that there Lek Wang had a passed d pawn. Yeah, so there was a special little dynamic in the position, even if it was objectively drawn. But here it's the classical 3 versus 2 kind of scenario. What I'm thinking from Black's perspective is that it's very natural to trade the rooks and then go rook b5, for example, just not allowing any bishop d5s anymore. Place that rook on a dark square on a5, controlling the d5 square, and then you start advancing king g7, h5, g5, king f6, and you start playing some mind games that, yes, I'm going to decide, do I go h4, try to create an h-pass pawn or not? But this lovely bishop on e6 gives Black some chances.
And I'm definitely going to do a search for similar positions in high-level play just to get a sense, has any grandmaster lost a similar type of endgame? Now, these 2 versus 3 with a rook and bishop often happen with opposite-colored bishop endgames, and often that makes the position even easier to hold, as we see the world champion challenger exchanging rooks. Does Black play h5? You called for rook b5 to prevent bishop d5. Do you think that should be the top priority for sure? Is Gukesh considering anything else here?
No, I think that's the main priority, to stop bishop d5. And you know that all these h5, king g7 moves are not running away. There is absolutely no reason to think about that. What happens if I play king g7, bishop d5, I move the bishop? Do I have to worry about my f7 pawn or not? Those thoughts are completely irrelevant, because you can just put the rook on a5, make sure that this question will never appear, and you still do your prophylactic king g7, h5 moves.
Indeed. Gukesh looking down. He's got to be thrilled just to even be in this situation, to have the luxury of deciding how best to twist the knife, how best to torture Ding here. Now, compared to yesterday's game, obviously there's more meat on the bone. White's got to be more vigilant, but it's still essentially a dead draw. And the best news for Ding is that he doesn't really have to demonstrate a particular plan of defense. You essentially sit around and do nothing. Is that an accurate statement?
Not exactly. If it would be a rook endgame, you remember yesterday I was saying that, yeah, there is just no way of losing it. Well, if we look at this position, there are some scenarios. Yeah, for example, okay, once we get this rook to a5, we go king g7, h5, g5, we are coming, and we can create a pass pawn with h4. Then white will have to answer a question. Do I take g takes h4, or do I keep that very annoying pawn on h4 alive, which might be threatening to go h3 check if white puts the king to g2? So there are questions. Then you take g takes h4. Black will have the option of going g takes h4, remaining with a pass pawn. Then the rook can maybe come to f4. The king is coming. There are some scenarios where, of course, it will be a dead draw anyway. but black can, and also black can also for a very long time do absolutely nothing. You just feel like, okay, my opponent thinks like he will hold it. Okay, I'm going to just maintain the tension and pretend that I'm doing this, or, some shadow boxing. Very unpleasant to sit and just wait and you are not able to do anything.
And this is where, the time comes in, and the fact that there's no cushion. It's win or go home. I mean, it's draw or go home for Ding. I did a quick search, Peter, and I did find that the only noteworthy game that came up is Carlsen versus Van Wely had almost the identical position. In 2007, in a blindfold game, Monte Carlo, Magnus was rated 2690. Yes. Magnus was not born over 2700. And Van Wely didn't really try anything. He arranged his pawns on f7, g6, and h5 and quickly took a draw. But maybe that has to do with the fact that it was a blindfold game. Some other players did push this for a long period of time, but I don't see any high-rated white players losing this endgame. I'll do more research, though, during our next break.
No, of course. If I would be in white shoes, that I would play this with the white pieces, I would be completely sure that I should hold this. It would not even cross my mind that I can lose this position. I'm just, from a fact that it's not such a dead low like in the rook endgame, and why on earth do you go for something like this when you had the chance of putting pressure on your opponent? Now, Gukesh can very nicely think about and decide how long he wants this game to last. If he wants, he can play it for 2-3 hours. If he wants, he can call it a day after half an hour. It's in his hands. And basically knowing that it's a match scenario, he knows that his seconds are working. Then, okay, also you are not wasting too much energy. You are just pressing. It is much more on Dingley and burning some mental energy on defending because he has something to lose here.
And what's funny is that we are almost, like if you click reference, we're very close to actually transposing to some other games. For example, so the position that we currently have, let me rearrange the pieces very quickly. Black plays h5, white plays a move like bishop c6, and I'm just obviously not claiming that these moves are likely, but all I have to do here is rook a1, rook d4, rook a8, and we have literally transposed to one of the games that came up in my chess-based search. Black was 2275, white was unrated. This is 1988, and white loses this in 5 moves by committing the cardinal sin of such endgames. Do not push a pawn without proper necessity. Here's what happened in the game. White played the move f4, and it did not like Tom. Peter is like, I can't look at this move. It actually was white to move here. So let me triangulate. It was white to move here. White played f4. Black played rook c4, chasing away the bishop. The bishop moved to bishop to b7. Bishop to b5. Another mistake. Rook to c3. King to f2. Bishop to d5. Still white can hold with the move rook to d8. But white blundered again. White did play rook d8. Black gave a check. And I think king g2 was probably the best move. But instead, white played, one more move. And he resigned. King g2, bishop e4. No, that was played. King h3. This is the losing move. Rook f2, and white resigned because there's this beautiful mating threat where the king is driven to g5 and checkmated by f6. So the worst thing to do is push pawns unnecessarily. On that note, back to the game. g5 was chosen by Gukesh. And John, we want you involved here as well on your thoughts. Peter, didn't mean to cut you off. Bishop d5, bishop f5.
This is I don't even know where we're getting the impetus to continue for another 20 or 30 moves. On the one hand, you're thinking maybe there's a reason why we're moving in here and we're trying to push, but I think I'm going to go back and agree with your earlier assessment, Danya. And I think, to be fair, Peter, you mentioned this as well. I think this is a way for Gukesh to push, but he's not pushing for a result in the game. He's pushing to prompt a mistake before the end of time control. So he wants to get to move 40 and say to Ding, I'm still 50 minutes playing your 20. There's still a theoretical chance that you make a mistake here somewhere and slip up and let me through. I just want to know that you can get to the time control. I don't think it's a super serious attempt, all or nothing, if that makes sense. Peter, would you agree with that?
Well, no, here you don't have to think about all or nothing. You just play, you just squeeze your opponent. I don't believe that time factor will have any impact here because every single side can make very quick moves. Nothing changes. Yeah, in some way, I'm slightly surprised that Gukesh felt that he wants to transfer his bishop to g6, protecting the pawn on f7. That he felt like this way he might have better chances of squeezing the position because it's all about squeezing. Yeah, there is nothing really happening in the next 10, 15 moves. Black is slowly trying to improve his position. White will be patiently sitting and waiting and signaling that, you know what, thanks to, like Danya highlighted, it's very important for White that his pawn is on f2, yeah, because the pawn structure is very safe for White. Yeah, the king also can nicely sit on g2, guarding all the squares. Imagine, for example, just in illustration, if White would play a move f2 to f3, then after rook b2, immediately with the second rank cut and White's king on g1, it would feel very awkward. Yeah, we would be immediately saying that this certainly increased Black's chances. White should be patient, just sit and do absolutely nothing.
So I'm going to throw chat a wobbly here and refuse to throw to ads because I don't think we should position just for a little bit. And I want to go back to the position, but ask Danya a question. High-level analysis would say, there's not much to do here. Okay, it's going to be a draw. We just need to get to... But if you're not a grandmaster, and if you're looking at this position and you assume it's a draw, what are the ways in which White can go wrong? I'll leave you with that, Danya.
That's a great question, and I was going to ask Peter something similar. First of all, for newer players, really important to know this. If you with Black and you were operating on first principles, you play rook b1 because we're taught when we're up material trade pieces. We don't have the time to go into the particulars of this, but the bishop endgame, as Peter mentioned, is a dead draw. That is not the way to continue the torture session. The way to continue the torture session at some point is to play h5 and h4, and therein lies the sort of answer to John's question. I mentioned that White should do nothing. That might not quite be the case. White needs to be prepared at the right moment to get active with a move like rook c7. That's precisely what Ding is doing. And Peter, I'll let you tackle this strain of the discussion, and I'll throw another wrinkle up your alley. If the bishops were shifted to dark squares, if Black had a dark squared bishop and White had a dark squared bishop, and Black was offered that as a possibility, would you accept? And if so, why?
Not really, because I think that White can then much more comfortably sit on the light squares, yeah, with king g2, and also potentially the h-pawn will have a wrong corner, yeah. Every time when we talk about bishop endgame, one has to think about it, yeah. If something goes wrong for White, and that h-pawn becomes the decisive factor, then with the light square bishop, there is a potential possibility of winning the game, yeah. I think this is a very important moment to highlight. If that we would be talking about dark squared bishops, for example, Black bishop on e5, White bishop on e3, then I just don't see any possibility.
That's a great point about always looking at the corner pawn. King g7 on the board, rook c7 is met with bishop g6. So annoying that Black's bishop can single-handedly hold back White's tandem. Now, my next question, when do you play h5? Getting the timing right, pretty important for Black. Are there any other improvements to make? Because king f6 might be counterproductive. Obviously, the king is more exposed on that square. What do you think?
Well, I think that, yeah, cementing the situation with bishop g6 is clearly a priority. Yeah, of course, White can also force it with rook c7, but anyway, you feel like you need this bishop g6 move. And then a nice little move would be also to touch that bishop on d5 with rook d4. They're just telling this bishop that, okay, please decide, do you stay in that position, but then you have to protect it with the rook, and you don't have a nice protection. So Ding goes rook c7, bishop g6. I might be expecting the move then rook d4 from Gukesh, just to disbalance the situation, and then this bishop has to move, then the bishop from g6 will be freed again. Yeah, so it can be a back and forth situation for a while, but it's kind of nice for Black that you kick that bishop away from d5, which White wanted to have there,
giving Black's bishop more freedom. And obviously, if king g2 is played, which is my hand is sort of reaching for, rook d4, rook c5 already succumbs to the classic, the timeless tactic, rook takes d5 and bishop e4 check, which will not happen in the final round of this particular world championship. But Ding, he's taking his time. It is his 36th move. Folks, remember that 30 minutes are added to both players' clocks after move 40. And on top of that, a 30-second increment is implemented. He plays rook c4. And Gukesh is about to say, over my dead body. And wait a second, Peter, this is something about this is making my heart flutter a little bit. Rook b1 check. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Ding is trying the patience and the heart health of his fans.
I understand, but what Ding is trying to achieve is somehow to get bishop e4. Yeah, he would love to trade the bishops. So he's now offering the trade of rooks. We expect Gukesh not to accept this offer. He wants to keep as many pieces possible. But then white will play bishop e4, and all of a sudden black's bishop from g6 cannot jump to e6. Yeah, that's kind of a tricky... you want to give check rook e1. Yeah, that's a very professional way of eliminating that possibility.
And that's what scares me, is the bishop on d5. I mean, it's temporarily cut off. And at that point, I'd be a little bit worried about the h-pawn rumbling forward. And I don't know. Obviously, the evaluation has not changed. And very important for the discerning fan not to think, oh, the eval went from 0.1 to 0.2. Ding blundered. No, unless there's an actual blunder, the nature of the position doesn't change. But this is how such positions are squeezed, right? First, you get a little bit uncomfortable. Black starts to make progress. So Ding has to stay disciplined, and he's got a long road ahead of him.
And if we are already talking about the endgames like this, then I would like to mention that the ideal scenario, the scenario where actually the stronger side has the biggest chance, is rook knight versus rook knight. This is a kind of there. I have already seen many people lose that. Personally, I have won a very important game against Sergei Zhigalko in Dresden Chess Olympiad. It was the very last game to finish. I was playing literally till my opponent falls from the chair. Yeah, I just don't agree to a draw. I will play 200 moves if necessary. And finally, I managed to squeeze out a victory. Also, in Vaikanze, Kramnik has won a game, I think, against Elyanov. So another very high level game where rook knight versus rook knight 3 versus 2 was finally converted. Also some games from Karpov comes to mind. But the rook bishop position is kind of considered that it's a part of the clean rook endgame, is the so-called easiest draw.
This is where if I was in Ding's shoes, I'd be scolding myself for not reviewing page 407 of Dvoretsky's endgame manual. I unfortunately haven't even reviewed page 1 in a long time, although I am the proud owner of the original Russian edition. As Gukesh decides where to put his rook, obviously he does not want to allow a transposition to yesterday's game. He does not want to allow an exchange of either pair of pieces. I'm still, honestly, the new reality is still settling in for me that it's Ding Liren who has to defend this pawn down endgame.
Yes, he has to defend, and he might have to defend for quite a long time. But I believe he's confident that he will hold it. But the question is, then we're going to be treated to at least 4 brilliant rapid games in the tiebreak. I think the whole chessboard is looking forward to that.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so it's good news for us if the game ends in a draw. We will have plenty of action tomorrow. But just this psychology, the way how Ding reacted to the situation today, that's what causes me concern. And I think also Team Ding will be unhappy. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure as a member of Ding's team, you know exactly that he's a brilliant player. The 2 games where he beat Gukesh, he actually showed tremendous play. Yeah? The first game, game number 12, both featured fantastic Ding. Then why on earth is Ding Liren not having this confidence to try to play always like the way he's capable of? Yeah, and as a second, you are very happy. Okay, yes, finally now we have Ding in his best years. That's the way how he can play chess. And then suddenly he shows a sign of weakness. Then as a team member, you are automatically worried that, oh no, not that this happens again.
It feels like he had several airports to select from, and instead he sort of chose a crash landing. I have a quick trivia question for you. I looked up your game with Zhigalko. How many moves would you guess that game lasted?
Well, it was very interesting because I used the psychological trick that people actually, you are taught to do like this, that you torture your opponent forever, basically without making any sense. Yeah, that I was playing like for 40 moves or something like this in a position where nothing happened. And then when you exhaust your opponent and also you give him the sense that, yes, actually I'm kind of giving in, I don't have any idea, then you start doing something. Yeah, and I remember what I remember from that game, that strangely enough, when I transformed from 3 versus 2 into 2 versus 1, which intuitively gives you the feeling that it should be much closer to a draw, then when my opponent made a mistake. Yeah, it's psychologically very instructive, and this is actually how you are taught to treat such endgames, to torture your opponent to the maximum.
130 moves, Peter. I don't know if this was your longest game ever. My longest game ever was 145 moves against Bushanji in Millionaire Chess 2014. I had rook and bishop. He had a rook. And before that, we had a fascinating endgame where I had rook bishop in 2 against rook in 3. And I don't believe that it was winning. And he managed to make the draw on increment. The game lasted well into the night, 3 or 4 a.m. And I at first was enjoying myself. I thought the endgame was winning for sure. A couple of times he nearly released the rook on a square where I could exchange it. And yet the Chinese grandmaster held a draw. Hopefully Ding will not be put through the same torture session. So what was your longest game? Do you remember?
Yes, well, my absolute longest game actually by moves was a blitz game against Vasily Ivanchuk. Yeah, that was this legendary game in the Time Memorial Blitz tournament 2007. Oh, yeah. It was way over 200 moves. Yeah, it was a crazy game. 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. And the whole tournament was kind of stopped because we went on to play forever.
Wow, you had Kramnik versus Leko 134 moves, Dortmund 2012. And you also played a rapid game with him, 133 moves in 2001. And your third longest game versus Valery Loginov, Hungarian Team Championship 1994. You are a beast. You saved endgames at great odds, both against Kramnik and against Loginov. Rumor has it that game was so long, he never could access it because he forgot his Loginov and password.
Well, wow. Actually, Loginov, people might not know him so well anymore, but he was a fantastic player, very big strategist. Mm-hmm. And he was also board one of the Uzbek team that sensationally took a silver medal in the Manila Chess Olympiad 1992. It was amazing. Yeah, that team with Zagrebelny and Loginov was very powerful. And that game started in the morning. Yeah, it was Hungarian League. I believe it was like 9 o'clock in the morning, and it went on forever. Yeah, basically the whole Sunday was spent on defending that position.
Wow, it's like that tennis match, the longest one. I forgot who played. Isner, the one that lasted several days.
Exactly, I remember it.
Nicholas Mahut, I think, was the other player. But it's only move 37. We haven't even made the first time control. As we get back and watch Gukesh play the rook to e1, is that his intention, or will he try something more aggressive like bishop d3? No, I don't see where that bishop would go. Rook e1 is on the board.
Exactly, yeah. It was a very nice call. You called it out already before we started speaking about history and all kinds of memories. Because I felt like with rook b1 check, rook e1, we already highlighted everything that is important to know about the next couple of moves. Yeah, it's all about restriction. You know that your opponent actually is aiming and dreaming of trading the bishops. Then he can just sit and draw comfortably. What you're gonna do with black? You're gonna stop this. Yeah, you simply hinder it with rook e1, and then another idea, rook e5 comes into play, kicking that bishop away from d5. As Danya already highlighted, white is unable with the king on g2 to hang on to that bishop on d5 due to the tactics with rook takes d5 followed by bishop e4 check. So that bishop will be kicked, and then you start, okay, maybe it's not time to activate my king. Maybe it's time to advance my h-pawn. Yeah, you're just going to sit and enjoy. The only problem is that will it be enough Yeah, that how do you really create winning chances? That will be a later question. Yeah, right now you just want to make sure that you improve your position to the maximum. You have to take things like in positions like this, the step-by-step approach.
Yeah, and you made so many good insights. One of them is that this is so much more unpleasant with the addition of a pair of bishops. You remove the bishops and you have total confidence that you're going to make a draw in your sleep. With the bishops on the board, not only are there more freak tactics that are easy to miss, let's not forget how fatigued the players are. How many times in chess history has a player just accidentally put the piece on the wrong square? You make a move like rook c5, boom, suddenly you're in tactical trouble. So you got to be careful from that perspective. And you never know when Gukesh is going to play h5. It's like a torture device where you have droplets of water falling on your head and you never know when the next droplet will fall. So it's this uncertainty about where the next wrinkle is going to come from that often causes players to start fraying at the edges. I still think, with all of that said, barring a miracle, Ding should save the game. But the very fact that we're even discussing these nightmare scenarios, Peter, tells us how far the pendulum has swung in the Indians' favor.
Yeah, and also enough just to look at the body language of the players. Yeah, look at this. Gukesh feeling that, all right, okay, I got a free chance. I will definitely try to maximize. I will play till the bitter end. And Ding, on the other hand, yeah, he sits there like, yes, I will hold this, but actually I have to suffer. Yeah, he's already kind of sitting there suffering. This doesn't make a good impression. And Gukesh is building up. Both players will be taking with them the emotions that they had throughout this game. Yeah, and the memory of Ding won't be that I got a good opening. It's much more like I had to suffer for quite a long to make my draw, which we anyway still believe that it's clearly the most likely result.
And how easy would it be for Gukesh to sit back, enjoy himself? I can't lose anymore. No, this would not be congruent with the incredible determination, the fighting spirit that Gukesh has demonstrated in his first ever match, not just his world championship match. I think this is his first ever serious tournament match. And he wants to do everything he can, squeeze every last drop of blood, every last opportunity and resource from this position. This is, of course, chess in the modern era. It's not over until there are bear kings on the board. Bobby Fischer espoused that philosophy. And Gukesh, he is showing Ding with his body language and with his moves that the journey that lies ahead is a very long one. You're going to have to work up a sweat if you want to force the tie breaks.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not like yesterday's Rook game where we could feel it and we knew it exactly. Yeah, it's just a matter of time when the players will agree to a draw. Here, Gukesh also signals to his opponent the way how he's leaning forward that forget about draw, my friend. Yeah, we are not thinking about the result. The result will be draw most probably, but we're gonna be playing here at least 30 more moves. I'm expecting even more.
All right, let's fasten our seatbelts, folks. Make sure, get the kettle brewing. There's actually, I read recently, I think in England, there's a known effect where during commercial breaks or ad breaks, there are more power surges and power outages because everyone runs to their kettle to brew some tea. So the game will not end at move 40. We're in for the long haul. Make your favorite beverage and accompany us on this journey because Gukesh is determined. And by the way, 12 minutes for Ding. But this is not time pressure. No committal decisions are coming up. Can Gukesh quickly force through h5, Peter? Is there a case to be made for Gukesh to try to force Ding to make some sort of decision before the time control? Or is it not worth it?
I don't really think that you can, yeah, because the rook on c4 actually stops any kind of h5, h4 play. And also you want to keep as many possibilities open as possible. There is quite a limited material. Every trade might help the defender. Yeah, so maintaining maximum pressure. One of the ideas that I also felt like, and we have to talk about it, that in long terms, Black has this idea of going h5 and not push h4 right away, but to fix the structure with g5, g4, then get his king to g5, eventually push the pawn to f5, go h4 then, g takes h4, king takes h4, then get the king back to g5 and try to go f4 and create some threats against the white king. But that's why this construction with the pawn on f2 and the king on g2 so solid that seemingly white's king will be quite safe. Besides, whenever you have this king on h4 and the rook is pinning that king on the fourth rank, then after gh4, king h4, the change of pawns, then white can also play f2, f3, trying to trade that pawn as well.
I'll show this very quickly. So you're talking about, sorry, h4 I meant to play. This type of scenario, the rook pins the g-pawn.
Yes.
But,
and then you have the possibility to play f3, but it comes at the cost that, okay, rook e2 check, king g3 comes, and we might be actually reaching rook bishop versus rook position in the long run.
That's precisely what Ding needs in this game. Is the cherry on top is defend for 50 moves, rook and bishop versus rook, which is, of course, has led to many notorious disasters in high-level chess. Oh my goodness. But this is the ideal plan. And of course, white can try to prevent this from happening by setting up sort of the Maginot line at various stages on this journey. I don't know if black can guarantee all of these moves. So for example, if you play h5, g4, I can try to cut off the king. Can this plan be prevented in the long run though, Peter? Or do you think black has a way to force it through?
I think that black can get this going. I don't really believe that you can stop it. H5 is played. So black will also at some point kick this bishop away with rook e5 just to make sure that this bishop will not target the f7 pawn. Then black's king will be freed. Then the black king can start the journey. Only one thing you have to watch out with rook on e5 and pawn on g4. If you play king g5, then white will play f4 check and force you to take impasse on g takes f3 when you damage your pawn structure. This is the one thing that black has to watch out for. Let's just illustrate this.
Let alone the fact that f3 has to be considered. But your point is a good one because it shows the importance of tactical thinking in any situation. f4 check, and I would be very scared to play king f5, where it becomes a 3-result game again. King h6 drops a bishop to f5, and look at this. Actually, no, bishop f7, I apologize. The reason f5 is a draw is probably because, well, I'm too lazy to look. Even a move like king g7 is a fortress. White is never going to win a position like this. This is good to know. But bishop f7 would win the game. And this greatly simplifies white's task because black's pawns are now isolated. And obviously, the g3 pawn is the perfect pawn to have. So how would black deal with this? Like if you have this type of situation, you mentioned putting a rook on e5 first?
Yes, I wanted to put the rook on e5 from the beginning so that I kick this bishop away so that I don't have to worry about this bishop takes f7 in any positions. So please move to c6. Okay, I kicked you away. And then I have to watch out not to play king h6, king g5 combined with rook on e5 because of f4 check. So eventually I will have to move that rook and open up the g5 square for the king. It's, for example, rook c5, bishop e4, f5. We are kicking that bishop away. You already don't have to worry about bishop e4, king g5 comes, and so on. F4 check is like a double-edged sword,
Why would at least have to make some decisions, and let's watch the remaining 2 moves before time control, because hopefully Gukesh will not make us wait too long. Although, suddenly we see that, that's a good song, by the way, Devil Wears Pradas. Suddenly, we see that black has some concrete calculation to do, because if you miss time, the move g4, you might run into a situation where there's this constant specter of f4. Peter, great call once again. Rook e5 on the board. Gukesh, maximum discipline here. He will not allow white to draw this by force.
Yes, one also has to speak about one thing, that black can play this on forever. He's risking absolutely nothing. But imagine the unlikely scenario that he ends up winning. He becomes the world champion and he avoids all the tie breaks. So it's absolutely understandable that he plays this, he squeezes this till the very end, till the absolutely bitter end, because this is such a risk-free option. And why not to do it?
Move 40 has been made. Bishop f3. Ding gets up immediately. 30 minutes tacked onto his clock. And that's 38 minutes for the rest of the game. That's all he's going to have, but there is a 30-second increment that has been added to both players' clocks. Will Gukesh push g4? Will he start by inching his king forward to h6? This is the final decision before time control is made, and he will not make us wait long. King h6 on the board.
Yes, it's also the typical way that you always make first the prophylactic move. Yeah, you don't rush because you don't have to decide, do I go g4 or do I go h4 later on? Which pawn? You know that you need king h6 in any case. Yeah, so put this king on h6. Also, you press the clock. It's White's turn again to think, to decide that how does he play. And this is always the awkward kind of thing when you cannot force a draw and you feel like your opponent is improving his position. That is somehow psychologically not a pleasant scenario.
And that is the Zhigalko technique. You wait and wait and wait. Everyone's human, and no one's patience is infinite. Well, maybe with the exception of John Sargent. But John, we might be in for the long haul here. We have no idea if this game will last for another 30 minutes, another 30 hours. Okay, that might be a slight exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you get to the time control and we hit the World Chair Championship, even if it's just for a brief couple of minutes, those guys have infinite patience. No, you're absolutely right. We have survived until the time control now. Ding Liren is in for the long run. Gukesh is going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. There's even an element of him just trying to tire Ding Liren out before tie breaks as well. All of these psychological ploys are on the table, not just the position on the board. So, folks, earlier on, we successfully played the muscly capybara gambit, but this time around, we are going to hop to a quick break. Time control has been reached, and when we come back, Gukesh starts the grind.
Hello from Oslo and the venue for the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. As you can see, a lot of construction still going on, but if you turn around, there's already a lot of fun stuff that has happened. We have one of the bleachers set up where you can sit and watch 8 of the best chess players in the world battling it out on stage while you follow the broadcast. On this big Jumbotron, for the first time, you can actually sit inside the arena and watch the broadcast live. You can hear the commentators, you can get the reactions, you can see the analysis, everything while you see the players live on stage. And you hear everything on silent disco headsets, meaning that the players won't be disturbed by the sound going on. And here, the players won't be disturbed by movement inside the arena where the audience is sitting either, because we're going to put up many more of these plexiglass screens where it's going to be a mirror effect, meaning the players won't see anything that's happening here inside that part of the arena. But here, 8 of the best players from December 17th to December 21st going to battle it out to decide who is going to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. You can also be here. You can enjoy all this excitement in what we think is probably the most exciting chess venue ever built. So get here and join the fun with us December 17th through December 21st.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
You're about to enter a gold mine of the most valuable chess tips. To apply the ideas that we learned by studying these games with our games. This is again the most important vital point in this position. I always believe that the ideas of the past could be extremely helpful if we know well the classical heritage.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We're back with the Fide World Championship in Singapore. We are into the end game and Gukesh is settling in to grind. King G1 on the board for Ding Liren. This is the view outside of the glass cube, the playing hall. Considerably darker outside than in, of course, thanks to that one-way glass. Really, really cool arena that they have set up here in Singapore. And Ding Liren suffering in silence now. I suppose it's a horrible question to ask, Peter. I'm thinking about the psychology of Ding right now. He keeps looking up at Gukesh on his move and on Gukesh's move. Is there an element of regret here? Like, even if you're living in the moment and only thinking about this game, Ding must be questioning some choices at this point.
Exactly, because the game ends when Gukesh wants it to end. Yeah, this is a very unpleasant spot to be in. Yes, we know that it should be draw. It's very hard to imagine that there is any scenario how White can lose this game on the highest level, but still the game continues and it's a match situation. Yeah, I think Danya was very nicely highlighting and researched that there was this Fanveli Carlsen game back in the Monaco tournament, Melody Amber tournament, but that was a show event. It was a very serious tournament, but actually people were also there in Monaco to spend a nice time. We played a lot of table football together. The atmosphere was very friendly. Yeah? So it was kind of natural that such positions won't be played for 200 moves. But in a World Championship match, when actually you can press for free, and if suddenly the miracle happens and you are able to somehow convert the extra pawn and you can become world champion, and we have already seen this incredible match, yeah, that how difficult it is to fight and to come back, and the players had done their maximum, and then suddenly Ding is risking that everything is for nothing if he loses this game.
Well, just imagine if instead of tie breaks, everything's drawn over the board, and then tomorrow we have table football, best of 17. You know what? I'd watch that. I suspect that's not what the players have agreed to do. Several moves are on the board, though. G4 has been played, so Gukesh continuing to advance his pawns to try to make that miracle happen. Danya, over to you to take us through what's...
Well, Obviously, as time control has been made, a couple things. First of all, 30 minutes is not an eternity. Gukesh has an eternity on his clock. He can go, attend a performance of the opera and go get a nice leisurely dinner and then come back and still have, plenty of time. For Ding, I mean, he's got to keep some time on his clock. Not if, but when Gukesh poses new challenges, the necessary 10.5 points to win the match. Gunsberg had an advantage, but eventually Steinitz swindled him and gained the advantage. And on the 42nd move, he agreed to a draw. And what they did was something very, very interesting. So I quote Steinitz from the Sun of New York, 1891. Steinitz writes, "At that stage, I offered a draw, but Gunsberg said he would rather go on, and he made some attempt at getting his king into play on the queen's side, which, however, greatly compromised his position. The game proceeded to the 42nd move when Black offered a draw, which White accepted." But here's the interesting part. After this, Gunsberg proposed to Steinitz that they should finish the game, and the latter assented to this proposal and suggested a small stake, at the same time giving his opponent the odds of a draw. On this understanding, they continued the game just for pleasure, and after about a dozen moves, Gunsberg's position became untenable, and he resigned. So officially, the game was counted as a draw, and Steinitz the world champion, but in the true 19th century spirit, for a small bet, they still decided to continue the game for the spectators' benefit. How chess has changed in the interceding years. Here we go.
Yes, very interesting. Yeah, all these historical stories are so fascinating. But also one thing that I really love, and I'm so happy that the whole chess world, and also probably new fans that haven't been following world championships before, and now they are maybe very excited and super interested about chess due to this match, that these matches, they have a completely different spirit than just normal tournaments. I actually would love to have more matches somehow involved into the fight for the crown. For example, all these qualification spots to the candidates tournament. Imagine that all this craziness that is never sure exactly who qualifies from the Fide circuit. Just one little point is deciding. Imagine the scenario. I'm not saying that this is right. I'm just speculating that it could be very interesting. Like the two best finishers in the Fide circuit play a match of best of 6 or something, that who gets that spot, instead of this complete randomness, this one point that you don't really understand why one is ahead of the other, could also make a very nice intrigue for chess. What is your take on this, Danya?
I completely agree. And I think just this match alone, there's always the discussions. These discussions have been going on for over 100 years. Okay, is classic, do we need to shorten the time control? Are desperate measures required? Do we need to switch places between the queen and the bishop in the initial position? I think that more elegant solutions are more than sufficient. And I agree. I think match play brings out new qualities of the players. It creates new storylines. It really helps the fans understand and see the players in a new light. The amount of openings, right, that were played in this match, almost every viable first move was tried by both players. There's a lot of arguments in favor of match play, and it's definitely exhausting for the players. Not all matches have to be this long, but man, oh man, have we been on the edge of our seats virtually from the first move of the first match, which was a surprise, 1e6.
Yeah, 1e6 was a total surprise. And then the surprise continued by the fact also that Dingrian was sticking to his French. Yeah, so it was like his absolute main opening for the match. I'm also very happy that finally we have seen Gukesh going back to 1e4 and posing some serious questions to the French. So just to highlight that, all right, okay, French is nice and good as a surprise, but in a long-term weapon, when your opponent is coming fully armed with new ideas, it's a very risky opening.
Indeed. And speaking of e6, Black's rook has just moved from e6 onto d6, evading capture by the white bishop, and asking the bishop a rather impolite question. It's more annoying than it looks, Peter, for many reasons, one of which is that bishop e4 walks right into f5, seemingly cooperating with Black's ultimate intention, but maybe you want to keep the bishop on this diagonal. So let me say, this is actually a very concrete decision that suddenly Ding has to make. On which diagonal is the bishop going to be kept? Is he going to go bishop b7, or is he going to divert the bishop to the b1 h7 diagonal? What would your intuition dictate?
Well, my intuition dictates that leaving the long diagonal is kind of very dangerous for white, yeah, because then suddenly there is a potential checkmating idea on h1, yeah, if black gets rook e1 check in and that black bishop from g6 somehow transfers to d5, for example, then we are talking about this rook h1 checkmating pattern. Of course, clearly, if you rely on this bishop e4, bishop c2, you will be making sure that none of that happens. But it's a scenario. And also, since Ding has been relying on his bishop on the long diagonal, as a defender, one has the tendency that if I have already decided before and I thought it's a clever idea to defend like this, then let me stick to it.
Yeah, bishop e4 would be the automatic move if a bishop trade could be guaranteed. Unfortunately, no such luck. And rook c6, so close. Again, Jadub that king up to g2, and a draw would be achieved. They'd be preparing for the tiebreaker because white would force the rook trade. But no, let me just highlight how easy it is to lose your discipline. This is a check. Checks must be defended against, and the bishop will be no more. So this is the first defensive setup. Keep the bishop on c2 versus keep the bishop on the long diagonal with a move like bishop b7. I would refrain from bishop c6 because that would create needless tactical chances with connected with rook takes c6 later on in the game.
Yes, correct. I'm just loving, this move rook d6. I have been highlighting that every single idea which kicks the bishop away from d5 is kind of very nice. Mm-hmm. Yes, white could play the move rook c5, that you are highlighting, but anyway, if black's idea is to go f5, king g5, then I might not mind, then I just ignore this rook on c5.
But can I, one moment, I'm trying to find a way to set up some tactics, like king g5, maybe meet it with bishop e4. And my other question, Peter, f4, not advisable, probably because the g3 pawn is weakened, and also this sets up the idea of h4.
Yes.
And king h5.
Exactly. Yeah, those kind of ideas are very risky and very dangerous. Why should white at all give black the chance of dreaming of some winning scenario? Yeah, that's one of the things that you certainly don't want to allow. You have to sit and wait. And the question is that does actually this whole plan we have been highlighting, king g5, h4, and then we trade on h4, does it really give black winning chances, or is it just looking much more frightening than it is in reality? The point is that often creating some ghost threats are enough to make your opponent be scared, switching maybe his defenses, and that's how you get extra benefits as well.
And just suddenly, like king g2, f4, boom, that'll take Ding a minute to think about. And before you know it, from the defending side, you've tied yourself up in knots. Like the enemies have transitioned from, an ant to Leviathan, where you don't know where the threat's going to come from. That's how panic sets in, and that's how you get into time pressure. Because I think if Gukesh were to score a miraculous victory, an important part of the process must be getting Ding to, under 5 minutes. And let me tell you, he's doing a great job of that so far. Ding's down to 23 minutes, another couple thinks, and you're dealing with clock trouble for the rest of the game.
Yes, and we can see it's visible that Ding is kind of nervous. Yeah, he senses, he feels, he knows that, yes, it should be a draw, but this is not an elemental draw. It's not like you can lean back on your chair and you know exactly that even with 1 second on the clock, you will just be able to defend under any circumstance. And look at this. Gukesh in his resting room, grabbing a snack. He knows exactly, I want to torture my opponent. I want to grind this position. I need energy. And this is another sign that he is willing to go the maximum distance.
Yeah, and for anybody thinking that he's ready to give up the mercy draw, no. Then he'd be drinking his chamomile tea, not powering up with some chocolate, or I was going to say, is that a chicken nugget or whatever that is, and getting ready for the long haul. But look at that pacing. This is no longer the pacing of someone concerned about his position collapsing, but rather you show him this position. He wouldn't believe that he would have this on the board if you showed it to him on move 23. It's now move 43, and the landscape has changed completely.
Yeah, if already you mentioned what he's eating or like this, I think it's very important to highlight that chess players are already like real athletes. They pay attention what they are eating, and whenever we see players, I think they are eating healthy food. Yeah, it's very important to stay fit. So some dried fruits, some nuts, some fruits are much more preferred than any other things. And normally also chess players, a part of tea, they only drink pure water because that's the way how you want to maximize your energy level.
Indeed, and if you're allowing yourself a coffee or espresso, just black, no sugar. What a world apart that is from the Stein and Zukertort match, where the reporters covered every aspect of the routine, including what they ate. And it was customary for the players to share dinner, to sit over the same dinner table. And on one particular occasion, chess and supper together from the St. Louis Republican of 1886 reported that they had duck breast for dinner. And they highlighted an exchange between Steinitz and Zukertort. Pawn takes rook, replied Steinitz, digging out a bonne bouche from the duck's breast. Queen to knight 6, check, said Zukertort, reaching for his glass of beer. Already there, no beer, no duck's breast. Chess is now a sport. Times have changed, and Black's king has changed positions. Up to g5 it goes. And very interesting stuff. More decision-making for Ding. And while we have an opportunity here, before the game heats up again, we have Mike Klein standing by with a very special guest, Gukesh's mental coach, Patty Upton. All right, Mike, take it away, and let's have some insights from Patty.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the one and only Patty Upton. His name's come up several times at the press conference, and this is the first World Championship I can recall where somebody has brought a mental health coach. So can you tell us what you've been working on with Gukesh?
Yeah, thanks very much. It's also my first championship I've ever been to. So when Gukesh qualified after the candidates, his team looked around for what do we need to do to help prepare him for this event, and one of the things was let's try a mental coach. So I've been speaking to him probably once a week for the last 6 months, just preparing him as best possible to manage his mind during, as an 18-year-old during what is a very big event, and how can he manage his mind that he can stay focused on making one move at a time on the chessboard for 14 games in a row.
And what about here in Singapore for these 3 weeks? How active has your communication been during the match?
So my belief and what I've worked with Gukesh is that, champions, one of the biggest mistakes people make when they get to their first big event is they think I need to do something special or something more. That's a big mistake. What you actually need to be doing is just doing what you do really well and just consistently. So he needs to play as well as he played at the candidates and during the Chess Olympiad. So part of the preparation was he needed to be ready from game one and to be able to know exactly what kind of chess he wanted to play, what mindset he wanted to be in for the 14 games. So the idea was the less input that I need to give during the 14 games is a reflection on how well his preparation was. And the plan was can we prepare you as well as need be that you don't actually need to speak to me at any point. That would suggest that he's ready. And we've hardly spoken during his time here, which I'm super happy about. It just suggests he knows what he needs to do. He's got it, and he's just unrolling the plan that we've come up with in the last 6 months.
And to the best of my knowledge, you just arrived. So did you talk to him this morning at all? Any questions or things that you worked with him on this morning?
No, I haven't spoken to him today. It's always up to him to reach out to me. I don't reach out to him. I've been here for 2 days. He knows I'm here. But before I arrived, we had a brief conversation on the phone. And at any time, if he needs just to clarify something, he'll pick up the phone to me. And as I said, I'm happy that he hasn't, because that means he knows what he needs to do and he's going according to plan.
Any specific chess advice he asks you? E4, D4, things like that?
Absolutely not. I know very little about chess, and it's been amazing to have, sort of worked at maybe 50 hours of conversation. I know nothing about chess, but I don't talk chess to him. I talk how is he managing his mind when he's on the chessboard, when he's made a mistake, how does he recover really well, when he's in a strong position, how does he manage himself, or if he's in a defensive position or in a weak position, how does he manage himself, if he hasn't had a good night's sleep or he gets distracted by something during the game, he's got his ways that he manages himself and manages his mind. So, literally those 50 hours, we condensed them into just a very simple 2-page document. There's your mental strategy. He's crystal clear, and it's been a nail biter, and he seems to be unfolding that plan quite nicely.
Fascinating stuff. We've all remarked at how well an 18-year-old's been able to comport himself. I'm sure a lot of those lessons that you've been imparting have been involved. I'd love to talk to you more, but fascinating stuff. And if it works for cricket and rugby players, I'm sure what you've taught him can work for chess. So Paddy Upton, thanks for your time.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Nice chatting.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Fascinating insights from Paddy Upton. Thank you for your time, Paddy. And it shows us that chess, it is very much a sport. It is a sport that requires tremendous mental exertion and, yes, physical exertion as well. And if you are a skeptic, then this game might serve to convince you otherwise. In the meantime, a big decision made by Ding Peter. We need to jump right in because he's made the decision to exchange a pair of pawns. It might seem good on the surface, but that means he is now saddled with a long-term weakness on g3. He played f3. Gukesh responded with f5. F takes g4. And h takes g4. What do you make of this transformation?
Yeah, it's a very interesting transformation because on the one side, we have highlighted this, that it's kind of scary for white if black is able to cut that king with a rook d2. Yeah, it's a typical idea of cutting white's king off. But on the other hand, thanks to the pawn on g3 and also the rook on the 4th rank, black is controlling the only advance f5, f4 very nicely. So in this regard, I believe that black needs to get the rook to d2 and potentially start transferring his bishop from g6 somehow to e4. Yeah, that will be the challenge for white. Yeah, if somehow with the rook e2, bishop e4 construction, black can force white to take on e4, and then black will get the dynamic opportunity of capturing with the pawn and suddenly create a pass pawn. That's a scenario of how black can try to break through. White will, of course, do everything in his power to stop that, or only allow it if he knows exactly that he's able to hold move per move.
And your story about the way that you broke down Zhigalko's resistance, it was a different endgame, but it stuck with me. The fact that an exchange of pawns, it creates a new set of problems. And under 20 minutes now is Ding Liren. There's a lot of ghosts that you can be afraid of here. Some of them are actually kind of real. So let's put some moves on the board. If white, let's say, withdraws the bishop to g2 and curls up into a corner, how does black maximize the activity of his pieces? I would imagine you want to start with rook d3 to gain a tempo.
Yes, let's do it.
And then give a check. And how does the bishop get involved exactly? Through what square?
Yeah, well, okay, bishop f7 is a good starting point. Yeah, we hit the rook. Where do you go with the rook?
c5.
All right, c5. Then let's go king f6.
That's an annoying move. Let's say I play primitively with a check.
Yeah, okay, bishop e6. First, just to illustrate that also for white, it's kind of annoying that you cannot do anything. Yeah, you have to sit and wait.
Yep, let's say rook b6.
Rook b6. Yeah, now I go king e5.
Oof. Rook b5, bishop d5.
But maybe that you can do, yeah? You can trade then the bishops and that should be draw.
I can take with the bishop. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that is not a problem. So yes, I might continue the journey with king d4.
Okay. And if I keep checking you, I will run out of checks pretty quickly.
Yeah, the only problem is that my king is doing absolutely nothing on e3. Yeah, it looks frightening. First of all, I shouldn't be blundering my bishop. Yeah, with rook e5 check. But yeah, just what I want to illustrate, that actually this plan of activating the king, it might look very good. Yeah, of course we have to bring the king. But where is this king running? This fixed structure, this pawn g3 against f5, g4. Maybe actually it's more advisable for black to remain with the king on g5 and avoid any of these checks and really try at all costs to get this bishop via b3 c2 towards the e4 square.
White has his own set of tactical defensive ideas with moves like bishop e4, but let's get back to the board because a move has been played by Ding and we might get Gukesh playing quickly to put pressure on Ding's clock. Another great call by you as Gukesh does get his bishop involved. There's no immediate rush to play rook d2 because I'm imagining that Ding will not drop his rook back to d2. Or will he?
Yeah. Well, actually also that with the rook on d6, just in case when you go back with the king to f6, yeah, get out of this pressure against the f5 pawn, then the rook protects you from checks, yeah, so the sixth rank is guarded. I really believe that Gukesh is somehow trying to set up that bishop transfer to d3. Yeah? If the bishop gets to d3, that would be a lovely square because it protects the f5 pawn, which means that then his king would be freed. And also potentially will always have this bishop e4 idea. Of course, it shouldn't be enough. Of course, white should be drawing it, but creating maximum pressure, playing against your opponent's clock, playing against his nerves, that's all what requires that maybe there will be a chance.
And I mean, just observe the body language by Ding, and you really cannot help but notice he's already eaten into his time addition. He's down to 15 minutes to 16 minutes and change. And this is, I think, what you mentioned. This is what you see when Magnus squeezes out, these famous endgames that look like dead draws. The way he does it is he creates the illusion of progress. So his opponents, they start to fear ghosts, they start to burn time. And eventually the illusion of progress turns into real progress because suddenly black has actual ideas. Ding needs to stay composed. He cannot get into panic mode. And the hardest part about that is when you start feeling like you can actually lose this game, that it's a real possibility that the unthinkable will happen, you need to keep those thoughts at bay.
Well, and usually because it's a step-by-step process, yeah? So black is continuing to improve the position. For example, now there is a nice way of going rook d3, hitting the pawn on gc, and then setting up this bishop b3 idea, and then get the bishop to c2, and then we take it from there, yeah? So that's a very nice concrete way of how black is actually planning to get the bishop to c2. Maybe this is also what makes Ding now nervous, yeah? He sees ways for black to improve the position. A very annoying moment. Yeah, king f2 played. It does not change anything.
Yeah. Rook d2 check. King e3 is a very risky move for white because it leaves the g3 pawn unattended. That's what they warn you not to do in an airport. Don't do it in a world championship match either.
Yes, certainly, yes. It has a, but even if you worry about this, you can go rook d3, but of course rook d2 check, you provoke, you invite your opponent, okay, please be active, yeah, activate your king, but of course, yeah, Ding goes back to g1, now we're gonna see rook d3, the bishop lands on b3, and the bishop will go to c2, and that's when the real fun starts.
Oh gosh, and you're talking about the bishop landing on e4. Under what circumstances would black desire the trade of bishops? Are you talking specifically like if white's rook is on b3 in this case and black's bishop is on e4? Is that a rook endgame that black wants?
Well, yes, I think so, yeah, that if I can somehow force you to take bishop e4, fe4, and then even I get the chance to bring my king to e5, I think that it's just a winning position, objectively speaking, for black. And so, yeah, king f6 on the board.
Very important point. A pawn endgame, and this is one of the most commonly forgotten about theoretical endgames, can be losing for white even without the f-pawn. If you imagine, let me very quickly put this on the board just because it's so important. I think potentially, again, please ignore all of the moves I'm making. I'm just trying to show the position as quickly as possible. This position is winning for black, Peter, and a lot of people don't know this. They think, but white can get the opposition, even though white loses the pawn. First, black shoulders the king. And the point is, because black's pawn is on the fourth rank, the opposition no longer matters. The king steps to the side, and black wins the game. So black can use this as leverage in certain cases to do stuff that he otherwise wouldn't be able to do.
Yes, but now after king f6, exactly, Ding instantly used his chance of giving the rook b6 check. I'm expecting actually Gukesh to return with his king to g5. And this is the advantage when you are on the stronger side of this position, yeah, that you can allow yourself to play a move like king f6. Nothing happened. All right, you passed the test, you played rook b6 check. I'm gonna go back to g5. I still have my plan of transferring my bishop to this b1 h7 diagonal, setting up a potential bishop e4 idea. Clearly, I believe that white will be fighting with the rook on b4 against bishop e4. You just don't want to let that happen. But then already black's king walk will be all the more interesting, yeah, because eventually black's king gets to e3, and then you get bishop e4 in. That might be already objectively winning position, yeah. So many things. There are some scenarios where things can go wrong for white.
absolutely. Still unlikely. I have no appetite for pretending, for the sake of hype that, Gukesh is knocking on the door of victory. We're nowhere near that stage. Let's give Ding's defensive technique the respect it deserves. And also, he's proven his ability to hold much more difficult positions than this one. But at no time in the match has the nervous tension been greater. This is the final game. He has to hold it. If he loses, we have a new world champion. All of these thoughts running through your head, interfering with the thought process. Where do you keep your rook, Peter? How do you wait here if you're Ding? That can be the hardest thing in these endgames, is just doing nothing, treading water without accidentally damaging your position.
Yes, okay, one could make the argument that if you want to keep everything like this, then maybe just shuffle the king back and forth, king f1, king g1, but putting that king on a light square is already psychologically difficult, yeah? It's not a surprise that Ding is only using this king f2, king g1 squares, yeah, it's a common knowledge, yeah? If your opponent has a light square bishop, stay safe. Also, white's look on b4 does not want to go to the a file, yeah, because that would be a light square on a4. b4 is this gives us the feeling that maybe his bishop should shuffle, yeah, like bishop a8, bishop b7, or is he thinking that somewhere he wants to go bishop c8 if black activates that bishop? That's why he's keeping the bishop on b7. I don't see that to be a critical idea, but you never know.
Yeah, when you start seeing ghosts, every move contains a drawback, and before you know it, you've persuaded yourself that you're in a Zugzwang. You're like, bishop a8, only move. I would be inclined to keep the bishop on the diagonal. I think the type of move that impacts the defensive construction the least is to shuffle the bishop on the long diagonal. But yeah, you mentioned the black. How does he continue the journey with his bishop again?
Well, now that he played bishop e6, he can also come back with the king to f6. Yeah, he's signaling that he actually just wanted to avoid this rook b6 check, and he knows that whenever he wants, he can transfer that bishop. Yeah, so this rook d3, bishop b3, bishop c2 idea kind of exists in all the positions.
Wow. More and more uncomfortable. I feel like since the exchange of the f-pawns, the air feels different. It feels like White's defensive task has gotten more difficult.
Well, it's a very funny situation. If Ding would have been under pressure throughout the game, I would be saying that, okay, it's fantastic. Yeah, he should already hold. There is nothing to worry about. But if we think about what happened before in the game and what we are seeing now, this together adds to the pressure. And then imagine that this is the last game of the World Championship. If he loses this game, the big question is, will he ever be able to forgive himself? Yeah, because this would be then a completely unnecessary loss that will haunt you forever through your life.
And had a single move been different, had Ding played queen e2, had he avoided needlessly exchanging on b5, cooperating with Gukesh, the roles might have been reversed. We might have been sitting here at this very moment. Gukesh might have been the one under pressure for the entire middle game. Instead, look at the time disparity. He's got almost an hour up on the clock. An hour. He's got an hour, 9 minutes to 13 minutes for Ding. And as Grandmaster Nakeson suggests in the chat, the typical strategy, maneuver, milk White's clock down, preferably under 5 minutes, and then at some point, press the gas pedal. Get your king around and try to get the bishop to e4. And if Ding finds a series of accurate moves, you've done everything you could.
Exactly. This is a very good point. Yeah, that there is absolutely no reason for black to rush because white cannot do anything. Yeah, you just pretend my strategy against Gigalco. Yeah, like you are doing nothing. I was going back and forth, making sure that we never have any threefold repetition. Yeah, that you have to pay attention to. Otherwise, you just exhaust your opponent. At the same time, you are already thinking about the position that you are trying to use later on in the game. So not to waste time, but you do that when your opponent has little time on the clock to maximize the pressure.
Still thinking. He's now spent 4 minutes on this move, which is probably going to end up being a waiting move. White doesn't have any other type of move that he can make. What is he so worried about? Is it the prospect of the king coming around? And if so, could he be considering shifting the rook away from the fourth rank? Maybe that's what's causing him to spend so much time?
Yeah, he's not comfortable. Yeah, we see also that he's constantly moving in his chair. Understandably, yeah. If I would be defending this position and the stakes would be so high, if you defend this position at home in a friendly game, okay, you know you will be tortured, but who cares? Yeah. First of all, you believe you will anyway hold a draw. You'll be also maybe laughing at your opponent. Okay, why are you torturing me? We both know that it's a draw. But when the stakes are so high and black can actually just squeeze you for absolutely free and play on your nerves, exhaust you completely, and you have to constantly make up your mind how do you play. For example, now he opted for rook a4. For some reason, he wants to keep that bishop on b7.
Indeed. What is the significance of that piece? And black could dislodge with rook b2. And in general, common endgame wisdom dictates that the longer the distance between a rook and the king that it's cutting off, in the future, this could be good because it could prevent some defensive technique involving a zigzag toward the rook. But this doesn't seem like an endgame where that's significant because white's king is not even planning to abandon the g3 pawn. But where is white's bishop going to go in response to rook b2?
Exactly. Just because of this fact that it took so much time for Ding to convince himself to move that rook from b4 to a4, it's somehow tempting, yeah, that okay, you spent time for rook a4, you didn't know what to do. Then let me ask another question. Where do you place that bishop from b7 which you don't want to move? All these psychological kind of small issues can add up. They might not mean anything, but you have to try them.
And look at this idea. I'm going to put this on the board very quickly. Rook b2, let's say the bishop drops back. I'm already contemplating bishop a2, aiming, to go around the Cape of Good Hope, go through b1, and already threaten in some cases to complete the maneuver. How would white meet this idea? Would white stay on the fourth rank, or would white just try to defend actively?
Yeah, well, for the moment he would probably stay, but when suddenly then the king starts to move towards f6 and e5, and that's why it's nice to have this bishop on b1 protecting the pawn on f5, then we don't have to worry about it. Then suddenly black's king is freed.
What about this?
Okay, rook a6. Ah, wow, you want to play bishop b1, bishop d5, bishop f7.
No,
okay,
but it's not
tricky.
fast enough because rook g2 check in the end. So if I go bishop d5 and you go bishop e4, I cannot play bishop f7 because I dropped the pawn.
Yes, takes.
Not
this
easy.
Is a very, yeah, but is it a defensive resource that you have now rook e6, king f5, rook e8, and you wait like this?
Fortress, rook b3.
Okay, you just sit and wait, king g2. It's very important because if black's king on e5, this is already extremely dangerous. It might be lost, yeah, but black's king is cut on the e file. This might be super important.
Man, I mean, it's close, but you're absolutely right. It's a fortress, simply a fortress. And even here, black cannot make further progress because anytime you check me, the e-pawn will be hanging. Oof. But I mean, already we're in the territory where white's suddenly finding only moves, relying on fortresses by the skin of his teeth. And Gukesh, so professional, twisting the knife this way and that way and the other way. And white's clock, tick, 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 down to 12 minutes. The reigning world champion, his defensive task looking quite a bit more daunting now.
Yes, of course, it should be draw. Yeah, we are just saying that it's not an easy spot, and that's why Ding is also so nervous. Yeah, because he went for this endgame maybe assuming that it should be an easier task. And all of a sudden, there are at least scenarios where you see that maybe potentially something can happen to you. And already this kind of things that maybe something can happen to me, it's already enough to make you extremely nervous.
I'll offer my honest opinion. If I had this in a regular tournament game, given the time situation, like I absolutely would not be 100% confident in saving this game. We just showed already a serious idea, the bishop coming to e4. There's also the concept of the king coming around to e5. You might put the bishop on the wrong square, impeding one of the defensive mechanisms. Ding Liren clearly thinks there's something to worry about. Otherwise, he'd be playing instantly. But right now, he's losing time on every move. Still, I mean, even on increment, with good play, he should be able to draw. But, Peter, I think it's important for people to understand this is how such endgames are won. It doesn't happen in one move. It happens when a player gets more and more nervous, loses time, and eventually something does give.
Exactly. It's very unpleasant. Also, we see that Gukesh can always afford himself to just make an instant move because he cannot spoil anything, yeah, unless he does not allow the trade of rooks or the trade of bishops. Just keeping the position going, it's great, it's good. Yeah, you can do it instantly, and it's up to Ding. And just like he was thinking, what do I do with my rook on b4? He moved it to a4. Now after rook b2, he's worried. Look at this, how he's moving back and forth with his he's not able to settle in quietly that, okay, that's my setup. I know that, all right, it's scary, it's unpleasant, but there is no way forward for white. I'm not getting this signal from Dingliran's body language, and that's what makes me a little bit nervous because there are so much at stake, and if you're already nervous and not knowing what is your defensive setup, that can drive you crazy.
And when you analyze, is white's defensive task easy? Does white just get to sit and do nothing? Or does white have to find only moves? Even though the eval might be zeros in both cases, these are two completely different types of defensive tasks. Ding is under 10 minutes, bishop a8 on the board. Stop attacking my pieces, he says.
Yeah, king f6. Played instantly by Gukesh. This is the advantage. This is the benefit of sitting on the stronger side, yeah, that you can always play a move. You know that you are trying to improve your position. Next move is maybe king e5. Maybe you already activate your bishop, and it's a poor Ding who has to kind of work out his next move as well.
Rook a5 allows the bishop to start maneuvering. It's this weird situation. But not Zugzwang. Like every move is a drawback, and suddenly you have to choose kind of the lesser evil. Maybe the bishop can draw back to g2, and you could chill on this diagonal. But then again, bishop a2 becomes a possibility. Rook f4 on the board.
Yeah, he goes rook f4. Okay, it also does nothing, but he's maybe signaling that he wants to go rook f2, king h2. Is this the setup that he's trying to rely on? But then bishop going to e4 would actually win the game. Yeah, so be careful.
So rook f2 here, rook b1 check. You could play rook f1, but then the rook pump fakes up to b3.
Yeah, okay. I just want to highlight that with king on h2 and the rook on the second line to sit. Yeah, rook f2
takes bishop d5. Takes a bishop d5. Takes a bishop d5. And Gukesh will be the world champion.
Unbelievable. What a blunder. And let's look at
oh my
Gukesh,
gosh,
how he reacts.
Takes him bishop d5, and with the f pawn, it is winning.
Look at this. Gukesh senses. He sees that. Wait a second. What happened? Bishop on a8. That's why Ding wanted to keep his bishop on b7 so that his bishop has an open diagonal.
Nowhere on the diagonal would be worse than a8 except h1. He's chosen the worst square. Gukesh can't believe it. This is a historic moment. If he exchanges rooks and exchanges bishops, we will get a handshake and a new world champion. The entire country of India just closed their eyes and turned their backs to the computer because I can't watch this. Gukesh, he is a moment away, one decision away, and look at the patience, Peter, forcing himself to double check.
Exactly. He cannot believe. Yeah, he cannot believe himself, but he sees that he's winning. He is drinking the water. Absolutely correct. Very professional, because he knows if it's winning, it's winning. He just needs to calm down to be able to correctly assess everything. And Ding, I think he has, look at this. He has realized what happened.
Should I show why the pawn endgame is winning? Do we just sit here and soak in the moment?
Let's just wait. Yeah, let's just wait. Yeah.
Yes. We cannot miss history being made.
Exactly. And it's a heartbreaking moment for Ding to lose the world championship crown like this. It's unimaginable.
He's done so much, made so much progress psychologically, emotionally. He's demonstrated his best self as recently as the game before last, but he will succumb. And the head nod, you know what the head nod means. It means he sees the path forward. Peter, there is no doubt that he's going to capture this rook. He will not miss this opportunity. Not after this much work. There it is.
Yeah, the nerves. Total collapse by Dingley, and yeah, he captures the bishop, nothing else to be done, but it's a lost pawn endgame.
And even the arbiter cannot take his eyes away from the board. No one can, other than Gukesh, it seems. But his eyes are still on the board. His brain is on the board. This is unbelievable. The final moments before a new world champion is crowned, he will resign in this position.
Unbelievable. Yeah, just we see that what the pressure does to a player. Yeah, it's just keeping the tension, and his nerves couldn't take it, and yeah, he just collapses. Heartbreaking.
It's a heroic effort for the reigning world champion. There was speculation he wouldn't show up to the match. No, he did. He put on his best game. He came so close. And King e3 will be played, but King e5 followed by f4 in the event of King d3 is a well-known victory. That's it. Heartbreak and euphoria all rolled into one scene.
And look at this, Gukesh cannot believe. Yeah, he was smiling a little bit. He's trying to push away the smile. But he will be the youngest world champion. Incredible what we are about to witness.
And he's earned it. Not a single part of the smile has anything to do with wallowing, with enjoying the anguish of his opponent. He deserves a smile. He has done so much work. He has come so far. The 18-year-old has demonstrated the skills of a champion, the play of a champion, and the composure of a champion. And he's going to defeat a very worthy opponent. A sip of water from Ding as he begins to come to terms with the disaster that struck in this final game. What a moment, Peter. Words can't capture the significance of this moment, and there it is.
Congratulations, Gukesh.
Incredible, and Gukesh is also crying. Amazing. What a picture.
One dynasty ends and a new one begins. And after weeks of unspeakable hard work, the emotions spill out. I've got butterflies on my skin. How symbolic. Gukesh sets up the pieces like he always does, win or lose.
Don't cry, it's okay.
No, cry. Cry.
Finally, stoic Gukesh shows us the emotion he's been bottling up inside. What an incredible result. And look at that. He's so unbelievably thankful to even be able to take part in emotion like this. He's so humble. He's so grateful for this moment. And it really shows. There isn't a shred of arrogance there. Absolutely nothing, like you said, Danya, wallowing in the defeat of his opponent. There's nothing of the sort. This guy is so wholesome. Wow. I feel like the images speak for themselves, mate.
I'm going to repeat what I said at the conclusion of the Olympiad, and with recognition to the heartbreak that Ding will experience, there is really no one that you would rather lose to than someone like Gukesh. This is someone who's on this earth for one reason. He wants to succeed. He loves chess, and he wants to win because he loves chess, not because he takes any pleasure in vanquishing his opponents. But what a moment, what a deserving world champion, and what an honor to be here to observe this moment. I'm having a hard time finding the words, John. I feel like I'm about to tear up myself. This is just so powerful to observe.
The last 90 seconds before Ding resigned, I had my microphone muted, trying to keep myself in check. Peter, I don't actually think I remember there being a more emotional moment on our screens. Certainly in the last year, that was all of the emotions at once. That was heartbreaking, but also jubilant, and the feeling of the tension finally releasing. And I actually just don't know where to start with that. That was the last 5 minutes have been amazing to watch.
Yeah, exactly. It's incredible. Yeah, this incredible joy and happiness that we feel for Gukesh. At the same time, the absolute heartbreak, yeah, that we feel for Dingley, and to lose the world championship title like this due to your nerves, yeah, a total collapse of nerves, this terrible blunder. At the same time, thanks to this victory, we are getting a new world champion, the 18-year-old Gukesh. And we have seen the last couple of moves, 2 moves towards the end, he was kind of smiling, he was enjoying the moment that, wow, my hard work pays off. And then when he becomes the champion, then he just cannot hold back and he just cries. Fascinating. It just shows that, yeah, 18 years of very hard work pays off. That's all that accumulates in such moments.
Grinding and fighting until the very end. Danya, I think Gukesh didn't need today's game to demonstrate that he's absolutely got the nerves and it's got what it takes to do that. But so many times in this match where it's been, oh, there's nothing you can squeeze out of this. He's proving us all wrong. And this is exactly the kind of champion's mentality that has allowed him to win this. Last gasp, yes, but a win is a win is a win.
And it started with a loss of the white pieces. Imagine your first ever, not just world championship match, your first ever match. You're on the big stage. You've got the pressure of being the favorite. You lose the first game of the white pieces. And then the slog begins. You recover. You've got ups and downs. And up until the penultimate game, you miss a forced win. You've got to deal with that baggage and arrive to the board with the black pieces. You've got a worse position. And then you manage to turn it around and then win the game. Of course, Gukesh, he's not just a world champion. He's a role model, not just for the burgeoning chess interest in India, but really to teenagers and adults across the world. He behaves like a champion. He fights like a champion. And honestly, so does Ding. That man put together an incredible effort. You feel his heartbreak. And I think as a conscientious chess fan, this is part of what makes the experience fun. You feel both of these emotions at the same time. You feel sympathy for Ding, and yet you share in Gukesh's happiness. And of course, I want to raise a glass to the entire team that made this possible, his seconds, and most of all, I'm biased in this, but most of all, his parents. I can't even imagine how Gukesh's father and mother must be feeling. Let's give them a couple of his rating points and a little bit of that trophy that he will be proudly displaying. Congratulations to Gukesh, the new world champion of chess.
At 18 years old, we have the 18th world champion, the youngest ever. What an incredible and dramatic end to game number 14 that shows Gukesh has got what it takes and has now won the world championship. Folks, we're going to a brief break, even if it's just so we can get our heart rate down. And we will be back with the press conference because you don't want to miss a second of this.
If I look at Mukesh, sees it. Mukesh will become the world champion.
Hello and welcome to the final post-game press conference. The match is concluded in favor of the challenger, 7.5 points to 6.5. I will have a few questions for Ding, and we'll then allow the press to ask a few questions, and then we'll allow him to take leave, and then we'll have questions for Gukesh. Same thing on the line. Please press one question at a time, and we'll try to keep this as efficient as possible. No one can understand what it's like to lose a world championship match except world champions themselves. We know this is a very difficult moment for you. Do you have any thoughts as this has transpired?
It's easy. Yes, I was totally in a shock when I realized I made a blunder. His face expression shows that he's very happy, excited, and I realized I made a blunder. Yeah, it takes some time to realize it. But otherwise, it's already not so easy to draw. Maybe I should just wait and to. So yeah, no game tomorrow.
So a difficult moment again. Were you surprised he kept playing out this end game? Because it just looked like one of those that we would consider a grandmaster draw, but he kept playing.
This is not as draw as yesterday, although also 2 versus 3, but he had a bishop. Reminds me some bad memories against Li Guanglian in the Olympiads. Also rook end game, but this time with bishop, so more tricky.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the victor in the match?
I think I played maybe my best tournament in the year. I could be better, but considering yesterday's lucky survive, it's a fair result to lose in the end. I have no regret.
Any words to your fans, millions of fans out there who love your play and wish you the best?
Thank you. I will continue to play, and I hope I can show the strength like this time.
Any members of the press who wish to ask questions? I will say personally, I've been a great admirer of you for quite some time. I've called many of your games. I've seen your fantastic games. I know you've been a great champion, and I wish you the very best in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me say congratulations. The new world champion.
Thank you.
This position to all seemed like a draw, and somehow you kept pushing. What was your moment, your feeling, the moment he played rook f2? You must have wanted, you looked like you wanted to jump out of the chair.
Actually, when he played rook f2, I didn't realize that. I mean, I was going to play rook b3 almost. but then I saw that this bishop is actually getting trapped, and after king e1, I have king e5 in the pawn ending, which is just winning. I mean, when I realized that, probably the best moment of my life.
You say the best moment of your life. What does it mean, this journey, 14 games, all the way to the final game, winning against the champion, and now you are the champion of the world?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I would like to say a few words about my opponent. We all know who Ding is, and he has been one of the best players in history for several years, and to see him struggling, and to see how much pressure he had to face, and the kind of fight he gave in this fight. In this match, it shows what a true champion he is. And no matter who, say what about Ding, for me he's like a real world champion. And this match. And yeah, this match, champions, they always step up to the moment, and obviously the past 2 years he hasn't been in great shape, but he came here, he was obviously struggling during the games, he was probably not at the best physically, but he fought in all games, he fought like a true champion, and yeah, I'm really sorry for Ding and his team. I mean, they put on a great show. I would like to thank my opponent first. This couldn't have been the same without my opponent. And yeah, my journey, it's been, since the time I started playing chess, like 6.5, 7, I've been dreaming about living this moment for more than 10 years. And every chess player wants to experience this moment, and very few get the chance. And to be one of them is it can only, I think the only way to explain is that I'm just living my dream. So I'd like to thank God first of all, because this whole journey, starting from qualifying to the candidates, and then coming till here, it could only be possible by God. There were so many miracles. So firstly, thankful to God, and I'm really thankful to all the people who have been by my side in this journey. I'd like to thank each and every one of them, but probably I will have to prepare my speech first, because the kind of emotion that I'm feeling right now, I'll say something stupid. So so I'll prepare something nice, and then thank everyone. Yeah.
You won the candidates this year. You led India to gold this year. You stepped into the footsteps of the great Anand and fulfilled that destiny. And now, of course, all of India is cheering. What does that mean for your country, that you have now taken the title back to India?
Yeah. I'm being here representing my country in any tournament, but especially this being, such a high level event, and for the 11 years back, Vishay sir, the title was taken away from India. So, when I was watching the match in 2013, I was in the stands and I was looking inside the glass box, and I thought it'll be so cool to be inside one day. And then, when Magnus won, I thought, I really want to be the one to bring back the title to India. And this dream that I had more than 10 years ago has been the single most important thing in my life so far. So, doing this for for myself, for my loved ones, and my country. It's yeah, like there's probably nothing better than this.
My final question before I open up to the press. That dream you talk about, you were a 8-year-old. Now you're an 18-year-old. You're the youngest champion in the history of this amazing game. What does that mean to you to have shattered this record?
Yeah, means a lot. I mean, it probably meant a lot to that 8-year-old than right now, because I stopped like paying too much attention to the youngest, all these numbers, these records. But yeah, I mean, there is this famous clip, I think, with which I did with Sagar in 2017 or something, when I said I wanted to be the youngest world champion, and now that this is not just a dream but reality, it feels. I think that that 8-year-old kid would be really happy.
Very cool. First question for the press.
First of all, Gukesh, congrats from your fans around the world and on Fide's social media. A question for you is, what was the best part of this entire experience on or off the chessboard?
I think the best part was probably like when I entered the room for game one. I mean the game did not go great, but like I've been, yeah, as I said, in 2013 I was outside the glass box. I did not get a seat in the audience to watch the match. So at that time I just looked at Vishy sir and Magnus, and I thought it'll be really cool to be there one day, and to actually be there and sit there, to see the Indian flag next to me, it was probably the best moment.
Congrats, Gukesh. I'm Atre from Rev Sports. You are not the sort who shows emotions a lot of times. Today we saw after you won that you were in tears. And can you just take us through the feelings that went through your mind when that moment happened, when that moment arrived?
Yeah, I probably got so emotional because I did not really expect to win that position. I mean, I was going to press it for as long as I could possibly press, but I thought, like, I mean, it's okay, we are going to play for 5-6 hours, it's going to end in a draw, and let's focus on the tie breaks. But then suddenly after Rook F2, and I saw this chance that, I mean, when I saw that this actually done, I was already preparing myself to go through that huge tie-break fight, and suddenly it was all over, and I had achieved my dream. Yeah, I mean, I'm not someone who shows a lot of emotions, but I think this one can be forgiven. Yeah.
Thank you, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, congratulations. This is Aditya from ChessBase India. Just wanted to remind that you are the Olympiad gold medalist, the candidate winner, and also the youngest world champion ever. So 18th world champion. Yes. And also there's another record that comes with it, 3 world championship wins, the youngest wins ever. So we should also count that.
Sorry?
3 youngest wins, like youngest challenger winning 3 games in a world championship match. That has also never happened. So we should never forget that.
Yeah.
So while I am still trying to catch my breath as we enjoy the last 30 minutes, what advice would you give to that young boy who were trying to learn chess from your cousins and trying to beat them in the next moment? Your mother told this story that you learned it from your cousins and then you were beating them. So what advice would you give to that young boy?
I mean, I wouldn't change a single thing about my career, because, like, I mean, right now I'm here, and any little thing that would make me not come here, I would not do. So I think I will just say, keep enjoying chess. You're going to achieve your dream one day. And
right, and as just following up on that, as your mother told the story, would you like to share with us what is the first thing you told your mom after you won the World Championship? You had a conversation. First thing, what your mother said?
Not saying anything. We're both crying. Yeah. But probably my first word was congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Congrats again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gugesh, congratulations on historic victory. I'm Ajit Kumar from The Hindu. Is it time for you to reveal your seconds? Your team?
Yeah, I would love to. So firstly, Gayu, he has been my trainer for the past 2 years. I mean, he is someone who just works tirelessly for me. So huge congrats and thank you to Gayu. And and also since Paddy is here, I would like to mention, I mean, Paddy has been a huge support for me in the past 6 months for the preparation of the World Championship. So although he's not part of my chess team, he has been a very important person in my team and my journey towards this match. So I'm really glad to have you here, Paddy, and thank you so much.
May we ask just to give full names if possible, so that
sure.
other people can know exactly who you're talking
Gayu
about.
is Grzegorz Gajewski, and Paddy is Paddy Upton. And I would also like to thank Radislav Wojtaszek. He was also there for the candidates, and so the whole journey he was here. And Pentala Harikrishna, he has also been he has also been for the whole candidates World Championship journey. And Vincent Kema, he has he joined the team for the match, and Jan Christoph Duda. He was also there for the candidates, but more as a playing partner. This time he helped us in a couple of training camps. So, I mean, this list cannot. What?
He's trying to suggest.
There's one more.
Wishes.
Who are you suggesting? Just give us the name. For the candidates, like during the candidates, I mean, Jan Klimkowski was also helping Gayu assisting him for the preparation during the candidates. So I would also like to thank Jan. I mean, we haven't had the chance to talk with Jan personally to thank him for the candidates, but right now I think it will be a good moment to come all the way and then thank him. So Jan really helped Gayu during the candidates. So Jan Klimkowski and Vishy sir. I mean he was never officially a part of the team, but we all know that he was doing he was supporting me, and I mean he attended for on one of the days for the training camps, but he was also helping remotely for a few sessions. So I mean, this team, every single one of them, they work their asses off. So I can't thank all of them enough. And I mean, this journey, I wouldn't have been here without every single one of them. So thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry we haven't still talking. I mean, I spoke with Gayu, but probably we'll get on a call and we'll just celebrate like crazy now. The guys are together in Spain right now, and
and yeah, really looking forward to talking to them.
And congrats on hiding your team so well too.
Congratulations, Gukesh. The fan zone was crazy after Rook F2. It was just silence and then that's it. So my name is Ahmed. I'm talking on behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel Честно говоря, and we have a question. Whom would you like to play against to defend your champion title?
I have 2 years for that. I just want to enjoy this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much congratulations, Gukesh. I'm sure you'll hear that more than once today. This goes and pertains to all the chess parents watching across the world. Can you describe how specifically your parents and their sacrifice has helped you along your chess journey, all the way leading up to winning the World Chess Championship?
Yeah, I would like to thank is like a very small word for what they have done. So both my parents, my mom and dad, my dad is here. My mom, unfortunately, is not here, but she's back home and I'm sure she's very happy. Probably she will come tomorrow to celebrate. But both my parents, right from the start, it's the dream was probably bigger for them than it was for me, because firstly, to start with, they both are sports lovers, and back in their youth, they did not get the chance to pursue their passion, and when I was born, they decided that whatever I want to do, they will do everything they can to support me in every way possible. And when I started showing interest in chess and showed some talent, they went to such lengths that I did not understand at that time, but around now I look back at it and they are just crazy. So I can't thank them enough. Both of them have been simply the biggest support, and they are my whole journey, it's not only for me, it's for them. So yeah, I love them both and I thank them very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the 18th world champion. My name is Ankit Dalal and I'm from San Samachar. Gukesh, I'm going to ask you a very important question. It's regarding Paddy Upton, because the mental conditioning and what his role is not been spoken about in chess earlier, where we have seen other sports. He's also a celebrity in terms of he made Indian team win the World Cricket Final in 2011. So what was his role, and what would you tell the upcoming players how important mental conditioning is in chess?
Yeah. So firstly, Paddy, we started working together. Working together around May, June, with the help of Sandeep sir, my sponsor Westbridge. They arranged. Sandeep sir introduced me and Paddy, and I just thought that especially for the World Championship and what are the stakes, the right mental state I should be in is very important. And we decided to work with Paddy at that time, and the work has been, as I said, very enjoyable and very instructive. We've had so many conversations through these months, and there have been many things that we discussed. Obviously, one of the important things that I had to deal with is the uncertainty with my opponent's form or the approach and stuff like that. Although Paddy does not understand chess very well, but he understands sport and understands the psychology and stuff behind that. Not only the mental part, but also he helped me plan some workouts to stay in shape physically as well. And mostly it was about having conversations, sharing my thoughts, and some feedback. He would listen to the thoughts. He would suggest a few things, and yeah, it's really cool that Paddy helped Indian cricket win 2011 World Cup, and this time he has helped chess 13 years later. So it's Paddy has been a huge role played a huge role in this match. I would like to thank him very, very much. And my advice for chess players, youngsters, would be like there are many sports where when athletes work with mental trainers, mental physical trainers, but in chess it's somehow not that popular. And I think it makes sense in chess because chess is a very mental sport, and it's all happening here. So yeah, I really see the psychological side of chess growing in the next years.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Gukesh, sir. Mike Klein with chess.com. There's been a lot of great questions about family and legacy, but I wanted to ask you about the match. You were pushing in a lot of equal positions for a win, and today was like the breakthrough. Do you feel like in some way you were rewarded for your tenacity by getting a win in such a relatively equal endgame? Of course, you're up a pawn, but do you feel like there was some sort of justice that you won one of these objectively drawn positions?
So firstly, I obviously this position is a draw, but with the bishops on this 3 versus 2, I thought there are just a lot of stuff that could go wrong. It shouldn't, but it can. Yeah, for example, I was calculating some of the bishop endings. For example, if once we traded the pawns, for example, the bishop ending, if I get my king on e3, would just be winning, I think. So there were a lot of tricks that needed to be taken care of. So I don't think it was such a drawn position. But my whole strategy for this match was to push as much as possible in every single game with both colors. And it wasn't working till the last moment, but it just takes one game for the strategy to pay off. So I was confident about my strategy, my approach, and yeah, at the very least, I was tiring him out. Yeah, so it was good that way, and since I won, yeah, I could say it was a good strategy.
Yeah, you gave a good lesson in fighting spirit. Thanks again.
Hi, Gukesh. This is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Congrats on becoming the 18th world champion and second from India. So all the world champions, we see the success aspect of it, but no one reaches the top without overcoming the tough challenges. So can you share some details of what was the toughest challenges you have faced on your journey to becoming the world champion, and also your biggest strength and the key to becoming world champion?
Yeah. If we are talking about the match itself, I think the toughest challenge I had to face was losing the first game. I knew it could happen. I was prepared for it, but it's like no matter how much you prepare for it, you come here as an 18-year-old and you lose the first game like the way I did. It's humiliating a bit. So it was quite tough to handle that. But after the game, there was a nice moment because I was walking back to the hotel in the lift, and Vishisa was also in the lift, and he told me, I had 11 games, you have 13 games, and that's the only thing he said. And I realized, okay, it was a nice moment. It was a nice reminder that it was just one game and it's still a long match. I will get my chances. So yeah, I needed some mental toughness at that point. And there have been many games where I was so close to winning and then missing my chances, which was also frustrating. So I had to endure these things, which was quite tough. But yeah, in the end, it worked out.
I was talking about your career as a whole. Like your childhood dream, was being world champion. So what are the sacrifices? You mentioned there were a lot of problems you had to overcome. Like your family had to make sacrifices. From that point of view as well, the challenges.
In my career, I would say I can't really say I personally have made many sacrifices, because there's just something that I have always wanted to do, and it's just I wouldn't have my life any other way. So, but my parents, the most sacrifices I think are done by my parents, my family, friends. My parents had to, once I started growing in my career, they had to. We were not a very well-off family, so they had to face a lot of financial struggles. But I did not really realize it at that point. But the kind of lens to where they went, and for at some point in 2017, 2018, I could only play tournaments and I could only train because we were running so low on money that actually my friends, my parents' friends, they came forward and they sponsored me themselves to help me play tournaments. So all these things my parents had to endure, and all these lifestyle changes they had to make for me just to get a chance to play a tournament. So it was the best sacrifices are done by my parents and also my team. All the guys in my team, but especially like Gayu, Radek, and Hari are also fathers to little kids. So it's not easy for them to, in this intense preparation, it's not easy for them to stay away from their family, especially having little kids, and the way that they were able to stay away for so long and do some amazing work and fight till the very moment, and that too for me. So it was really a selfless sacrifice from them, and there have been many more sacrifices, but we can keep I think we can keep going on and on, but everyone has done a lot for me to reach here, and I'm really, really grateful to all the people.
Thank you. The second part of the question was about your biggest strength, which was key to you becoming the champion.
Right. I think the people around me itself. Like whenever I feel low, I think about what these people are doing for me, and I think about what these people are doing for me, and all the energy that I need, I get from my loved ones, and also God. I have faith in God, and He has helped me in so many ways that, like for example, in last year 23, after the grandmasters, I just gave up for the candidate spot. I was not even qualifying for the candidates, and then God made me. God gave me so many opportunities, and first of all, winning this Chennai Grandmasters taking place, and me winning it despite being in such horrible form, and then winning the candidates. Last round, it could have gone to tie breaks, but God helped me, and even here it could have gone to tie breaks, and still, on and on, like so many things that God has done, and it couldn't have been by anybody else.
Congrats, champ. Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, this is Karthik from Time to Chess. First of all, congratulations, man. And we know each other for past 10 years. I've always been curious how determined and passionate you were from very young age. Imagine yourself 10 years back, and have you ever pictured yourself stagnant at some point of time? If so, what did you see at that time? And now you have made history. What is your next big aim?
First of all, we when I started playing chess, we were in the same academy and we traveled to a lot of tournaments together. So it's really nice that you came here. And I was really glad to see you yesterday. So
my pleasure.
Thank you for coming. There have been a lot of phases where I was stagnant, where I was getting frustrated, where I was not, the results were not coming. But there wasn't any point in my life where I thought my game is not improving, because I was apart from maybe small moments where I was like a bit distracted, but most of my career I have been quite disciplined and doing the right things and working hard, staying focused on my career, and I've always thought like when you do the right things, even when the results don't show up, it's going to at some point. So when I was doing those right things and the results didn't show up, but the results didn't show up, it was obviously very frustrating, but the main thing I guess was to just keep doing the right things, and when you do the right things, usually good things happen. I believe in that. So yeah.
Superb. And what is next big game? That was the following question.
Yeah.
Now we have made history. So what is the next big game?
The dream, I would say this has always been just a part of the dream, a very, very big part of the dream. It's a huge step. I'm very happy for that. But my goal with my career has always been to be at the very top for the longest time possible. And my career is just starting now. Like I've had 10 years. I want to play for as long as I can. I want to have a very, very long career and to stay at the very, very top by obviously becoming the world champion doesn't mean that I'm the best player in the world. Obviously there's Magnus. So it's also a motivating factor that there is someone at a very, very high level, and something that will keep me doing the right things, working hard, and trying to reach the level of greatness that Magnus has achieved.
Super. I can hear you say it's just the beginning, and kudos to your team, Magnus. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Radha from the Singapore Chess Federation. First of all, congratulations. We all had tears in our eyes watching you become the first world champion. My question is, what did you learn about your opponent Ding in this championship?
The biggest thing that I learned about Ding is what an incredible fighter he is. Like, I think we all knew it, but especially for me, the way that he was fighting in all the games. He was obviously not at his best physically. He seemed to be, at least, but true champions, no matter the circumstances, they fight till the very end, and he just proved that. In the games where he was almost going to give up, where the position was completely losing for him, he kept finding resources, he kept fighting, and then once I took the lead, he played an amazing game to fight back. And it was actually quite, to be honest, after I lost the 12th game, it was also, did I lose the 12th game? Yeah, the 12th game. It was it was a bit disappointing, but I soon realized it's also, I was getting inspired by my opponent, because for the first game he won, and then I equalized, and then I took the lead. Any normal human being would have just given up at that point. But then he came the next day and he played a great game. He completely destroyed me that game. And and it was really inspiring to see, how despite how how the odds are against him. He kept fighting. He kept coming to the board, giving it his all, and yeah, he's a real inspiration for me.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. Secondly, I watched a video of you giving a room tour to Chess Base India, and I saw that you kept all of your major trophies and medals right there in your bedroom. But for this World Championship trophy, are you going to do anything special?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. First, I have to lift the trophy.
Will you keep it in your room?
It deserves as a special place, I think. So we'll think of something.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Gukesh, and thank you for creating one of the best moments of magic that Indian sport has ever seen. Thank you so much. My question is, if one looks at the life journey of a world chess champion, it pans like a chess game. The opening, when you choose to pursue the sport, the middle game, when you make the journey to being a grandmaster, and the end game, where you become the champion, and here you are. You've talked about the sacrifices. At every stage, can you tell us about the best moves that you and the people around you have made in your journey to getting here?
I think the first thing and the most important thing that has happened in the whole in my whole career is the dream that I had as a kid. Yeah, I mean, without that, I think none of this would have made sense. So that dream was the driving factor for everything, and I am personally proud of how personally what I have done. I'm quite proud of how consistent I have been. I mean, not my results, but in the way that I live my life and the way the way I work on chess. It has been it was easier to do a few years back when I was still a kid, but then after I became a teenager, obviously chess is not the only thing on your mind. But I'm quite proud of how I was able to keep away all the distractions and focus fully on what on achieving this dream. And I would say the best moves have been made actually by the people around me. My parents, to start with, as I said, they have done so much. I mean, apart from their sacrifices, whenever I needed something, they all made sure that it's there, whether it's emotional support or some things or anything. They've made sure that it's there, and my team have done a lot of great moves. I mean, we saw so many exciting ideas in this match. So yeah, the best moves have been made by God, by the people around me, and I have made a few good moves which I'm happy about as well.
Thank you, Gukesh. I hope your best is yet to come.
Thank
All
you.
the best for that.
We have a few more questions.
Michael Rahal from the Fide press office. So, Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on a magnificent game and being the new world champion. Your next major event is the World Blitz and Rapid in 2 weeks in New York. As new world champion, can you confirm to us you will participate in both events? And again, have you planned any special preparation or special training camp for this new event? Thank you.
To be honest, at this moment, I haven't thought about it. I thought I was going to play before the match started, but right now I'm not sure. I can't say whether I would play or not. Right now I'm just not sure. but I mean it's a very very important event, very exciting one. Whether I play or not, I wish it does. It is a great tournament.
Hi Gukesh, this is Chun Han from the Wall Street Journal. Congratulations for becoming the next current world champion. And my question is basically, you were part of a team of fantastic Indian grandmasters who won the Olympiad. And do you think there's a chance that given the dominance of this new wave of Indian grandmasters, the next future opponents could be your fellow Indian teammates? And if not, how would you prefer that your next challenger could be Magnus Carlsen coming back to take you on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, playing against Magnus in a world championship would be amazing. It will be a huge challenge, the toughest probably. There is toughest challenge there is in chess. I mean, it is up to Magnus, but I would love to test myself against the best player in the world. And the Indians. Yeah, I mean Arjun, Prag, yeah, Nihal. Lot of these guys. A lot of these guys have, are doing a lot for chess and Indian chess. We won the Olympiad, which was a beautiful experience in itself for me and the team. And I certainly hope, throughout, I'm sure we are going to have like very long careers, and I'm sure I hope all of us we will keep fighting against each other, keep pushing, keep motivating each other, and also in the team tournaments we'll play together and win a lot more. I would also love to play against an Indian opponent in a world championship or any other tournament. I mean, they are great guys, great players, and I wish them the best, and I hope this win motivates them and they will achieve more things that will motivate me even more. So thank you.
Thank you. Hope to see that happen.
Vasudevan from Taransia, Trinity Mirror and Chess.Ninja. Congratulations to the 18th world champion. So you brought home the title after Vichy. So at this moment, what is the message that you would want to give to your millions of followers whom you have made happy, yourself and them? Can you answer it in Tamil?
Yeah, firstly, எனக்கு இந்த மேட்ச் ஃபுல்லாகவே லைக் இந்தியா அண்ட் இந்தியன்ஸ் என்னோட இருக்காங்கன்ற அந்த எனர்ஜி எனக்கு இருந்துகிட்டே இருந்தது. எப்போல்லாம் நான் லோவாக ஃபீல் பண்ணணும்னு நான் நினச்சேன், லைக் நாடே என்னோட இருக்கு, எனக்காக எல்லோரும் ப்ரே பண்ணுறாங்க, எல்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுக்காக நான் இது பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சி எனக்கு ரொம்ப எனர்ஜி கிடச்சிது அந்த தாட்டில். ஸோ லைக் ஆல்சோ இந்த மேட்ச் எவ்வளோ எக்ஸைட்டிங்காக இருந்தது, எவ்வளோ ஃபேன்ஸுக்கு ரொம்ப லைக் எக்ஸைட்டிங்காக இருந்ததுன்றதும் எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். அண்ட் ஃபேன் சப்போர்ட்டும் எனக்கு ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அவங்கள ஐ மீன் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நேற்று கேம் முடிச்சுட்டு லைக் ஒரு இந்தியன் ஃபேமிலி வந்து அப்பா கிட்ட லைக் பெங்களூரில் ஒரு கோயில் பூஜை பண்ணிவிட்டு எனக்கு பிரசாதம் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி லைக் இங்கே பெங்களூர்லேருந்து சிங்கப்பூர் வரைக்கும் வந்து எனக்கு பிரசாதம்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி எனக்கு லைக் எவ்வளோ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அண்ட் ஜஸ்ட் அவங்களோட சேரிங், அவங்களோட லவ் அண்ட் சப்போர்ட் எனக்கு நிறைய எனர்ஜி கொடுத்துருக்கு. ஸோ ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப 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 நன்றி சொல்லுவேன்.
Oh, he is thanking the millions of Indians who prayed for him in moments of difficulty, and he wishes to thank one Indian family that prayed in a temple in Bangalore and got those blessings for him all the way to Singapore.
Hi, this is Lokesh from India. Congrats, Gukesh. One question for last 3 weeks. I mean, as a fan, we were sleepless. How was your sleep? Was it good, restlessness, or how was it? Can you just describe that?
To be very honest, my sleep wasn't great either. But I think that is understandable. But actually, after on the rest day after the 12th game, I spoke with Paddy about this. The last few days before 12th game, I wasn't sleeping well. I was feeling a bit groggy on the board. So I asked Paddy for some advice, and he gave me some little. He suggested some little changes which I did. I set up the environment in a better way, and the last 2 days I slept very well. I was sleeping at least 8 hours, and I made some changes on the rest day, and it really helped. And the previous game, the game 13 and game 14, I felt quite fresh on the board, and I was able to play long games and put a lot of pressure on my opponents. So yeah, sleep is a very important part, and I would like to thank Paddy for suggesting these changes, which really helped. Yeah.
Thank you. Abhidaya from Chessbase India. First of all, huge congratulations to you. The entire nation is very proud of you. When India won the Olympia, you created a celebratory dance, if you remember. Do you have any plans? What do you want to do this time?
I know that I'm not going to sleep tonight, but what I'm going to do, I'm probably just going to hang out with friends, with my team. I like to talk with a lot of people back home, and who are here back home. And I can reveal one secret. Gayu will be very happy to hear this, I think. So on the rest day after game, I think the penultimate rest day, maybe after game 9 or something, I don't remember. But on that rest day, we went for a walk on the beach, and we looked at this. I'm personally quite scared of heights. So Gayu, we both looked at this people who were trying bungee jumping, and Gayu said, "If you win this thing, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to do bungee jumping." And then
you can go 3, so
yeah, and then I don't know why I said this, but I said I'll also join you. So now I probably also Paddy can join me. So probably now looking forward to jumping off a bridge.
We'll wait to shoot that. Yeah. Thank you so
Sorry?
much. We'll wait to shoot that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Before last question. Oh, sorry.
I'm usually away, cannot stay in the queue. Maria for the chess. Congratulations. I have to reveal I was crying twice during this tournament. Once was game 12, and once was today. But I still took the photo of you crying.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask 2 questions, actually, if I may. But first one is about Dubai. You were there at the training camp during the match. And what were your thoughts back then? I know that during Chennai you were like very small. Yeah. But during Dubai, did you think, I want to be there one day? Or did you think, I am going to be there one day?
Yeah, it was quite different in Dubai and Chennai, obviously. In Chennai, it was like, I thought, like a little kid would think. I mean, it would be cool if I have this toy. Mm-hmm. So for me, I thought it'll be cool if I'm inside that glass door, and I'm a glass room. And in Dubai, I was more focused on the chess purely. Like, I mean, these games are so amazing by both Carlsen and Nepo that I was just enjoying the games for a few days. And at that time, I understood what it is more than in Chennai. To be honest, I did not think it would be so soon. But yeah, I certainly wanted to be in there, and when I when I saw the match, I learned a lot of things. I could see. I was in the audience for a few games. I was watching them play. Also, some of the lessons I learned from that match helped me here. So yeah, these both matches where I was present, really, I remember, like, I can see the vision. I don't remember much from my childhood, but seeing Vishy sir and Magnus inside that glass door, I have a clear vision of that. So yeah, these both are very special moments in my life. Yeah.
And the second question, I just really want to ask this. When I asked my first question after game 3, I actually got a lot of criticism for asking you about what Magnus said. And I personally felt like that it doesn't matter that you're 18-year-old. If you're here, it means you are fighting for this and you're ready for any questions, for any tough situations. And I wanted to ask you, did you ever think during this match, I'm just 18?
I thought if I win this, I would be 18 and I would be the world champion at such a young age. But you're completely right. If I'm here, I have to handle anything. And for me, it was not like I was not hoping in any kind of way that because of my age, people will take it a bit easy on me. I was ready to face the toughest challenge on the board and off the board as well. So, and also it's kind of nice sometimes to know that people are criticizing you. It kind of fires me up. So it's yeah, in the future maybe like I could hear more. I could like it would be nice to have more criticism so that I'll get fired up even more.
All right, Internet, we will be there for this, and you handled it very amazing, that question. Thank you.
Last question, please. So, Gukesh, I'd like to introduce Bharat Singh from the All Indian Chess Federation. I think he wants to say a few words.
Hi, Gukesh. Big congratulations and thank you very much giving such a wonderful moment to all Indians. So many people every day they are watching, shouting. I think we are all grateful to you giving this wow moment to all of us. Thank you.
I'm also grateful for all the support. Yeah, thank you.
Before I ask my last question, I'd like to let everyone know tomorrow the closing ceremony and the crowning of the new champion will happen at 6 p.m. Local time in the same playing hall where they have played. I just have one last question for you, and that is a one-word answer. When you hear the words world champion Gukesh Domoraju, what's the word that comes to mind?
Everything. Yeah. So it has basically been everything for me in my life so far.
Everything indeed. Well, congratulations. You are the new world champion. Everyone, congratulations to Gukesh Domoraju.
Congratulations to the new world champion. That was an emotional roller coaster of a press conference, never mind the game. But let's wrap our thoughts up on the game, especially for those of us who have just joined the stream. We've gone, wait, hang on a second, Gukesh has won, let me tune in, and you've just watched the press conference. Let's wrap up the final moves of the game now that we're slightly less emotional than we were an hour ago, and take a look at that. Peter, let's hand over to you to show us over the board.
Yes, actually we have seen some dramatic final to this incredibly extraordinary match, and I want to highlight just the very critical, the final phase of the game. There was quite a lot of action before. We have reached this end game, and exactly at this moment was the moment when with Danya we started to worry for Ding. The position should be draw, but clearly Black can play. Black is up a pawn. There are ideas we have been discussing with Danya, so I'm not going to be showing those ideas. Just the fact that he already, Ding was moving up and down with his chair. He was visibly very nervous. We could sense that maybe potentially something would go wrong. If Ding would have played this position at home, I'm pretty sure that he would have easily made a draw. So what happened here? He moved his rook from b4 to a4. The first sign of nervousness, we kind of claimed that the rook on b4 was a very nice piece. Why do you do that? All right, we were saying that probably Ding wanted to keep his bishop on b7. What happened now? Gukesh very professionally asked that bishop. You have to ask this question to your opponent, that you wanted to keep that bishop there. Where do you move it? Again, we have seen sign of nerves from Ding not being sure how to react. Finally, after quite some thoughts, he put the bishop into the corner, bishop a8. All right, okay. We continue the journey. Black played the move king f6, and suddenly the move rook f4 happened. Somehow all these moves don't add up. They give a very nervous impression, but still we couldn't have expected what's about to happen. So after rook f4, Gukesh has played the move king e5, and all of a sudden, Ding has played the move rook f2, which also, to be honest, we haven't even realized that it's a blunder, because in general terms, in all these positions, whenever white trades the rooks, it's a dead draw position. It's just this very special element that white's bishop is so unfortunately trapped in the corner that gives this extraordinary possibility for black to capitalize on the rook exchange. And this is the reason how Ding Liren, with all the nerves, could have made this blunder, because he simply thought like rook trade is always a draw. He opted for rook f2, the losing move, which cost him the title. Gukesh has mentioned as well in the press conference that he almost automatically played the move rook b3, which would have just continued the game, and most likely the game would have ended a draw. But luckily for him, he realized that, wait a second, yes, that bishop is trapped, and what a very unfortunate coincidence. Everything had to fit together so that finally we get this result. The rook trade takes, bishop d5, the bishop on a8 is trapped, white is forced to trade the bishops, and unfortunately, to everyone's horror, for Ding Liren and of course all the fans of Ding, had to understood that suddenly this is a hopelessly lost king and pawn endgame. There was nothing left to do after king e3, king e5. Ding Liren had to congratulate Gukesh, and Gukesh became the 18th world champion at the age of 18. A very big congratulations to him one more time.
So this is the final score in the Fide World Championship Singapore 2024. The challenger, Gukesh Domoraju, victorious 7.5 to 6.5, and will be crowned tomorrow the new world champion. 14 days, 14 games, and an awful lot of emotion, not just in today's game, but frankly, over the last several weeks. Danya, there's a lot to cover, but if you had to summarize your feelings and your thoughts now at the end of this grueling match, tell us what you're thinking.
Well, no amount of words and philosophizing and verberia will capture the gravity of this moment, so I'll try to keep my remarks brief. First of all, another hearty congratulations to Gukesh Domoraju, not just for claiming the ultimate title in chess, but also for just being a role model not just for aspiring chess fans in India and across the world, but a role model as a young man who espouses all of the traits of a champion, not a chess champion, but a champion. First thing he does, say how awesome he is, say how happy he is. No, congratulate his opponent and highlight the contribution of his opponent, the 17th world champion, Ding Liren, to whom we all must take off our hats, and highlight his contribution to this match and to chess overall. Gukesh is awesome. He's so easy to root for. And I just want to address him directly and say that it's been a great honor and privilege to cover his games, not just in the World Championship match, but on his long and arduous rise to claim the world's ultimate title. And I wish him the very best of luck in what is sure to be a long and illustrious chess career, as he will face many difficult opponents in his title defense and beyond. For Ding, you feel the pain, but ultimately Ding will still write many chapters, hopefully, in his chess career. And finally, I want to shout out all of the fans, particularly, Gukesh's fans making their way through Mumbai rush hour to revel in the moment. Fans across the world cheering for Ding, cheering for Gukesh. And of course, John, to you for your amazing work. And Peter, you were the first Super GM that I met. It is the honor of a lifetime to commentate with an absolute legend. I don't take these opportunities for granted. So I'm exhausted. I've given this my all, but it really is a great privilege to have these courtside seats as we watch chess history unfold. This is an experience I'll tell my grandkids about. And certainly Gukesh will be telling his grandkids that I was, or maybe at that time I still am, the world champion. Congrats to the 18th world champion. What an occasion. What a day. And thanks again to everyone who made this possible.
Thank you so much, Danya. Really appreciate your kind words, and I'm sure everyone watching appreciates your kind words as well. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the show. Peter, your thoughts before we close out the show for the final time at this event?
I think it's very difficult to add something to what Danya has said. I fully agree with everything. I would like to highlight also that it has been a fantastic journey for myself also to be part of this World Chess Championship. It was amazing. What a journey. And how it started. Gukesh losing with the white pieces the very first game, and then finally winning the very last with the black pieces. He becomes the 18th world champion. Big congratulations to him. A heartbreak for Ding and his fans. Agree. I just would like to add two more words to Gukesh. Yeah, the humbleness and the determination. Yeah, these two things are so nice to see that it can work hand in hand with all this tremendous respect, this mutual respect that both gentlemen have showed towards each other. A fantastic match. Danya, John, thank you very much. And for all the other commentators who had been with us throughout this fantastic epic World Championship match, thank you very much. And that's why we love chess.
Thank you so much, Peter, and it's been absolutely wonderful having you here with us. Thank you for joining us on this journey. So what an extraordinary finale to the Fide World Championship. Gukesh Dommaraju has etched his name into history, defeating Ding Liren to become the 18th world champion. At just 18 years old, Gukesh has climbed the summit of chess, displaying resilience, creativity, and nerves of steel. But let's take a moment to honor Ding Liren, the defending champion who gave us an unforgettable battle and showcased the heart of a true champion, showing us his extraordinary abilities at their peak and proving his doubters wrong. Here in Singapore, cultures collide, but they are celebrated together as well, and we have witnessed history in the making. This match will be remembered not just for its intensity, but for the legacy of two giants of the game. From all of us here at chess.com, both in front of the camera and the multiple teams of people behind the scenes who make events like this possible, congratulations to Gukesh, who has been an absolute class act for becoming the youngest world champion in history, but thank you, our viewers, for joining us on this remarkable journey. Until next time, wherever in the world you are, stay safe and keep playing, keep dreaming, and keep celebrating the beauty of chess. Good night. World champion Ding Liren with the white pieces will be pushing for a victory, of course. Gukesh, though, extremely hungry for it. We've seen his fighting spirit. Knight f3 is on the board.
Yeah, it's a psychological game. It's the last game, a brutal one. Ding Liren going for the rated defense with knight f3 g3, and we see c5 played. Okay, so this is kind of a reversed Grunfeld.
Indeed, d4 on the board, a reverse Grunfeld in its purest form.
Kind of expecting the move bishop c5. No, knight g7. Wow, that's a huge surprise. Bishop b6. I'm to be honest completely shocked by this move. I have seen the move, but I did not even wanted to mention it because this is just bad. Now white might get a free advantage. Now white jumps with the knight to d5, and white has stabilized his advantage. We'll be looking forward to a very nice middle game.
And look at this.
And b5 on the board. Yes.
Right away.
Black will be able to get away with the game.
Cash would like to end it here and now, but Ding, he seems to be hoping to draw the game from a defensive posture.
Wait a second. And the game that comes to mind that Ding Liren has lost at the Olympiad against Lek Van Liem. actually featured very much similar kind of tendencies, that he was trying to liquidate force, and it was kind of a drawish position, but it was close and finally he lost it. Be careful. It's visible that Bing is kind of nervous, he senses, he feels, he knows that yes, it should be a draw, but this is not an elementary draw. It's not like you can lean back on your chair. He knows exactly, I want to torture my opponent, I want to grind this position. H2 and rook on the second line to sit. Rook F2
takes the bishop
blunder.
d5, takes the bishop d5, takes the bishop d5, and Gukesh will be the world champion.
He's chosen the worst square. The entire country of India just closed their eyes and turned their backs to the computer because I can't watch this. Heartbreak and euphoria all rolled into one scene.
And look at this, Gukesh cannot believe. He was smiling a little bit. He's trying to push away the smile. But he will be the youngest world champion. Incredible what we are about to witness.
Words can't capture the significance of this moment, and there it is. One dynasty ends and a new one begins. And after weeks of unspeakable hard work, the emotions spill out.
History today, we have an Indian world champion. That's insane.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.